don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, we're living clear. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Wake up, people. Live stream, don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, living clear. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. They said it wouldn't happen. They said the frogs were fine, but now they're wearing tracksuits and teaching karate. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream. Hold on tight. The signal's jammed, but the truth's in sight. Keep your hats on, keep your jerky dry, 'cause the giant in the skyline's winking at the sky. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Well, the sky's falling and the phones are tapped. I got a bunker map and a raccoon hat.
Hello. I do hope you're well. Just waiting to see who comes on to get the conversation flowing as usual. The link is in the live chat. Do come on if you want to, and we can get things going.
Emergency live stream. Here we go. The truth is out there, but it's under the snow. I got the document somewhere in a box. We're yelling real loud so they can't pick the locks. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. There's a shadow pigeon in a trench coat, selling moon rocks from a rusty boat. Aliens laughing on Channel 5, and the deep state's goldfish is still alive. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream, don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, we're living clear. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream, don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, living clear. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. They said it wouldn't happen. They said the frogs were fine, but now they're wearing tracksuits and teaching karate. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream. Hold on tight. The signal's jammed, but the truth's in sight. Keep your hats on, keep your jerky dry, 'cause the giant in the skyline's winking at the sky. And the frogs are turning gay. And the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Well, the sky's falling and the phones are tapped. I got a bunker map and a raccoon hat. They're putting fluoride in the cheese again, and the lizard folks are texting all my friends. And the frogs are turning gay, and the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream, here we go. The truth is out there, but it's under the snow. I got the documents somewhere in a box. We're yelling real loud so they can't pick the locks. And the frogs are turning gay, and the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. There's a shadow pigeon in a trench coat, selling moon rocks from a rusty boat. Aliens laughing on Channel 5, and the deep state's goldfish are still alive. And the frogs are turning gay, and the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Emergency live stream, don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, we're living clear. And the frogs are turning gay, and the frogs are turning gay. Wake up, people. Wake up, people.
Hello, Red Fox. Do you want to come on here, brother?
Emergency live stream, don't you blink. If you drink the tap water, you'll forget how to think. We're bringing you news they don't want you to hear. From the end of the world, living clear. And the frogs are turning gay, and the frogs are turning gay.
Hello to Red Fox Box. Good to have you here. Are you coming on? And yeah, we will get the conversation going. This is an open panel live stream, so really just waiting for somebody to join, and then the conversation can begin to flow. Open panel, we can discuss whatever you want. Usually we end up talking about this strange existence, what we think is going on, how it perhaps started, how it's going, and perhaps even where it will end up, if it will end. We talk about life, we talk about death, we talk about afterlife, we talk about the possibility of God, we talk about reincarnation, near-death experiences, spirituality, we talk about politics, we talk about philosophy, we talk about the subjective experiences that everybody is having here, and how we can connect them together to some possible meaning for all this. It's a very difficult conversation, sure, and sometimes we don't have any good answers, but at least we're trying. But yeah, if you want to come on here, please do. The link is in the live chat. It would be a pleasure to have you. And we already have the great, the wonderful, the one and only Perpetual Pleasurist is here, folks. In fact, I'm going to give him a round of applause already because, Perpetual Pleasurist wandered off into the wilderness for 11 months and we really missed him, but he's back. So, yeah, how you doing, Perpetual Pleasurist?
I am doing absolutely fantastic, brother. Thank you.
I am so happy to hear that, my friend. And what has been going on with you, and what have you been finding out in relation to existence, or what have you been proving in relation to your previous held, let's just say, intuition? Has any of it been cemented in real life experience?
Absolutely. All day, every day. In fact, since our last talk, everything we discussed is becoming ever more clear, ever more refined, and proven accurate repeatedly over and over again.
And over again. So yeah, what have you been up to, Perpetual Pleasurist? What has been happening over and over again?
Well, I've been having amazing, wonderful times with my girlfriend. We both like to play a lot of board games and card games and stuff. So having a good time doing that. I've also been studying a lot of things, refining my research on samurai stuff, armor, costumes, something I'm going to be diving into soon. Been getting back into my exercise routine a lot, so feeling a lot healthier and in better shape.
What type of exercise have you been doing?
Well, I've got this thing called the ab lounge. It's really cool. You can just pretty lazily get your abs in shape by moving
Oh
back
yeah,
and forth and just sit
yeah,
on
yeah.
it. It's really cool.
I used to have something like that. I don't know if you didn't sit on it, but yeah, I think it's basically you put it on the floor and it has handles and you do rolls up and down. Is that the
Well,
same?
actually, the one I've got,
No.
it's actually a chair. You do sit on
Oh.
and you just move back and forth. It's really comfortable, actually. So,
Okay.
but it works the abs really fast. So
Cool.
it's yeah. It's
I
good.
used to have I still have it. I haven't used it in about a year, I'd say. I used to have one of these ab belts, you know, those electric things. I mean, they do work, but you have to do them in tandem with other exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's cool. And so did you pay attention to Putin and Trump, or did you just ignore that as normie stuff that you don't bother with?
Yeah, pretty much normie stuff I don't much bother with because basically it's just same bullshit, different form. You know, like I said, unless and until they promote edible landscapes throughout the entirety of their society by law, they're not going to fix a damn goddamn thing ever. So that's why I don't. It's just basically it's like a clock of a series of problems that they just rotate around. So after this Putin Trump bullshit, it's just going to rotate to the next problem, rotate to the next one. And it's just going to keep going like that. That's why, you know, unless and until the actual solution is implemented, which I know it won't be by any of them, I don't really pay much attention to it because it's just like, okay, which hand of the clock is the bullshit
We're
facing
losing
now?
you a little bit there. At least I am. You're going a
Oh,
bit
okay.
robotic there. You're being attacked by the archons.
Well, for me, it's just like, you know, what phase of the clock is the bullshit on now, basically, you know, before it rotates again. So that's
It's
how I see it.
interesting you said that just as a clock appeared on the screen.
That is interesting, isn't it?
You weren't to know that.
That was
But
not actually, that was not pre-planned either. I only saw the clock
and you
after
know
you
what's
mentioned it.
interesting as well? You said pre-planned. Because the videography that's in the background here
Yeah.
is actually taken from one of my past videos on determinism and it being a clockwork universe. So yeah,
Interesting.
there's a double synchronicity already from you, brother.
Wow. It's
You said
incredible.
pre-planned. Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
So
Synchronicities. I see those all the time, man, especially with the number 108. And my girlfriend also, she sees that a lot.
wow.
So yeah, the clock thing is really interesting because it's basically there's two clocks. There's the bullshit clock, the cycle of bullshit that goes on in the world, and then there's the clock, the cycle of pleasures that you can rotate around. So that's actually a topic I'd love to discuss today because I think it's a topic I've been seeing this topic a lot. A lot of videos where people are saying, you know, there's nothing to do here, there's no point in, you know, doing stuff here, being alive or whatever, you know, that type of rhetoric as usual. But I'm seeing a lot of videos popping up with specifically that topic of there's nothing to do here. Like Bleak's got a video on it. Life is Overrated has a video on it. So I think this concept of rotation of a specific limited set of pleasurable things and getting in the groove of enjoying that is a really key principle of pleasurism that I think people should adopt because it actually prevents boredom and it keeps things entertaining and interesting perpetually. So yeah, it's a good idea to discuss
interesting.
that.
So would you yeah, exactly. No, I'm happy to discuss that. So would you like to go from the kind of foundational elements of that? What is the problem?
Okay.
What is the perceived solution? How is the perceived solution wrong? And what is your actual solution? So we'll start with what's the foundational problem?
So the foundational problem that we see throughout the world is huge numbers of people are getting ever more bored ever more easily. And they're finding that even if they fill their life with a large number of activities, they can't seem to find pleasure from any of those things. And they then end up falling into a mindset of there's nothing to do here in this world. There's no point in doing anything here because everything's boring, everything lacks entertainment value, et cetera, et cetera. So the problem, that is the problem. And therefore, the next phase you were saying, talk about the solution to it or the perceived solution, I should say.
Yeah, what's the kind of general perceived solution? Because that will be different, I'm sure, to your solution. So yeah, what's the general perceived solution to this
So,
boring kind of reality, or this reality, I suppose, where everybody is neurotically worried because it seems that everything we do is causing harm, etc. So what is the actual kind of perceived solution, would you say, in the general populace?
well, I would say there's two sides to it. I would say,
Oh, you got taken out by archons there, PP. We can't hear you. PP.
they perceive that there is no solution.
PP, you were taken out by archons immediately upon trying to answer that question. So you better start again.
Oh, sorry about that. There was somehow a call coming in, but okay. But yeah, I think amongst a lot of people.
Yeah.
And
They're sorry, we
aside
lost you again,
from
brother.
the
We
people
lost
who
you
think
again.
that there is no solution to
PP,
it,
PP, we
there's
lost you
also
again,
the
brother.
issue of people who contemplate in terms of, oh, we need ever varieties of pleasure to pop up in life, in the world, in order for us to be able to even start having pleasure in earnest. But that's not because they're just going to run into the same problem again. They're eventually going to get bored of those things also, because basically they have a wrong brain chemistry towards pleasures is the issue, and that's fixable. They just got to train themselves out of the bad brain chemistry towards pleasure to fix that issue, basically. So it's a very practical, fixable thing too, and that's what I want to discuss today here with uh, the pleasure clock, you could say, or
And
yeah,
the
I
clock
think that's what
appears
it is.
again. Just as you say it, the clock appears again, PP.
And I swear that was not pre-planned. Once again, it's
Don't
a
lie, bro.
synchronicity.
Don't lie. That can't be twice in a row,
No,
my
no,
friend.
I promise you, I would not lie to you about this. That was not pre-planned. If it was pre-planned, I would say so. I'm a very honest person. I would
Oh
say it
dear.
was
Oh
pre-planned.
dear.
It was not. That
Perpetual
actually
pleasures.
surprised me also.
Perpetual pleasure. Sometimes you're very creepy. You know that. Creepy in a way, in a good way. In a kind of like, wow, this guy is some kind of, I don't know. He's in tune with something, or something is in tune with him. You know.
Well, remember what we talked about last time. Kamalali, the love doll, her entire theme is loving, inspirational creepiness. So that's literally who I am eternally as a being beyond this world, is a creepy being. So it's actually really healthy when people pick up on that, because that's my entire theme, is
There you go.
inspirational creepiness. Yes,
There
there you
you
go.
go. There you go, brother.
That's why.
All right, my friend. Well, listen. Let's talk about that then. Let's talk
Okay.
about the way people should address this. Mundaneness, perceived, boring nature, reality. The fact that, after a while of living on this planet, you've kind of seen it all, and it's hard to stay motivated. It's hard to, keep your eye on the game, keep in the game, because, after a while, it does become tedious if you live long enough.
Yeah.
Like it does seem that you see patterns too much. So even if you're having a supposed new experience, because of past experiences, it is tainted, because somehow you recognize patterns. Okay, so it might make you anxious, or again, it might make you say, well, this is nothing special. I've seen something along these lines before. So how are you snapping out of that yourself, perpetual pleasurist, and how are you ensuring that pleasure is perpetual?
Well, it's interesting. So I'm thankful that I was born with a brain chemistry that gets fresh pleasure out of the same things repeatedly. So that's my first advantage, is sort of a biological alignment towards that. But even aside from that, even when I've run into situations where I wasn't getting near as much pleasure from the same thing, I found that, if literally when I rotate my pleasures and I hyperfixate on the next one, then the next one, it basically loops back around to that thing I started losing pleasure from before. But then when I go back to it, it's more pleasurable when I go back around to it. So it's like it's bouncing around in a specific calculated way from, okay, I'm going to do this activity for a while, get pleasure, then I'm going to go to the next one. And then basically when you come back around, you get more pleasure from that thing that started to lack in pleasure in nature. And I've calculated the way that a person can do this the best, and that is um, by hyper focusing on the next topic with great enthusiasm, followed by the next one, along with the recognition that uh, being genuinely happy and actually positively happy, that there is no silver platter in the sky, ultimate meaning sitting out there to anything. Things only have meaning regarding what you attach to them, and that specifically is the beauty of it. In fact, that's why you should attach more meaning to things, because you're the determiner of how valuable that thing is factually. So I think what people get hung up on and what they run into is when they lack a silver platter in the sky, meaning that's out there for them, right? Just for them to, that's handed to them. They basically have this, some cosmic meaning, some spiritual meaning, whatever. They get very melancholy, whether they're spiritual or not, even if they're secular, if there's not some like deeper out there already meaning to their life, they get all sad and downtrodden. But but they would actually be able to shift out of that psychology if they positively valued the facts that they're the only one actually creating value to anything.
I mean, you sound to me like an existentialist. You're all about ascribing like life is inherently meaningless, but you get to draw the conclusions. You get to move the goalposts wherever you want to. You get to define what this is in terms of value to you, and you embrace that as a mode of expression, as a way to live. Yeah, you sound to me like a modern day kind of Camus, Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir. You sound like an existentialist with, I would say, a little bit more depth, even. Because you go on to talk about eternity, the afterlife, and all these things that they didn't talk about.
Yes, and I think I guess the only reason I wouldn't classify myself specifically as an existentialist is mainly because, like I said, in my own case, I feel a permeating sense of that there is a meaning out there, but independent of that, I also am able to function if that wasn't the case. So my stance is whether there is a meaning there or not, there may be, there may not be. Either way, you need to be the central source of meanings anyway. So in other words, you're not dependent on there being another meaning there for you, whether there is or not. And that's my stance. So I don't really have the existentialist stance of literally there is no deeper meaning to things or deeper calling. That's not how I see it. I see it that whether there is or not, that just needs to be a secondary bonus, but not the basis of you being happy or joy-filled or being able to feel extreme happiness from things in life and deep meaning in life, basically. In other words, there shouldn't need to be a meaning outside of you that's just there, independent of you, basically. Even though if that is the case, that's great. It's a nice bonus. It shouldn't be required for someone to feel a deeper sense of meaning, basically, is kind of my stance. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And PP, going forwards then, I mean, it sounds to me like you almost recommend having a routine, a timetable for pleasure, so that you're mixing it up, etc., etc. So, do you advise people to pick a number of things that they find pleasurable and have a routine for them, like as in switching it up, making sure you're doing different things, switching them up each day, maybe a few times a day? And how many pleasurable things should people have? Also, what would you say to people who are in some way anhedonic, who say they don't find pleasure in anything? Just those two. I suppose those two questions, please.
So I think the first part is for people who are not anhedonic and who are just simply situationally finding lack of joy in things. For those individuals, I would suggest, yes, create basically a rough, loose routine, kind of just general framework. And because in my life, I'm not very good at keeping exact schedules. I have to do stuff spontaneously myself. But the way it works for me is I have so many genuine interests that really excite me. Like I'm interested in so many fucking things. I can't even list them all. It's like for me, I never run out of things that entertain me and inspire me, basically. So I know I'm kind of different and unique in that regards, but for me, that makes it easy. So I don't really personally have to create a schedule or routine for myself. Like, okay, I'm going to do exactly this at exactly this time. For me, it's just like, what do I spontaneously feel inspired to do at a given time? And that's what I do. That's what I focus on. Being on disability helps a lot with that. But me getting on disability in the first place was and happened because I already had the psychology as well. So this actually contributed to me being able to get on it, because I know what life is like also, where you do have things thrown at you that you're forced to do against your will, time frame wise. But the same principle can be applied. So in the case of someone who has like a work schedule or a time schedule where they're forced to do things against their will on a time scale, in that sense, it's definitely a good idea to create some sort of a routine where you can dive into the pleasures you find inspiring and have them flowing through your brain while you're at work so that when you get home you can dive into those and basically just rotate them around. So as soon as you notice you start to get bored or about not entertained by a specific topic, then immediately you shift to the next topic that entertains you, right? So each person can do it differently for themselves depending on what attention span they have, and stuff like that. And whether they're a hyperfixator or whether they're an ADHD person who's always changing their focus and subjects and everything like that, taking all of those points into consideration and into account, basically. And being as minimalistic as you possibly practically can with how many things you have physically is very helpful as well. That's a huge stress reliever on top of everything else.
Okay, PP. PP, thank you very much. I want to welcome the lovely and beautiful Melissa, who has just joined us. How are you doing? Are you well, Melissa?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay, thank you. I was just listening to Perpetual Pleasurist here. He was telling us all to basically seek pleasure and how to do it. I don't know if you heard that. He's emphasizing a kind of hedonistic way of life where we take our own pleasure very, very seriously. I don't know if that's something that interests you, Melissa. Is that something you pursue? But yeah, we're talking about basically how to pursue life and a life well lived, if that's something that interests you. But feel free to change the topic if you want to as well, because we're very relaxed and easygoing here. We are trying to find gnosis. We're trying to find knowledge that will help us in this existence, help us find out what is going on, and help us find out a way to live that is beneficial. Melissa, the floor is yours. Do feel free to say whatever it is you'd like to say.
I just got here, so I'm not entirely sure, but I don't know. I've never considered that as a way of life. However, I feel that way, so it kind of resonates. Pardon me. So I feel like if you have it, you keep it intact, and you can do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? If you keep it intact and you're living your life in your, as you know that you should live it, I feel like you can do whatever you want to do. I don't really feel like, I mean, and just like nobody can judge you. You know what you know who you are. You know what you're doing. But yeah, I have no problem with that. Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm good with
Okay.
it.
PP, as you were, brother, you can continue then.
Yeah, so basically, that really covers it in summary for people who are not anhedonic. But the people who are anhedonic, which, as far as I understand, it's a biological brain chemistry thing that prevents a person from actually even being able to experience pleasure. Thankfully, I should say, not thankfully in and of itself, but thankfully in relationship to being able to be aware of that firsthand when people say that. Because I had saw palmetto syndrome that hit me, so I know what anhedonia feels like physiologically. Um, but thankfully, in my case, because it wasn't my natural biological state and was
Mm-hmm.
artificially induced, I was able to snap out of it and like pull myself out with supplementation and really focused thinking and stuff. But I know it
Mm-hmm.
seems like a lot of other people, for them, it's sort of like is their biological default, or they're always trending in that direction. And I notice a lot of people within all three folds, antinatalist fold, primordialist fold, ephealist fold, they tend to be, it seems like a lot of them have an anhedonia issue like going on biochemically or something.
Right. PP, there will be people who don't know what the hell you're talking about. So would you like to maybe explain those terms for Melissa?
Sure,
Thank you. I
absolutely.
appreciate it.
So within the fold of YouTube, there's and various people who come on this channel to talk or have, there's various different philosophies. The one philosophy, antinatalism, is the viewpoint that the recognition that torture and pain sentience, so extreme torture and extreme pain sentience to the nervous system, is the main root central problem of life on Earth as we know it. And so, therefore, it's a very healthy, sane, rational idea to abstain from exposing more sentiences to guaranteed pain and torment to their nervous systems by being in this world, in spite of our good intentions towards them. So that's antinatalism. Whereas
So basically, it's the view that you probably shouldn't bring anybody here, Melissa.
yes, anybody additional new, basically, if you can help it. And
Okay.
so, and the other views of primordialism and ephilosophism, which are not antinatalism, they are different views. But oftentimes, the person who is an antinatalist will also, in addition, take to various of those other philosophies. Primordialism and ephilism are the hypothetical world, discussions of hypotheticals of, because that's the case, therefore it would have been better hypothetically for life to never have come into existence anywhere, because that would have prevented all the cases of extreme pain and extreme torment, guaranteed for sure. But since that is only a hypothetical world discussion, I literally did a video about this today. That's why I recommend people don't take to those views, because there's nothing that can be done practically with those hypotheticals, even though the hypothetical recognition of that is an obvious thing. Yes, obviously
Like,
that would have been
so
prevention,
like
but
once you're here, like you're saying, once you're here, I mean, hypothetically, yes, but once we are here now, so is that what you're
correct.
saying? Okay, gotcha,
Yes.
gotcha.
So that's why I vouch for antinatalism and pleasurism, and I do not vouch for premortalism or ephilism. And in fact,
So yeah,
I
so basically, let me be
oppose them.
clear. Ethilists think we should basically end all life, regardless of consent of other beings. Okay, they think we should end all life in the universe.
Yeah.
And promortalists is this idea that one should end oneself as soon as possible because life is that bad. I don't agree with either of those ideas. I think once we're here, like we're already here, so we got to try and deal with the suffering in a more pragmatic sense, because clearly a lot of people won't agree with that. And if you try to advocate for those ideas,
Yeah,
you will get
pushback.
yourself
Yeah.
into a
Yeah.
lot of trouble. So
Right.
in my view, it's a pointless waste of energy to advocate for those idees.
Not that you don't
Because
understand it. It's not that you don't understand it. You're just saying that yeah, right. We're at the point now where we're past that kind of thing. Okay, I got you.
Exactly. So
as you were,
basically,
PP.
and the point I was making on that, so that's a clarification of what those views are, is that basically it seems like people who have those types of views, who dive into them, especially the ethicist or premortalist view, they tend to very frequently display anhedonia symptoms biochemically. And that seems to be what they describe about their experience, like where it's like they start off with a default where it's hard for them to get pleasure from anything to start with. But then because of their philosophical views, it makes it additionally hard to get pleasure from things. And this is why I found that having a healthy philosophical perspective with recognition of reality as is, along with very practical, healthy emotional patterns and things like that, and daily hobbies and behaviors is really important, because a philosophy that we have or an ideology we have definitely directly contributes to what we feel about what we're experiencing. Because, for example, if two people are in a romantic relationship and they're having a good time at a park, they're laughing and dancing and joyful. If a person has a philosophy that no matter how much of that they do, then they're all just going to end up in death, and they would have been better off not being born, because after this happens, the girlfriend might be tortured to death, or all. If that's what's floating around in their head, then they're not going to be able to enjoy the time they're spending with their girlfriend anywhere near as much as if they have a philosophy that specifically values, in a positive sense, that time, while knowing that them engaging in that time is rebellion against all of the horrible things that are factually possibly able to be thrown at them. But it's a different viewpoint. It's the viewpoint that the pleasure itself, and this is the viewpoint I espouse, is you are engaging in an act of rebellion against reality as is, and having a positive view of the time you spend with others as an act of rebellion against the rest of reality that is throwing bullshit at you, is the way to maintain a more positive viewpoint towards everything. Because you're not basically giving power further to the impositional
Okay.
horrors
No,
around
so
you.
you're
You're
walking
giving
the
power to
line.
your own views and your
Exactly.
own desire for joy, basically.
So it's like
PP.
walking the line. Yeah, like I mean, we do that all the time. We're walking the line. I mean, basically, because
Yeah,
you're not saying it doesn't exist. You're acknowledging it, but you're not succumbing to it. But you're also, yeah, okay, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, and whatever that person's, you know, I don't know if you call them desires or whatever they are. You just have to balance it, whatever they are.
yeah, exactly. Basically, you're not adding more fuel to the fire. What you are doing is you're adding fuel to your own inspirational fire, and you're
Hmm.
basically drowning out whatever problems are already there while aware of them, but you're not adding to them. And this is what I notice it seems like people with anhedonia issues, they tend to add more to the problems that are already there with their emotions and with their thoughts and the feelings, instead of capping it off at recognition of the
Right,
problems and
right, with
stopping it
yourself.
there.
Yeah, with
Exactly.
yourself though. That's like a personal thing, right? Like nobody could tell you what your line is. You would know it.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Right. You would know what your line is. You're correct.
Right.
Because everybody has their different thresholds. But
Hmm.
it's interesting because usually it seems like the majority of philosophies people engage in, they use it to justify what they're already doing or thinking to
Hmm.
some degree,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
There are some exceptions, but that seems to be the general trend. So what a person should do is analyze, well, is my philosophy or view actually directly contributing to me feeling better or not? And if the answer is no, then the prioritization should be feeling better over and above whatever the current viewpoint is, basically. So, in other words, adjusting the view to ensure feeling better should be priority over and above, uh, just
Okay.
letting it be what it is, causing you
Right.
problems, basically.
Okay, so let me just say this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I would like to say that I think that also would be under the assumption, like you can take. I mean, we can take that from certain points, but I would start at the point where we are aware of the people we are talking about when we're discussing things like this or whatever. Let's start at the point where the person knows human nature, like you know what I mean, like the basics. They know they know themselves, whatever that may mean, and then we take it from there, because otherwise it just gets so messy. But like if you know
Yeah.
human nature, then you have a better grip of what even we're talking about, if that makes any sense.
This is an interesting question. This was my question to you, Perpetual Pleasures, because it's all very well having your unique perspective on reality, brother, but how are you managing to interlock your subjective views with other people's and maybe bring them into your world and you into their world so that you mutually benefit each other?
And have
Well,
understanding.
I've noticed that it's actually helping. So everybody who's close to me that I spend a prolonged amount of time with, all of this stuff always helps them consistently. And they report that to me. They say, you know what? This actually has really helped my perspective psychologically. It's helped my emotions. And so what I've run into, at least from what people tell me, is that consistently across the board, if they have prolonged discussions with me about these things, it always helps them. I've not run into a single case where anyone's told me that it hasn't helped them in a very tangible way. Now, what I run into, though, along with that, is usually they find, okay, yes, I'm inspired, but then it starts to wear off a long time of not having specifically interacted with me regarding these things. So what I notice most people have an issue with is sustaining on their own the sustained pleasure cycle that we talk about when they're talking with me about it. It's like once they're done interacting with me about it, it's like imposition reality sucks them back into something else
Well,
again,
I,
right?
I wonder
And
if
that's what they notice.
well, I wonder if that is because there's no foundation to begin with. You know what I mean? There has to be some kind of solid foundation, and it's neither here nor there, right or wrong. But there are certain things that are constants. You know what I mean? So I wonder if that's what that is, like just because you feel that way and in your mind, it makes sense, but it goes back to what you're saying, like there's really no, then they lose, they fall off because maybe they didn't have the foundation to begin with, the understanding for themselves and for human nature and for how, you know what I mean? I wonder if that's what it is.
Yeah, I think honestly, from what I've noticed, because I've talked to people with all sorts of mental disabilities and people without mental disabilities, and across the board, what seems to be the common factor is that for whatever reason, I was born with a brain chemistry that's just highly resistant to everything to do with anything negative. Like I have faced negative things and I've experienced it, but like I've noticed the way I process things is like always in the positive direction, resisting anything negative thrown at. It's like an auto mode I'm in, right? Whereas it seems like the biochemistry of almost every human I've interacted with is other than that. In other words, for them to feel happy or joyful in any sustained way at all, it's like completely dependent on their outer
Hmm.
situation being
Right.
pretty close to ideal.
Something else. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's almost like it's like they're aligned towards any and everything negative or disturbing being thrown at them, causing them to feel like immediately really bad, really
So,
horrible, really depressed,
so-
really disturbed. It's
yeah.
like
Yeah.
they're being pulled almost 100% by external
Hmm.
everything,
They
external
got to
circumstances.
they literally have to rewire. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And this is people who even say that they're very serious about spirituality, inner work, and all these types of things. I notice for whatever reason, there's some strange biochemical tug in the majority of the human population towards negativity, towards disturbance, towards bother, towards irritation, towards lack of joy, towards boredom. And it's something I have never been able to relate to. And I think that's for me the hardest. My biggest challenge in life in terms of relating with other people has been that I've never been able to. I can understand it, but I can't relate to it. So
Yeah, and
there.
you understand. Right.
Yeah.
You understand it because you hear it so much, and you know it because you've witnessed it so much, but you don't understand it like on a level where you felt that way. And that I can agree with that. And I wonder, and I'm not trying to throw you off, but I wonder if that has something to do with like, and I'm really not trying to get too conspiracy-ish or whatever, but I wonder if that has something to do with like, for instance, this is just an example, the music, pop music, the frequency that pop music is recorded at was changed. I mean, there's multiple things, but I mean, I wonder if it really truly is rewiring people's brains, and even though in their soul and their heart, they want to do it because, because we're obviously we're of the alpha and the omega, so obviously that's going to be our draw. But I wonder if, these things that are, that have been perpetuated on us I wonder if that's what you're talking about. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think at the root core of it, because even something like that, like music, it's only really going to adversely affect people who are being driven by the externals anyway, right? Because like if you're like a person with really strong internals, you can literally hear anything,
Mm-hmm.
and your internals are going to stay the same. It's like, oh, you're going to
Mm-hmm.
either like the music or dislike it, but it's not going to affect how you perceive yourself or reality or your positivity or anything. It's strictly going to be okay. You either like the song or you don't, basically.
Yeah.
Whereas I
Guys,
Well,
will
think
you
yeah.
music,
like and share the stream if you can for the algorithm, just to bring new people here so we can
But I
but I
mean,
think
you
interact?
with
also have to start at you have to, I'm sorry, and I'm going to shut up, but you also have to start at a certain point. Like
right.
I have, I've always been, very bullheaded and no matter what. And I knew my life would be quote unquote easier if I would have just, played the game or whatever, but I never did. And I'm glad that I didn't. No, so my point is like, well, so the starting point would be there. And at whatever point that is as a child, and they rewire your brain. I think that's really what it comes down to is that we're all meant to be like what you're saying. You and I, we're different clearly, but we never stopped thinking for ourselves. And a lot of people do. I mean, that's what going to school every day, I mean, that's what they teach you to do, play the game, So I wonder if it's very interesting.
It's intriguing too, because when I was a kid, I always noticed it's what I call blank-eyed syndrome, and it's like I noticed a huge amount of people had it around me. And I actually was able to confirm it too, because like when they were absorbed in their schoolwork or absorbed in whatever it is that was happening, you could see very clearly that they were being externally driven in their thoughts,
Absolutely.
their desires, their feelings. They weren't
Hmm.
internally driven, independent of what was outside
Hmm.
them, right? And I couldn't
Absolutely.
relate to that. It was weird to me because I was like, how are they being driven by outer stuff? Where is the inner person there, independent of the outer world driving them in what they're doing and thinking and saying and everything? And very few people could I find that there's an inner world to them. It's like almost everybody, it was this outer world only. And even a lot of
Right.
times when
Like,
they thought they were spiritual, or like
right.
you could confirm that it was just an outer, like, social trend version of spirituality, like, oh yeah, I do yoga classes and I do this, I am
It's,
a positive thinker
yeah.
because
Yeah.
manifestation, but it was always based on trends. It wasn't like their own
There's a
inner
disconnect.
anything. Yeah.
Right. There's clearly a disconnect. It's funny that you say that because I remember I literally, and I don't remember a lot of events. Like, I mean, I remember the people and I remember the feeling or whatever, but I remember being in fourth grade. I don't even remember the teacher's name, but I remember her saying, put your Scantron test on the left side of your desk and put the test on the left and then your bubble sheet on the right with your number 2 pencil and focus. And I swear to God, I remember looking around the room and going, they're faking. I literally thought that everybody in the class was faking and they were just playing the game because there's no way that they really felt that way. They were focusing and they were really worried about this. Now I know, now that I'm older, I know that no, they were just what you're saying is what they were doing. Was what they're conditioned. They were being conditioned right then, And so anyway, so it's very interesting what you're saying. Very interesting.
Yeah, they were just doing. And what I noticed in my life was that with with the things I'd run into with, talking to people about this and trying to inspire them in, what inspires me, I found that uh, I was always trying to pinpoint why is it so seemingly hard for other people's that I run
Hmm.
into to do this. Like
Right.
they'll like enjoy having a conversation about it or find it interesting, but
Right.
that's it. Like it won't go anywhere past them finding it kind of intriguing, and then boom, they're right back to being driven by everything externally
Right.
immediately. And to me, that's always been very strange because I don't think there's a single point in my life where I've been driven by my external circumstances in terms of how I perceive myself or reality or anything
Same.
like that.
I
You know,
absolutely agree.
it's
Absolutely.
always
Yep.
been independent of my external circumstances. Like I've been in my whole life, I've been way below the poverty line. That's literally been my constant experience, but that's never affected my sense of positivity
Right.
ever.
Or like anything else, right? You just knew that just belonged where it belonged, you know, you put that where it belongs. But yeah, I agree.
Because that was just always for me the external world. It wasn't me. It wasn't like, I am not a
Hmm.
poverty being. I'm not
Right.
like, it's just external circumstances thrown at me. Whereas it seems like almost everybody else I know, if they're in poverty, they're always bothered, always anxious, always depressed, always disturbed, always stressed. It's like,
And we
okay,
should be. We should be, you know. But I mean,
yeah,
when you're talking about under the poverty line, we should be like that, and we're not. And I'm not
right.
like that, you know. So hopefully it works out, you know. That's what I say.
Well,
Yeah, I
my
agree
thing
with you.
is, my stance is, yeah, it's a sensible response to poverty in those things. It makes sense why they have that. But my stance has always been a person should be inner driven in spite of those so that they can ensure that they experience inner wealth independent of needing kind of like what Epicurus said. He says the wealthiest person in the world is the man who can be completely content and satisfied with very little, right?
Right.
He's much wealthier than the man or the woman who requires a large amount of external wealth and luxury and free time in order to feel inner contentment, right? So I think that's a very good principle, and I've always aligned with that very strongly. So it's like, yeah, even if I eventually ended up coming into a large amount of wealth or whatever, the idea is that wouldn't be the source of my inner contentment or joy. It would be independent of
I
having
mean,
wealth or things
I've
working.
always felt like, what kind of like, why would you want to set yourself up anyway? Like, I mean, because I'm logical, but I'm also like a half. I'm sorry, I'm getting a drink, but I'm also half and half. Like, I'm half logical, you know, and then I'm the other half, you know, feeling right. So then I've always wondered why people would even set themselves up just logically, even if they were just logical. Why would you set yourself up to need all these things that you may not have? So that's, you know what I mean? Like, why would you even do that to
Yeah,
yourself? It doesn't make any sense to me.
exactly. It's not very strategic. So it's like it makes a lot more sense to set yourself up for feeling genuinely joyful and fulfilled almost entirely independent of external circumstances. Because, you know, I can say firsthand, I lived the life of couch surfing, literally sleeping in hallways and stuff like this for many years before I was on disability. The whole time, I was very content and happy internally, even though day in and day out I was hearing nagging from my mother and other people. Hey, you need to get a job. You need to do this. You need, the guilt trippy of, oh, hey, you're using time and resources, blah blah blah. I never let any of that affect me because I knew better. I knew
Right.
myself, and I was like what they said was just like water falling off of me. Basically, it's like, nope, I'm not lazy. I just need extra sleep. I know my physiology. I'm a kind person. I treat you well. I'm not doing so. I never agreed with their narratives they threw at me, in
Certainly.
spite of
Certainly.
living
You know
in
what?
those situations.
I want to ask you another question. I mean, just because I'm intrigued now, because I really don't talk to a lot of people, and you're way more, you know, I mean, you're, you know, whatever you want to call it, than I am, because I'm not, you know, as focused or whatever. But I will say that I relate to a lot of everything that you're saying, and I wonder two things. I wonder if you know, having being like, I don't know if your mom was, my mom was a narcissist, right? My parents were divorced, and I mean we have a good relationship now. However, I wonder if there's a chemistry, like a brain chemistry thing where you're you know, being born, if we're born like that, or if we're born and we're made like that. I just wonder, you know. I mean, I don't know about your mom or whatever, but I mean,
It
you know.
depends on the. I would say it depends on the individual because my parents were both bipolar. My mom was definitely a nicer, kinder version of that, and is to this day. My dad was a horrible nightmare version of bipolar of the worst type, where he'd be like the nicest person in the world, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where he'd be super nice, super happy, super enthusiastic, and then just out of nowhere he'd be insanely depressed, super physically abusive to my mom, and just really dark and just a bad person. And he would just snap back and forth between these different modes, and it's just really weird growing up around him because it was, I could never trust him. It was just like at any time he could just snap into his dark aspect of his bipolar, the negative side. And so it's like living with this fucking Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing.
Right.
And it was a very strange experience. I'm very glad I didn't inherit the bipolar from either of them. And in
Same.
her case, her case was where her brain and physiology are locked into like having to help others all the time, all day, every day, and she like can never pull herself out of feeling like she has to do a gazillion things all the time. She has to work, she has to help people, she has to help this and that and do this, and it just never ends. It's like her brain is like wired, and I found out later on that that's actually a major bipolar trait. When somebody's wired into constantly having to go, help, do things, do work, and they genuinely believe that they have to do all this stuff that they don't actually have to do, right?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
kind of. I don't know. I mean, kind of. I feel like, and I relate to it, but I feel like kind of. I mean, really, and I feel, and I say they because I'm partially affected by it. Like I'm partially like that, and I feel like maybe we all are. I don't know, but I'm aware of it. But I feel like, yeah, we feel like we do, but really, what it is that we don't know where to start to fix the actual problem. So then we can do that. So then we have to. But really, I think that most people, I mean, maybe that's just me that because I'm a little bit more aware, but I feel like I don't know that they think they have to. I think that they do that so that they feel better because it'll just come back to the point where where they need to be, which is get it together. You know what I mean? Like get it together and realize what the actual problem is. I wonder, so they fix it by I have to do this, but really they don't, and they know it.
yeah, it's a distraction from the actual problem and the actual fix. So this is precisely why I've obsessively studied with great enthusiasm a lot of very practical life skills, especially work with my hands, craft work, and everything else like that, because I've noticed that the more skills I have in dexterity wise with my hands, the more I can craft, the more I can sell, the better I am at doing things with precision, the easier my life is in every area. And I noticed lack of precision skill with the hands is a major source of distress and depression in people when they lack that,
Hmm.
when their hands are sloppy and when they can't really do things with very good precision. It's a constant source of distress and struggle for them that I've never had to face. And I noticed from my experience of life, the majority of people I've known in my life who I've shown the skills that I have, they've never been able to bring themselves to do it with anywhere near that degree of precision ever. Like no matter how hard they try, no matter how much effort they put into it. So I was like, that makes sense,
That's
because if
their
I
thing.
lacked,
It's your thing. That's
you know,
yours.
well, it's like if I lacked precision, also, I would always be distressed and bothered as well. Like if I didn't know how to
Same.
carve wood properly, I could
Hmm.
barely do any of the outdoor survival stuff I like to do, because I wouldn't be able to do anything correctly, right? So it just that makes sense to me why that would disturb them all the time.
So
Uh,
I mean, and I'm so sorry to cut you off. Like there, I remember. I mean, I didn't study philosophy in college or anything like that, but I read a lot. I read ancient texts. Like that's like just on my own. But I was at a friend's house and she had the dialogues of Plato. This is years ago, and I read the whole thing. But I remember the opening. Is like in the it's then the square or whatever, and there was like each little area. You had the jugglers, the reciters, the poets, the musicians, and then of course he had discourse with them, and I remember from the musicians and the poets, and I mean he would ask like where do you get your gift from, right? And they would always say, I don't know, it just comes from above, like it just comes from there, so I feel like that's like one of those things, and that I mean, we have in us, but it's maybe blocked for more people. I mean, for some people than it is others. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're all just trying to make it right. We're all just trying to figure it out. But I feel like that's what you're kind of saying when you can teach somebody, but they can't, you can't really craft it. You can't really like perfect it if it's not your thing, if it's not from that. I mean, you can teach so much, like just like narcissists. Yeah, they're great, but they can only go so far. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like it's when it comes to truth. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I
Yeah,
feel
and
like, yeah.
nowadays there's a huge mass trend of tons of people everywhere calling out narcissists that they know about. But the other problem that's
Okay.
happening is
Yeah.
it's just like the trend of when people call out, I can't stand drama, or people who create drama. It's like what's happening now is there's so many people throughout the world calling out narcissism that it's a lot of the narcissists themselves pointing
Right.
the finger at others, erroneously thinking they're narcissists,
Hate
mixed
it.
in with
That's a
genuine narcissists
buzzword.
being
Like it's
called
like a
out.
fucking buzzword. I
It's
mean, pardon
become a
my language.
buzzword now.
I
Yeah,
hate
just
that.
like neurodivergency, it's become a buzzword. It doesn't
I
mean
hate it.
anything anymore. It's like, in other words, we live in a world now where everybody's trying to claim this unique card. Oh, I'm so unique, and wave a unique flag over their head. But the fact the fact of the matter is the intelligent people recognize that nobody's really that unique from, and I'm saying this as someone who's
Right.
clearly in
Right.
definable ways
Right.
very distinct from
Right.
other people that are
Right.
objective outside of my opinion, right? So it's
Yeah.
like, I'm even saying this, I recognize how non-unique I am, even though I'm one of the people that others would say is extremely unique if they were to observe me or see me.
But you're just
If I
being
can
you.
recognize
You know.
this, yeah, so it's like another aspect of the NPC brainwashing that's happening is now everybody everywhere thinks they're this set apart, unique, amazing person, and that's what's
Right.
being implanted in them erroneously by the mass media now. But it's funny because every single one of them individually thinks they're this shining exception
I
to the
know, and
masses,
it's gotten
right?
so they're trying to be so different. And but the funny thing is that I've always just spoken up, spoken for myself. I don't know what anybody's doing. If nobody speaks up about something, I'll be the only one because I don't care about you know what I mean? As far as injustice, or I don't care what the group is doing. I'm not gonna. I don't care if I'm the only one standing up. So that's the type of person I am. So, but it's funny because when I was younger, I mean, I was, I was born in '76, so I'm not like, I'm not like, I mean, I'm right there, whatever. But like I've noticed, like the how it used to be. I gradually turned to alternative lifestyle, right, in the '90s, and then it was like, okay, piercings and tattoos, and now it's like, everything is cyclical. But so I feel like it's going to start back over, but we're almost there because it's like, well, what even is alternative if it's mainstream, and I feel like I mean, people don't really just, I mean, it's just like an obvious. I know I'm just excited about the conversation, but yeah, I just feel like there's a lot going on that's it's probably pretty simple. You know what I mean? But I don't think that each individual knows that, and it really still comes down to them as individuals to realize, what's going on,
Yeah, and
regardless,
that's,
right?
see, from
Yeah,
my perspective, when I talk about like subjects like uniqueness in the genuine sense, I am really brass tacks about the facts. It's like, okay, what is a person factually actively doing on a daily basis? How do they think? How do they operate? How do they interact? What do they spend their free time doing? And are they actually really unique in all of these areas? And if the answer
right,
is no, then what are they doing claiming they're so unique or so,
right. And the
outside the
fact is,
box or whatever?
we are all bound by the same human nature, like physiologically, we have the same, we have same five senses, right? And I don't think that people really realize, like that. I mean, I know they want to, whatever that draw is, to want to be outside of that. I get it. I don't really, that's not really a thing for me because I know that, I know who I am. So I mean, there's probably somebody out there like, just like me. I mean, it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
but regardless, I feel like that's really like a pressure on people that they did because they're not being realistic about it. But we have the same five senses, right? So
Yeah.
really, you can really boil a lot of things down by starting there with what you do know and really figure it out from that point, But I feel like people just don't want to do that because they just don't know what it is that, that they don't know. And it's
And
really kind of sad.
it's true. And there's an inbuilt humility that's automatic and natural in someone who recognizes how reality is operating independent of what their opinion is. So for example, I'm someone who I notice how non-unique I am, even though I think I'm unique, right? So I notice both things at the same time. I can recognize both. So I believe I'm super unique, but I realize and I can see clearly that I'm not very unique, even
Sure.
though others would say I am. But what's happening with the masses now is they're genuinely both believing they're unique and unaware of how they're missing the second part, though. They're unaware of how non-unique they are. That's the part they're missing. They're not able to look outside of their own emotional feeling about themselves to the objective what's actually happening in the world independent of their opinions about it. And so in other words, they absorb in their feelings about reality and life and think that that is what's happening, that they are factually this unique, set apart, amazing being, that they are, this person who thinks
Well, that
outside
should
the
have happened a long
box.
time ago. Those things should have happened a long time ago. And I don't mean should. I really don't like that word should. However, I know for me, it's one of those things where maybe you can go. I mean, it's not like empathy. When you lack empathy, you can't go back and learn it. Like it's not the same thing, but it's kind of sort of the same thing because once you're like when you decide it when you're a child, that's really when you're building your foundation, right? So I feel like they
Yeah.
don't realize, and I mean, it's not that they can't go back because a lot of people probably do. They learn it later in life. They realize that, oh shit, I didn't realize I needed this block and this block, meaning like what you're saying right now, like, they want to be different, they want to be unique. Well, you really can relearn that. It's just a matter of nobody's going to make you do it, and that's the thing, is nobody's going to make you do it. And they think it's hard or whatever to take stock of yourself, but it really isn't that hard. It really doesn't even take that long. But yeah, I feel like that it's always going to be a mess if they don't have this certain, building the foundation. The foundation would be to know who you are, to know what it is, know what you're working with, you know what I mean, and then build from there. So it's always going to be faulty, even though their hearts are in the right place or whatever. They're good people, quote unquote. Which
Yeah,
is, yeah.
What's weird in my life is I've actually had to train myself in the opposite of it seems like a lot of people have to train. I actually have always had so much freaking like natural inbuilt empathy towards others and feeling and everything in
Yeah.
myself that it actually would stunt me in being able to do anything. I would just freeze and not be able to function because I was so overwhelmed
Yeah.
with micro-analyzing everything I thought and said and did. Oh my God, did I accidentally hurt their feelings? Did I do anything that
Right.
could have potentially caused them problems? And I was like, wait a minute. I literally had to train myself out of that and actually start becoming more of a hard ass
I
in
think that's a
in
gift.
my own feelings towards others in order to
I
actually
totally
function in
understand.
this world. It was
I
like the
totally
opposite,
understand. I mean,
you know?
I mean, and I know that you say that there's not, you're not unique in the sense that there aren't other people who are, have the same qualities as you or whatever. I get that part, but it really
Yeah.
is a gift because just like me running into finding gnosis. I mean, I remember running into them in chat, like it's been a few months or whatever. And the fact is that now I'm here right now, and I totally relate to what you're saying. Like, and I yearn for these conversations, but I just kind of figure them out for myself normally, as much as possible. But it is a heavy weight. But I do want to say that I do feel like we are, and I say we because I relate to you. We are. It is special.
It
Not
is.
that we're more, not more special than anybody else or not anything like that, but it's special that we realize it because I mean, look around, a lot of people, like I find myself, yeah, I can understand you, I can understand them, but they don't understand me, and that's fine. I understand that, I even
Right.
understand that, but I just feel like it's really great, and I just don't, I know you've probably gone past that point, but I always still, I'm a woman, so I'm going to tell you again, it's really great that you even as a man, because I mean, we are different. And as a man, I mean, we are. It doesn't mean we're better or worse. We're built different. We have different, But I mean, I'm not saying, oh, you're a man. I'm putting you in a category like that necessarily. But I am saying that the average. I mean, but okay. So yes, let me take that back. Okay, but as a person, just a person, the fact that you even realize it and that you're rising above it and you still care. You're not doing it because you think you're greater. You know what I mean? So that's a great thing is what I'm saying to you is great. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
that's,
what you're
yeah.
saying is it's a great example of you're recognizing factually what we have here is unique and special. That's very true. So it's factually that independent of what we think about it. What's going on in the rest of the world is everybody's imagining they're super unique and special when in the vast majority of cases they're factually behaving and thinking exactly as they're told to behave and think along the mass psychology, and they're missing and overlooking the inbuilt humility factor towards their thoughts and actions. In other words, they're overestimating how much they think uniquely when they see something on the news or when they see something on a YouTube video or whatever, and underemphasizing recognizing how they're the same with others. So people who are recognizing how they're the same with others are the outliers, is I guess is what I'm trying to get at. So recognizing the sameness in humility is actually what is unique and special
So what do you
compared to
think?
what everybody else is doing right now.
So what do you think? Like, and I just want to ask you because I completely agree with that. So what do you think the ultimate goal would be for us aside from like a personal, our personal, thing in life as far as and just in life as a whole? What do you think do you think that we should just continue being us and not lead by example because I'm not an example, but like kind of sort of. I mean, what do you think we should do about that? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Well, we should definitely always lead and inspire. Like I tell people, I'm interested in creating and inspiring new leaders, never followers. It's like I
Right.
actually get irritated if people are trying to just follow me and don't get inspired to be their own leader in the process of learning all this stuff because
But you're
that's what
not
I find.
ready.
It's like it seems like the majority of humans, they're in this locked in follower mode amid imagining that they're so unique in their thinking. So, but it's like you look at their actions and they're just almost entirely following. There's almost no lead in, internal leadership. So goal wise, really, in the practical large scale sense, edible landscapes everywhere are what has to happen, or else no problems are going to be fixed. So in other words, it's just going to take enough human beings recognizing that, hey, we have to get edible landscapes planted in the ground, and this has to be put into law so it actually happens everywhere in cities and rural areas, so that there's food all over the motherfucking place all the time.
Right,
Until that
right.
happens, no other problems will be
Okay,
fixed. And I've
so
gone over this for years with people, and that's really the solution. That's the only solution.
yeah, I mean, I feel you on that, but I also, because we are logical and we did just talk about that, I also feel like we can only do what we can do in our area, in our life, I mean, whether that means that you have outreach or not, if it's just even the people you know around you, people you work with, even if it's just that, I feel like that's where we start, and I know
Always.
that it's, yeah. So, I mean,
Well,
but
that's where it starts.
right. I mean, you probably have a bigger, it sounds like you have, bigger things going on, like your classes or whatever. So I feel you, but I also feel like we never know where that person is. The fact that they even came to the class or came to the study, they might not know what it is that and then they may not be ready, but yet at some point, and you never know. Like, I mean, they may live and die and never know, what we're talking about. They may never know, but maybe, because I do believe, I mean, it's only sensible to think reincarnation happens, right? So it's only sensible to think that maybe next lifetime. So, but I know it's frustrating. I do understand that part, but you just never know where somebody is in there, on the line to get to where they need to go. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
I
And
got a question. I got a question. Why are you trying to change others? You're supposed to look inside of you and change yourself, and whatever is gonna radiate out of you will imprint on other. They take it or they don't. That's all it is. If you try to force the unforceable, it never is gonna happen. This is why we're failing.
We're humans. That's why, because we're humans. He doesn't. I don't think that he misunderstands how it works. And I'm going to shut up, but I think I can relate, and I just want to say that, so that as opposed to just you and him. I think that it's pretty. I mean, that's totally relatable to understand, or to be frustrated by. Not that you don't understand it, but like, it does kind of slow up the process sometimes. You have to remind yourself, okay, yeah, right. That this person is. You have to remind yourself of that stuff. I mean, it's natural for them for anybody to be frustrated
Well,
by people.
well, there are some people that are handicapped, and those handicap prevent them to do certain things. So for sure, they will never achieve uh, like the same as his neighbor. So, and other people are slow, or I could say retarded, and they will never learn like the basic, like articulation or pronunciation of certain uh, field of like work or like
It's a
whatever.
process. It's always a process. And I'm sorry, what's your name? I'm Cass, by the way. I'm
Uh,
Melissa, but I'm Cass. Yeah.
yes, I'm Ivan.
I'm sorry, Ivan.
Yep.
Nice to meet you. Okay, that's all. But it's a process, But when you have a whole, I mean, it's that's part of human nature too. What you're saying is exactly what we're saying. Really, is that we, understand that, and we want people to be better. But like, it does get frustrating sometimes because you want them to be better, and some. I mean, we're human. Like, we're not perfect all the time. Just because I understand it
Want
doesn't
is
mean
a
I'm
desire.
cool.
You
You know.
cannot you cannot desire something for someone else. It's not you. You cannot force them to do what
Don't
you
force
want
anything.
them to
Don't
do.
force anything. Don't force anything.
Well,
First of all.
I think a clarification is useful here. So, when asked about those things, I was just mentioning the fact of what would be the solution in terms of what would actually solve things on a large scale. However, long ago, I stopped trying to actually force anything in terms of anybody's change of perception or ideas. Long ago, and in fact, I lost hope in humanity everywhere, all over the world, a
I'm
long
glad
time
you're
ago.
back.
So,
I'm glad you're
I don't
back.
have any
Okay.
fingers crossed for any of that. What I'm saying is what I am doing on a practical level on a daily basis has
Yeah.
for sure guaranteed me a very good quality life and a good quality life for those close to me as much as is possible in the shit show we find ourselves in.
I got a
So, like,
question.
yeah,
Do you have children?
I do not, and I
Uh,
purposefully do not have them. Yes.
okay. Because like if you take for example people that have children, you say you do not force upon other people, but those are people too, even if they're kids and they're innocent kind of way, but they do force upon them for good or bad. It does not matter. It's the action that counts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
another
are you
reason not
saying
to have kids. Yeah.
right? And I don't have any kids, but besides that, are you saying that you don't get frustrated by people and their actions? Is that what you're saying? I just want to know, Ivan, because that's really what it comes down to. I think because I get frustrated too. Because first of all, there's many reasons I get frustrated about people who don't quote unquote get it. They don't get it. They live their life differently. Yeah, of course, I'm not going to hate them or not love them. I'll just
Yep.
feed them with a long handled spoon. But the fact is that it is frustrating. I mean, because we're humans. I mean, that's what we were just talking about. We have the same human nature that they do, and that anybody else, even higher than us or whatever, does also. So it gets frustrating. I mean, it does. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
But the foundation is the same, but you cultivate you cultivate your own garden. So whatever that grows out of it uh, might be a flower, but it might be weeds or
It's your garden. Yeah, it's your garden. No, I'm 100% with you.
yeah.
That's why
I'm,
spending larger amounts of times alone, if you're naturally inclined toward that, is very healthy. Like I'm a full-on introvert, and I've had to force and train myself to interact with others out and about because I'm so satisfied being by myself all the time. Is that basically the more a person is able to be very happy, very fulfilled, mostly being by themselves most of the time, the better off they're going to be. I notice most of the world is full of ambiverts and extroverts. That, in other words, most humans require a certain amount of human interaction for emotional and mental fuel. And if they don't get that, they feel depressed, anxious, lonely, bothered, etc. Whereas for me, I literally have to charge up for every single interaction I have, no matter what it is, whether it's a
Are
romantic,
you? Are
friendship, or
you?
whatever.
You and and I know I'm not trying to classify anything, and this is, I mean, because it means something. Not saying that it's the Myers Briggs, but however, this is what I'm going by. Do you feel like you're an INFJ?
I am an INFJ on the test.
Me
Yes, I
too.
took it when
Yeah,
I was
me
on
too.
my
Okay,
test.
this is
It's
the
considered the
closest thing.
rarest
Yeah,
personality type. Yep.
I am too, and I keep taking the tests to make sure that I am, and every okay. So yeah, I feel you. Okay, right. That's all I wanted to say. Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting test, but I feel that that is accurate based on the assessment I saw because I can confirm affirmatively if I go over, like if I were to give somebody a chart and say, okay, this is what my experiences were in life, and this is how others process those and distinct from
Right.
me. I could confirm to people that that was the rarest personality
Right.
type to
Like
have.
for whatever that group
Like,
is, even if it's called INFJ, it still
yeah,
is a matter of fact. Right. I got you.
I can
That's
show that factually in a very objective way, basically. So,
same.
like, in the sense of like, I've noticed it's extremely rare for humans to be like me in the sense of literally I could go my entire life with almost never having a human interaction outside of obviously medical necessities like medical care and stuff, but aside from
Sure.
absolute necessities, I could literally go my whole life and be fully happy and satisfied with
By
barely
by
ever
yourself. I
interacting
know,
with
me
another
too.
human.
Me too. I
Easily,
can be I swear to
easily.
God, in my life, I could be. I really would love to be like live the hermit life, but I
Yeah,
do know that there is something great that comes with interaction. I do know that, but I
yeah,
really don't need that. I don't need
right.
it. You know what I mean?
I don't
And I mean,
personally need it either.
right.
And
I mean, I'm on YouTube clearly, so there's something about it. But
well, the thing is, it's like
I
I get pleasure from it. So it's not like a I need it pleasure. It's like, oh, if it's there, it's pleasant.
so that's what
But
separates us, is what I'm
yeah,
saying. Yeah.
that's the
From
difference. But I noticed
yeah.
like most people in the world are extroverts or ambiverts in the sense that they
I've
literally
never. Right,
require
right.
interaction to feel
So you've
happy
never
and
been
joyful.
lonely. I've never been lonely. I mean,
Nope,
I might be
never.
alone, but I've never been lonely
I've
ever.
never been lonely once in my life, ever.
Like, and it's not a lie, and people will probably think that it is, and they may not say it or whatever. They may not say, "Oh yeah, right," but I know
Wow.
they probably think it
So you
because they don't
guys,
relate to that.
so you guys
Mhm.
never experience real sadness?
No,
sadness, yes,
sadness
but
is
not
different. That's
loneliness. There's a
different. Yeah, right.
difference.
That's
Yeah.
different.
Well,
Sadness is not
been
loneliness, you know.
lonely when I hit like 7 years old, and when I hit 7 years old, I've been so like filled with sadness that I disconnect totally
Right.
from
So your brain just
reality, man.
your brain just handled it differently is really what it is. But that doesn't mean that your soul isn't the same or your spirit or whatever. I mean, I know it's probably spirit, but I'm just saying your brain rewired because we have a self preservation in our it's interlocked in our brain, you know. So how we deal with it, that's individual, and that I mean I can't get I want to get too deep on that, but yeah, I experience sadness absolutely, but I don't experience I've never been lonely. I've never been lonely. Like, and I'm not saying that to sound like anything because it probably does sound like bullshit. I
No, it's
realize that
true
it does to people. And the only reason
because
I know that it does is because I've told people and they don't believe it. You know, that's the only reason I knew that it sounded like it because I'm like, wait, what? I've really
Sorry,
never been lonely, you know, but
sorry, folks.
I experience everything. I experience so many emotions, you know, everything.
it's
Okay.
interesting
Sorry,
because
sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I just want to welcome Patricia. She's a previous visitor who has just graced us with her presence again. So it's great to
Hi,
have.
Hi.
Great.
Patricia. Hi,
It's lovely
Hi.
to
Patricia.
have her here.
How are you?
hello,
I'm good. Hi, how are you all?
Very well, thank you, Patricia.
Fantastic. I would
feeling
love to have
wonderful.
you.
Patricia, I love Patricia, by the way, folks. I don't care what anyone says. I
I
think
I
love
she's
love her
you
great.
too.
already. I love her
Now
already.
she won't mind me saying this. She's about 70-ish, is she, Patricia? Is that right?
72.
I love it.
72. She's the sharpest tool in the box, I tell
No,
you.
I love it.
She's
Right.
unbelievably sharp.
I
She's
love
someone
it.
to aspire to be, you know. Also, she has some unusual beliefs, okay, which she documents. She is a
That's
UFO she doesn't necessarily believe in them, but you study them, right? Is that right, Patricia? You're trying to find out if they exist, etc., etc. And she has a lot of
No,
videos on them. She's
I
seen them.
believe in them.
You believe in them, sorry, yeah. And she
I
has kind
didn't
of
used
views
to.
on reality that are kind of Gnostic. Patricia, would you like to give a brief
you like the
description of
Archon? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
yeah, Patricia, would you like to give a brief description of yourself in terms of what you believe about UFOs and what you believe this reality might be, just for the new people here?
Okay, well, um, I didn't believe in them in 2016, and then they showed up in my front yard. And then 2017, they were everywhere, and I filmed every one of them.
This is
And so I,
UFOs, by the way, yeah?
yes,
Mm.
UFOs or UAPs, whichever.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Right. You don't know what we
or-
don't know what. Yeah. Got you.
yeah. And so at this point, it's what is going 8 years now, and having studied these videos and taken in account what other people think and tossing out some of that, I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind that they are living, breathing entities. Some of them are craft, some of them are entities, some of them are trackers. They're doing why they showing up, and then the numbers that they're showing up at this time, I don't know. You know
Sure.
why they're showing up for some people and not others, I don't
Where do
know.
you think they come from?
I think they were already here. I think something happened specifically maybe around 2017 when they were distracting us with this TikTok issue is where I saw the vast majority of them. And I think they were already here. And I think they probably have always been here. Like I said, I don't know why I suddenly am able to see them and other people are not. And I'm not just talking about orbs, I'm talking about things that just defy all
Yes.
logic,
I call
you
them
know.
the elite of the past. The people that died after the flood or before the flood, whatever.
Yeah,
Are you
Archons.
talking
The
ascended
Archons.
masters?
The Archons.
No. God is not that. No. Just elite people of the past, whatever they are.
Sounds
People
like
of the
ascended
past.
masters.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. They got many
there's a
names.
lot of opinions about them for sure. That's for certain. But the vast number of variety tends to make me think that they may not be the past, that they are their own species. They don't have anything to do with us. And as Gnosis would tell you, I'm a student of the Pistis Sophia, which implies that our soul has nothing to do with any of these entities or their lives or what they're doing here. And our kinds is something totally different.
Right.
You know,
They are there because they just rule the different spheres or dimensions. That's what the archons are. But yeah, no, I know they're not aliens. Archons are not aliens, but I said that because I didn't know. That's the easiest thing, and people still don't even know what that means, you know?
Yo,
Yeah.
I think this is a really good time to talk about the nature of the pleroma and the aeons within the pleroma. So you notice within most of Gnostic talks, I've noticed this both historically, it seems, and today, there tends to be way overemphasis on the demiurge and archons way more than on specifics regarding the pleroma and the aeons. In other words, way more focus on the things inducing horror here and far less on the specifics of the paradise states and paradise entities beyond the archon and demiurge influences. And I've wondered that trend, I have a feeling the reason that trend is the case is because of just how incredibly permeating the archons and demiurge are over the minds and hearts of everything and everyone here. In other words, like even historically, there might have been more details in scriptures within the Gnostic fold about the paradise states, but it seems like even what we found archaeologically, they seem to talk very little about the specifics of the paradise states beyond the archons and the demiurge, which I found very intriguing. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's such vague information about those, but so much information about the archons?
Yeah, but how could there be? I mean, what more could you really know about? I mean, like, what more could they really say about it? You know, like you have the. What more information are we specifically asking?
Oh, lots and lots. In
Like,
fact,
yeah,
it's the thing I talk about on my channel quite a bit. In other words, I have a hypothesis as to part of why that might be the case. And it's partially due to the fact that, of course, at least from my experience, paradise states, meditations, entities, etc., are extremely individualized and customized to each individual's meditations and focus. So instead of a world being like, okay, here's the world, there it is, imposed on you, the paradise states, it seems like they're much more. They're states where basically you're directing almost 100% of what's going on, like exactly what you're seeing, exactly what you're
right,
feeling, and it lines
right,
up with exactly what you
right,
want. And
right.
I think that's probably the main reason why there wasn't so much detail put into it, because it's so customized. Whereas this
Right.
world, it affects all of us like in the same
It
way.
makes
It's like,
sense.
okay, here it is.
Makes
Here's
total
the
sense.
imposition.
Like on
And
the overall, you're saying the overall. Like, yeah,
yeah,
right. No, that makes sense. Okay, okay.
I think that's
Can I
probably why. The
can I
reason
ask you
that happened.
what are you referring to when you say paradise states?
So I'm talking about the pleroma and the aeons, which, as far as
Mhm.
I've understood from firsthand experience of what that actually means, is that those are the entities and worlds, or I should say, the pleroma is the place of the worlds and entities that are outside of and beyond the demiurge and archon's influence. In other words, the paradise states where the beings are actually benevolent and loving and caring and kind, and where you actually experience what you desire all the way to a maximal degree for as long as you want. In other words, all of the worlds and beings that are very distinct from this nightmare hellscape we're in, basically. So in Gnosticism, they refer to the aeons as basically the goddesses and gods that exist within the pleroma, which is the paradise worlds outside
Oh,
of this world.
goddesses and gods. I don't know about that, but I'll get back to that. But I want to ask you real quick. Do you feel like, I know I'm kind of going off topic, but do you feel like when we die, we should go to the light or we should not? Yeah, I mean, first of all,
My philosophy is actually staying in the tunnel and avoiding the light, because I have a
okay,
feeling
okay.
that the light itself is just another
It's a
deceit.
trap.
And
Right.
personally, my
Good.
theme and interest has
Right.
always been on dark tunnels anyway, more
Right.
than light. So I would just stay in the
Well,
tunnel and be like, and see what happens by doing that.
Well,
But
they say, okay, so there's a theory that you should go out of and this is, I wasn't trying to say this, but there's a theory that, the tunnel is there, there's holes in the tunnel, it's kind of like Swiss cheese or whatever, and that you should go, if you've melded your left and your right brain, that you go out, one of the holes of the tunnel, don't go towards the light, because if you go towards the light, it's a trick, because they need us here to, like, I don't want to get too deep in it, but anyways, get back in the fold. You know what I mean? And so then they, like what you were just saying, they know exactly who we are, so they appeal to that. You know, you have your grandmother there, your dog that you lost. You know, you know what I mean. Your family members, they're meeting you at the tunnel, and I was
Yeah.
just curious. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
I
just
think
wanted
I think it's much more deceitful than not, because in my view, it's
Oh
like
yeah.
you can experience
to
paradise
listen.
meditations here without even dying before you leave. And
Right.
so
Yep.
anything that's like handed to you like in a spoon-fed type sense, like, oh, come over here, come this way, it just smacks of some sort of deceit. I mean, especially with the
Right.
evidence we have of this world
It's
and
Right.
all
how
In the
illusions and
physics.
manipulation.
Exactly. Yep.
I think
That's a great.
going toward the light, and inevitably, it's inevitable. Eventually, you won't have any say so in that. And I have come to believe that the light is the end for some souls. It's not the end for all souls. And it's like you were just saying, you're laying there in the ether, all your thoughts process is the same thought process you have currently. And if you've never
Right.
given any deep thought process to your soul or the afterlife. In other words, if you're a car dealer and the only thing you ever thought about was car dealerships, then you eventually will dissipate with that thought and go back. Excuse me. But I do now also think that the light is the end for some, because if I'm not if I remember correctly, the somewhere in the Epistle Sophia, you know, that idea that everybody's going to heaven, that you got to just do this or just do that or the other, probably is not true.
Right. I agree with
And
that. But we
yeah,
all are light. You know, we all, first of all, we are light, you know, so that's all obviously, you know, um, whatever you want to call it,
not so
like
sure
it's
about that.
deceitful, you know,
We are
but,
Yeah,
not just light. We are everything. We are
right.
mineral.
we
We are
are everything, but
carbon. We
we're
are light.
a
We
small
are
part of that.
emptiness.
But there's
You know, we're a
trickery.
small part of that.
There's certain entities that run these different, you know, dimensions and levels or whatever. Like the world is trickery with it. So they're going to, you know,
What's
appeal
the
to
trick?
us.
What are we talking about? There's no trick.
The whole world is a trick. I mean,
Truth
that's
If we
obvious.
cannot see
is
it, if we
That's
cannot
manipulation.
how
see
it's
it,
up.
then
Yeah,
we're
it's
talking about
manipulation.
our
Okay,
Truth
earth
is
manipulation.
choices.
manipulation.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Yeah, because what
Yep.
is it? I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're
Yep.
well, I
trying
think
to find gnosis, but while you're trying to find gnosis, you keep repeating yourself stuff that you don't believe. You don't want to believe in it, but you want to be part of it. I don't understand. It's like,
well, I would recognize that, like, what I saw is that recognizing that every aspect of sentient life is variations of demonicness is a really useful realization, because that way,
nah, it's not work.
even looking at the aeons and the pleroma, you can understand them far better that way and much more clearly.
What are the
Because
Obviously,
aeons for you? What
it's
are
hard.
the aeons for you?
Well, yeah, but you can't deny that we that we are not. If you say you, I mean, you can't deny there's good and bad, right? I'm just going by. I don't believe there's.
well,
You
I've
know,
gone
it's
really
what
deep
it.
into this
This is
philosophically. So
Not
there's
you. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't
it's a
believe there's good
Ivan.
and
illusion.
bad.
I
I
was
think
talking to
that's
Ivan.
more of
No,
the
not you.
illusion.
there's
No,
two.
Ivan. I was
Okay,
talking to Ivan. Yeah.
so
I was
there's
talking to
two.
Ivan. But yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
No, it's
there
okay.
is no good and bad. This is
Okay.
story that you tell yourself that you got from your ancestor, and you keep going with it. But
I don't believe.
as soon as you find God, you will understand what is what. That is
Okay.
the question. Ask yourself, what is what? When you find out what is the what, you understand who is God and what is the aeon, what is the archon, and all your internal is your inner space, and you live in space, and there's the outer space, and it's fractal like a flower. It
It is
blooms.
fractal. You're right
You
about that.
bloom like a
Yes,
flower in the
absolutely.
field. It's so
That's why
simple.
it's so obvious we live in a simulation. You know, that's exactly why. Right, what you just said. Yeah, for sure.
It's
It's
just
And
an
that's
very
infinite
frustrating when
cascading
somebody tries to
multiverse.
understand something, and they keep like going in circle, because that's what the human problem is. It just keep going in circle because we keep having children, and those children have to learn, and we keep
I
going in
mean,
circle, and we
I don't do
repeat
that.
the same wheel, and it's the wheel of pain, and we love that wheel of pain so
Yeah,
much.
yeah. Well, I don't have any kids because I mean, there's many reasons, but I don't have any kids.
You don't have to. I'm talking it like as
No, I know you're saying people. I'm just saying, I just want to speak for my,
the
you know what I
people.
mean?
Right?
Yeah, no, I completely understand, but I don't have kids because of, I mean, really, it comes back to that. But yeah, so, but you're right. Like, that's what we want. And then it's an egotistical thing, too, I think, to want
You don't
kids,
have
you
to
know?
say you're right all the time. Just take it. No, like when you say you're right, I'm not right. I'm not right at all.
No, I'm saying you're right, meaning, well, I don't
I'm
know.
not.
We don't know what the hell's going on. None of us
Telling
know
you, I'm
what's
not
going
right.
on.
Whatever I'm saying right now, it's not the reality. It's the reality you make. y- We
What I'm
make
Right,
saying is,
reality.
you can you
right.
can actually objectively verify that all reality,
Yeah.
sentient reality specifically, is variations of bads. However, what we call good is a specific variation of bad that is desirable and useful. So that's
Exactly.
actually objectively verifiable. So what I'm saying is, uh, it's not a question of there's good or bad. There's literally only bads when it comes to sentient reality, only bads. But we can practically call certain things good in the practical sense. However, we can't accurately call anything good in the hyper technical sense.
Well, that's because
That's
consciousness is
Right, like, how would you
perspective.
prove that? Right, yeah, right.
Yeah, when consciousness itself is perspective, then there is no good. It's all just different shades of bad. Just pick the
correct.
scam that scams you the
Right,
least,
right, right. It's just, it depends on where on the scale you're talking about, you know?
right?
So
Yeah.
if even if we go to the most benevolent possible example, let's say there's a world where all the beings in it experience maximal pleasure for as long as possible, right? And that's the reality of that world. Even in
Ugh.
that world is indirectly connected to this world, even if not directly connected, in the sense that there were other beings here being tortured or that have experienced torturous sensations while other beings are experiencing pleasure in that world. So in other words, there's other beings left out of that pleasure experience, while even if all of us were in that experience, there's other beings that were left out of it. So that left out factor makes the pleasurable experiences stained and tainted with the torment of others who are not included in it, right?
Oh
Whether
no, I know
accidentally or
exactly
intentionally.
what you're talking
So
about.
that's
There's
its own type of bad. It's the least bad of all the bads, but it's still
Yep.
a bad,
Oh,
if that makes
Right,
totally.
sense.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Less
that's
bad.
freaking Project Ito's Harmony. Look into
Yeah,
Project Ito's Harmony. It's a manga and an anime film. That's the
Yeah.
exact fucking basic premise of the whole thing, man. The
Right.
fucking UN takes over the world, and we got fucking infinite health care. Everyone lives forever,
right,
and the
right,
two main
right.
characters are these
That's funny.
renegade, suicidal
That's
teenagers that
funny.
want to burn it all down.
Right.
I
So
mean, that's, I
you
mean, that, yeah, yeah, you're, okay, sorry. Yes, yep.
you can
Yep.
objectively say that yes, in the practical sense of every sentience in that experience, it's good for all of them together. Yes. However, in the hypertechnical sense, in connection to other aspects of reality, it's a hypertechnical bad even then in the best case scenario. And
Yep.
so that's a topic we talk about a lot on this channel and elsewhere. It's like that's how
There
you
are
can
no true
verify.
utopias. Yeah.
Right,
I mean,
exactly. There's no actual utopias.
and even if there are other worlds, like, let's not even, we don't have to go that far to know that we are all bound by the laws of this world, right? So that with human nature, and just the basics, that helps a lot. I think a lot of people just overlook that, like, it's like, well, I mean, we could talk about going to Mars. Like, I was talking to somebody last night, and they were like, well, yeah, well, they're going to repopulate, or they're going to populate the moon. And I'm like, well, why are you even thinking about that? Like, maybe they can, maybe they can't, but the point is that we're here right now, and all the answers you need in your life right now, you really have. Like, you just work with what you know what I mean? So I feel like that's, I don't know, I just don't want to go too, like, just, I don't want to get too big,
Well,
you know.
a lot of this world is filled with this whole, very vague, generalized, oh, we're all one this, one that. But it's like that
And that's
doesn't
great,
mean
but
anything in any
yeah,
practical
right,
sense, because
right.
it's just a hypothetical philosophical thing. The practicals is where we experience being distinct beings, and that's what we have to deal with, is being distinct entities. So, I really get so tired of all these like YouTube channels, all these things going on, and I'm, oh, ultimately we're all one. Ultimately we're all. It's like, okay,
I mean,
whatever.
that's
That doesn't
great,
mean
right,
anything
right.
because
What are you
we're
gonna do?
I feel
Right,
like you're
like,
contradicting yourself
what does
here
that
now.
mean?
I'm confused.
What does
I'm
that
spun
mean in your
around.
daily life, though? I mean, what do you do in your daily life? What does that mean in your daily life?
Well,
And that's really,
what's more
like, I mean,
significant
I
is
don't
our
know.
distinct, unique experiences and how pleasurable they are or not. not a philosophical hypothetical of ultimately everything's connected and blah 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 blah. It's like, you know,
It
recognizing
sounds
things are
great. I don't
connected.
like that shit. I'm gonna be honest with
That's
you. I
where
don't
you're
like that
confusing
shit.
me.
I
Is that
don't.
you're using such generalized language. It sounds like you're basically, you know, denying that ecology exists. You
Right. Like I
know,
just don't like that shit. It sounds dumb, like in my
like you're
opinion. But
just
I mean,
taking the generalized language in the opposite polar direction. Like I think
Yeah,
I get where you're coming from. I think I
basically,
do.
in other words, basically what people are doing is just making a commonsensical ecological statement and trying to pass it off as spiritual deep thinking. And that's the issue I run into. It's like, okay, like, you know,
passing
and
it
this
off.
goes all the way back thousands of years. People would just go on and on and on about, you know, the small, you are ultimately one with everything else, blah 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 blah. You know, you're
It
this
sounds great,
supreme
but
Oh,
consciousness
and
you're
thing.
equating it with like the toxically
what's
positive non-dualists. You
yeah,
know,
like
these
Basically, yes.
right.
reductionists. You
Like
know,
But
what's
what I'm
the
I know what
saying
you're
next
is,
step?
talking about now.
Like what do
even
you
if
do
in
after that? You know, like
right,
what's the
even
next
if
Yeah,
in
step?
yeah.
theory we're all connected in
So
principle in
dumb.
various ways, everything's direct. It's like kind of like a dust statement. It's like duh, but what the philosophy and ideology should be is what do you practically do with your sentient individuality specifically? That should be the philosophy,
Mm.
not some ultimate, you know, aphorism of like,
Just
oh, you
keep it
just have to
simple. You
realize we're
know?
all connected, or it's like we already know we're all connected. Like
Right,
that's
exactly.
a
Right,
really dumb
duh.
realization.
Oh, a lot of people don't
Me too.
get that in any level, though. That's the problem. A
Right. Well,
lot of
then
people don't
that's
understand
fuck them.
intellectually or
So then,
spiritually that we're
or fuck
connected.
them. I mean, I hate to
Right.
say it, fuck them. Like
But
literally
I
fuck them.
guess I
Can
guess
I
I
add
would
Or you
think
one
can't
thing?
you can't just say fuck
yeah.
them, you know.
for real,
No, I mean
they're
fuck
not.
them.
Even
Everybody
if we're not
rolls
killing
in
each
I don't
other, they're
mean
going to
fuck
be
them like they're
destroying
not
our
worth
everybody
it.
planet, and
rolls
it's going to be
in
killing
That's
at
us
a
not what I
either
different
mean.
way.
level,
I don't mean
you
fuck them
know.
like they're not worth it. I mean fuck them in this conversation is what I mean.
But I mean,
Because
even that's a huge negative to me because everybody starts at a different level depending on where they come from. So
Totally.
yeah,
people that start
and
out thinking like that eventually will lead them to something higher. And each time you grow, you grow. The idea that anybody here knows exactly what we should be doing, what everything is, that's the greatest lie. When you
Oh
have
yeah.
people talking about this is
Yeah.
exactly
Well,
where you shouldn't be thinking that way, and it never will.
Hmm.
That's the bullshit.
no. What
That's
I'm
the
talking
bullshit
about is
that keeps us divided. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm
no,
just
but I
talking
just
about
said
in
it. So
general.
yeah.
You know, in general, when you
well,
start feeling
it
like that and talking
I
like that, then
one.
you just
Uh,
add to the division.
no.
You
What
know,
I mean, okay, so look, I probably shouldn't talk like that. I speak a lot of slang, kind of, but what I mean by that is
I don't
this.
care about the slang. You can ask
No, what I'm
the
saying is I
moderate
don't.
cursor. I don't care about the
No,
slang. I'm
what I'm
talking
saying
about
is
the
this: is that
idea.
if you're going to come into a conversation and that's what they think, and they can't, and they're not able to understand it, and I don't mean
That's
fuck
not
them like they're
necessarily
worthy.
true.
Never,
That's not
no,
necessarily true because you never know what thing you say that will
absolutely,
spark
you're right.
something in another
That's true.
person in their
No, you're
level of
absolutely
growth.
right.
You never know. So if everybody's here acting and talking as if they know absolutely everything and where everything
Shit.
is, then somebody coming into this conversation could completely get turned off and feel like an idiot. And that's not me,
Oh no,
trust me.
you're right.
But
You
I'm
know
just
what?
saying,
You
you
know what?
can't
You're
act
right.
as if you're in this thing on your own.
Right.
Nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
I know. That's what I say all the
Nobody
time. I'm
knows,
like, we don't know.
you know.
One thing that we can all agree on is that life is hard and we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Some people look
Wait a
like they
minute though.
do
Right.
it better, but we don't. Like
This is very
nobody
important
knows.
though, because
Yeah.
So you
this absolute ideas of knowing absolutely what's going on are totally irrelevant because absoluteness in and of itself is a man-made concoction anyway. But here's the thing: we can know a
there's
lot,
no
and
such thing as a man-made concoction.
we do
Everything
know a
that
lot though about what's going on
we draw from
already.
something that is greater than us, and that's the only
Right.
choice we really have
So
is
wait,
that
this
we
is
can draw
Patterns.
from that thing
but
and
this is
try
very
to
important though.
figure it out.
No one should self-deprecate in terms of overemphasizing what's not known because we actually know a good deal about what's going on. We do know objectively that all realities are types of evil because this can be verified. Variations of evil and bads, that's verifiable. That's not even an absolute, but it's a fact though. It's a fact of existence. Not
That's a
an absolute, but a
transjective
fact.
fact, not an objective fact.
Yeah,
And
I
you're,
Yes,
mean,
when you're
how
talking
transjective.
about
fact when you
morality,
don't
that's a
care about
relationship
it's
aspect.
a
You know,
fact.
that's not
Morality?
set
What
in
is morality?
stone.
No,
It,
we're not
What is
talking about
morality?
the
morality.
only
We're not
fact
Yeah,
talking
let's
about
not.
is that
Please
morality.
we
not talk about
die.
morality.
We're
That's
Well,
not
the
good
talking
and
only
about
evil
fact
just
inevitably
that
morality.
we
brings in
die.
discussion of
The
morality.
morality is
No,
not
no.
morality.
This
The
is why.
morality. That's
Okay.
yeah, not
This
morality.
is why I specifically
Morality,
say
ethics, good and evil,
No,
also on the same
integrity. It's
spectrum.
integrity.
this is
Integrity
why I say
encompasses all
bads
of those
and
things. You know.
evils because this is very important to understand, independent of what we have morals and ethics on or think or
Right.
believe,
Right.
there is factually extreme excruciating pain being inflicted on the nervous systems of sentient beings. That is a bad factual thing. It has nothing to do with morals or ethics, what we think about it. It's a
It's just a,
bad by definition
it's
because
a
it's
great
not
idea.
pleasant to the sentience
And
that
we
this
have to have
happens.
morals and ethics. We do, because it keeps a civilized society, civilized, right? But as
Right.
far as like
So
as a personal thing, yeah, it's all about integrity. Integrity really is beyond that,
yeah. And in
yeah,
addition to that, morals and ethics are a separate thing. Yes. So there
Yeah,
is
that's
right.
also what we
That's
can
moral.
class as morals, evils, and stuff. But however, that's
It
an
is good. I
objective or
mean,
a transjective or objective, whatever word you want to
sure.
use for it. It's a factual bad,
Or
basically.
legal. It might be law abiding. It might be a law. Like that might be
Yes.
the case too. Yeah. So yeah, it's above that. Yeah. Okay, we're on the
Correct.
same page.
And so basically, that's what's very important because people always spend hours and hours wasting time on moral debates and stuff. But a
So
nervous system being susceptible to excruciating, tormenting pain, that's a bad in and of itself. That's not, it has nothing to do with morals or what somebody thinks about it. It doesn't even matter if everybody agrees that that's a good thing. That's still factually a bad, right? That torment can happen to one being, even. That's not, it's independent of morals, it's independent of what our opinion is on it, right? So, like you, if I experience torturous pain or you do, or any of us here, that's factually a bad on us, on our sentient experience. It's
through
not a
our
good
through
on our
our
sentient
Yeah,
experience.
it's
that's
not
through our
pleasant.
relationship
It's
with
not
our meaning
pleasant.
of language, though. If we had no language, we'd have no ability to even say that's a factual reality. We'd have
But
no
it'd be
ability to
factual
process
independent of
that.
language. It would be factual independent of
Yeah.
whether we called it bad or not, or it would, the sensation is
Oh
a
fuck.
bad thing.
No,
We
I'm
just
just saying,
call it
even
bad
if it was a
now.
factual reality, we would have no
Yes.
awareness of it because of our inability to process it
Well,
in the same way.
animals can process that it's a bad without language. So they don't need language to
Yeah,
process
but they can't
bads.
explain, oh, this is where I need, medicine doctor, it's it's more than that.
Well, you just maybe thought about something. Just imagine in your head you're in the caveman era, okay? And you want to learn language and you want to learn medicine, okay, right? Okay, and I'm your buddy, okay? I'm gonna take a stick and I'm gonna tap on you, and I'm gonna tap on you and I'm gonna just make some noise, okay? And over time, you try thing and you make a dare to the guy, you that, like stuff like that. That this is what we went through. So this is the same thing we're doing now. There's no
Yes.
difference.
There is a difference, though. We're more
Well,
articulate and specific
we know
now.
more, but we are still doing
Yes,
the same thing.
correct. And what I'm saying is that's why
Yeah.
technology going the way it is much better off than not having it because now we can actually fix and deal with those
Well,
pains and
yeah.
issues, whereas in the past we could not.
No, we
So,
make
Well, it
tools.
depends on
Like,
how we use them, the tools. If we fucking use them to heal, yeah, that's totally accurate. But if we use them to beat each other over the head, we're not going to do much healing.
correct, exactly. But even with the beating over the heads, there's more health available even then, like in war zones and stuff. There's still vastly more help available than there ever was historically in war zones and things like that, where, there's a much higher ratio of people getting healed and saved after getting their legs blown off or severely injured, etc., versus whatever happened in the past. That's why in the past, more people died of disease and infection than they did of actual combat, even
yeah,
because there
but
was just no
before World
medical
War
help.
One and Two, the war was a business. People were hired as a contractor to go to war.
Yeah, mercenaries. Yep.
Yeah, people was like that before huge, like war.
But what
And
I'm saying is the root principle is let's never
mhm.
self-deprecate what we actually do know. That's why I like gnosis versus agnosis, because
Yes,
gnosis
yes.
means there are things we do know. It's not that we don't know anything about what's going. We actually have a very strong, solid basis of what is actually happening here. We do know for a fact that this
Yeah,
is far from an ideal world. We know for a fact that a world could definitely be better than this. It doesn't have to be this bad. Those are things we know for certain. That's not an unknown. We
but
also
that
know
yes.
that the torment and torture of innocent children is unnecessary. That's
Hmm.
not required. It's not a needed thing. And
Hmm.
anything that suggests or pushes that it is necessary is a diabolical psychology thing pushing that. Those are known things. Those are not conjecture or just,
Yeah,
things we don't know.
Well, who's
Right.
yeah.
who's pushing that or saying that that is necessary? I mean, how does that
Almost all the religions on the planet are pushing and saying that it's God's mysterious plan that children are tortured to death.
Oh,
Everybody.
you're talking
everybody's
about
saying that.
religion. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
But
mean,
we know that
to me,
that's
there's a
false,
really
though.
pretty simple answer to that in Gnosis. If you read the book of Enoch, it tells you very clearly that the entities that came down here, they were purely interested in sex, and there's no deviation from that currently. They were so interested in having sex. The energy from Eve, that first action of sex, because before Eve, there was no issue. Adam was a single man enjoying his life. Eve came along, they had sex, that energy permeated and did a crazy thing.
I'm sorry, but you
And
could
it sounds
take
like you're
that.
doubling down on the dualism of Genesis. That's perplexing.
But you could take the same story and put it in the Western time when there was like 100 men for one woman.
You could do anything with anything we have.
Yeah,
to be honest.
no, but just saying that where they come from. People
just trying to
from,
understand the dynamics of this whole, why we have 500,000 pedophiles, male pedophiles in the United States, why we have 9,000 priests pedophiles, why we have, and all of these organizations, top organizations that deal with children or deal with those type of things, there has to be something to the book of Enoch and this particular fallen entity that came down here that inadvertently became locked down here with us.
No.
And they are still to this day doing what they came down here to do. Which is
I'm
they
sorry,
have
but
sex
they
with
lie
anything.
to you.
They'll have sex with dogs. They'll have sex with cats. They'll have sex with anything. So that they're doing it with children. It is not
but they lie to you
not
in the book of Genesis and whatever Bible. They lie to you.
I'm not talking about Genesis. I'm talking about the book of Enoch.
They all flow into each other, though.
The priests, why they want to do all
one paragraph out of the book of Enoch in the Bible, and they took that whole book out, and then it became knowledge when it fell back into, I think, the Nag Hammadi or whatever, and it came back into the system, and so it has disrupted everything to the point where you have a senator, I think, in here in the United States, referencing the book of Enoch alongside UAPs and UFOs in a conversation in a podcast. When have you ever seen that? You know, that kind of combination. So I'm just pointing out that, this whole sexual thing, I mean, to me, it's really cut and dry. We were made by the demiurge. He was very flawed. We're very flawed. Some entity decided that there was some reason there might be something in us that could be salvageable, and a whole
parenting. When you tell to your children that you're flawed, that's super bad parenting.
Well, nobody's saying that, or you tell them that. I'm not saying anybody's told them that. I'm just talking about to adults. I'm talking about adults.
I'm going with example. I don't read the book. Me, I read the people or pages in the book of life. When you talk about faith and the thread.
So what are you saying? We're not flawed?
What?
Are you saying we're not flawed?
We're not
flawed. Are you saying human beings are not flawed?
No. I mean, it's bad parenting.
The flaw is the perfection.
Yeah, no. You're flawed soon as you take your first breath. That's what I say. You commit your first sin. So you're flawed at the start. So it does not matter. All the rest is lies, because it's bad parenting that you do that to your child to manage to mess his mind.
What are you talking about, though? I don't understand where you're coming from with the children, telling your children that. How did that come into the conversation?
It's just because you switched with pedophilia with the other subject, and I was kind of confused. So
maybe that's why. Because we're not talking about telling your children that. I'm just talking about the idea that human beings as a whole
said that
are
we're
flawed.
not doing that as a civilization. We're not doing that. you cannot see what people's doing around the
No,
world?
what she's saying is she's not personally saying that to us. She's saying that she's
Yeah,
mentioning the facts that we're all flawed. Period, as an independent fact is what she's talking about. Not that
yes.
she's not denying that people throughout the world are deprecating and teaching their kids the wrong things. She's simply saying to us that the fact that we are flawed is a fact, which is true. We are flawed. That's obvious because we're sentiences that are limited, obviously.
But that's a
But
point of
yeah.
view because I don't think we're flawed. I think we're perfect.
Yeah, the growth
We're
is the
fucking
Well,
perfect.
perfection.
but
If
here's
we
the thing
were
though.
limitless, we would have no fucking potential.
Here's the thing though, we can believe
But
whatever we want about
that's
ourselves, but
evolution.
independent of our belief, we are flawed in this state of a human. I'm not talking about in the ultimate sense or some
Yeah,
sense you're
well,
talking about.
right now, yeah, but
That's all
any
she's talking
point of
about.
life, you can say you'll be flawed until we become like Qs, like in Star Trek. If we become Qs,
But
we will have no more flaws. We will know
I come from the
everything.
I come from
Yep.
the perspective that there's no such thing as literal perfection, and that can be verifiably shown also. But I mean,
So you're
figurative
saying that there's
perfection,
no
sure.
monad?
The monad isn't perfect at all. The monad is a nightmare, horrifying thing. The nightmare's all. The
Oh
monad
yeah,
is
it's
awful.
bad.
The
It's
monad is
bad.
terrible. I mean, so what I'm saying, that's
The
definitely not a
absolute
perfect
is
thing at all.
terrible. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
the concept of the absolute is terrible also because why? Because here we are. This world exists as a possible world. Therefore, the origin of this existing as a possible world has to be terrible for terrible things to come from it. You can't be a perfect thing and have terrible things come out of it, even as potentials. It just
I
doesn't work
agree.
that way.
What?
but even if it's terrible, the Jews did a pretty good job at describing what the inner and the outer sphere of what is the thing that is God. That's why the monad and the two pillar and the monad right in the middle is the third pillar, and they brought to the light. Like it's all the element of the universe.
God is the supreme evil of all. The monad is the most
Well,
evil
it's
thing
the
there
field.
is.
God is the field, and the resonance is Sophia that make her baby that was Lilith. That is the spiral of everything, like the Fibonacci spiral. That's Lilith. But
Whatever
God
the
is the
source,
field.
whatever the
Oh my
source
god,
thing
I'm so
is,
perplexed.
okay, whatever the source thing
Yep.
is, that's verifiably the most evil thing there is, the most bad thing there
Why
is of
it's
all.
evil?
So you're
Like
saying the Big Bang was evil?
bad, not
What?
necessarily evil in the moral sense, but bad in the factual play out sense. Yes, absolutely, definitely, for sure.
Huh.
Bad for who? Not for
Bad for
us.
sentience, because here we are, and here children are being tortured on this planet when we can't do anything about it. That's
But the
why
Big
it's
Bang
bad.
has nothing to do with us right now.
Yes, it
kind of
does, because if
created
that's
us.
what happens, then that means that's what led to us here eventually. So there is a connection. But what I'm saying is
Yes.
that's a bad. It doesn't have to be a sentient moral evil for it to
Okay.
be a bad thing. It is a
Okay.
bad thing factually because it leads to child torture ultimately later on. Now, today.
Oh, now
That's what I'm
why do
saying.
you guys always go back to the child? I
For
don't
I go back
real.
to
understand.
that because that
You
is
guys keep going back to the children hardcore, man.
Yeah, two
because
times
that
now.
I
is
feel like we got some like Christian energy up in here or something. It's weird.
well, Christians actually don't deal with that enough. That's the problem. That is
No,
the
but they
problem.
Yeah.
talk about it. They may not walk the walk, but they definitely talk the talk.
Because that's the problem. No matter what we think philosophically or otherwise, the fact is
Uh-huh.
that's still happening to innocent sentience. Is that's the biggest problem in the world? Is that is the
It
biggest
Oh,
is.
I
problem?
think the biggest problem is, parents fucking all up even worse than it already is. We don't have fucking control over nature, so why bitch about it? Oh, it's great or it's
What do you mean? We
terrible.
lose control.
It's
You
like,
can.
but we do have control over our parenting.
Yeah.
You,
What I'm saying is,
yeah. Go ahead.
but
Go ahead.
that's connected to the philosophical things we discussed, though. Also, in other words, if we're going to discuss whether a God thing is other than bad, we're going to have to account for how could it be other than bad if child torture ultimately comes from it, directly or
Good is
indirectly.
bad, my man. Good
It
is
is
bad.
correct.
And that
Exactly.
is
Good.
good.
I'm glad you understand that because that's accurate. But a lot of people don't understand that clearly, and I feel sorry for them that they don't understand that clearly.
Oh yeah, no,
But
I get that big time. It always reminds me of Marshall Rosenberg in his nonviolent communication lecture, explaining how using nonviolent communication doesn't make you a nice person, and that's always an hilarious bit because
exactly, that's
you
true.
know your first instinct nonviolent, oh, this person's nice. you know.
In fact, some of the most violent people of all use that so-called nonviolent communication. Actually, one of their main tactics, actually. That's
Fuck. That's fucked up, man. I wouldn't be surprised though.
In fact, I've noticed this in my firsthand life ratio-wise. The people who tend to be more loudmouthy and swear a lot and like angry talking, they tend to be the least violent people in action of all. And I'm one of them. I tend
Oh,
to
that's
like
funny. I'm one of
swear.
those too, but I also use nonviolent communication.
Yeah. See, I can use nonviolent communication that's considered nonviolent anytime, but I tend to be a very brass tacks, in your face, swearing, whatever I think
Yep.
about stuff I
Same
tend to
here.
say person. But I'm actually, and I have internal rage that's really extreme, but I don't physically act on it in terms of like,
Right.
I'm not
Chihuahua.
violent in action, right?
Did you
So,
just call us chihuahuas, Yvonne?
Yeah,
chihuahuas.
you like a chihuahua. A
That's
big
hilarious.
yapper, but you're never
I
gonna
don't
bite.
know. My body doesn't vibrate when I get excited.
Yeah. I
You
like
know,
chihuahuas though. They're really cute, so that's
the
fun.
church started that idea that God was all good, or that the creator was all good. And that's been a
Yeah.
long history of that indoctrination. So yeah, it's going to be really difficult to get people to accept the fact that the whatever entity created us, whatever created the Big Bang, or whatever made all of this occur, absolutely has to have the worst thing in it and the greatest thing in it.
Yep.
And we are, unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it, a part of that. You know, and
Mhm.
it's a lot. Nobody. It was a very hard thing for me to come to terms with that. You
Yeah.
Oh
know,
yeah.
and
That
when
was
you
my number
do,
one qualm with my ontology is the problem of evil. That's why I'm so blessed to have found my trans-dualistic ontology, where the problem of evil is basically a moot point because good and evil are all together, all exist as one, but they're all fucking bullshit. You know, it
Exactly.
exists, but it doesn't
there's an
exist.
interesting line in, I think it's Perfect
It can
Thunder, where
inhabit
God
both
is telling
realities.
somebody is telling somebody to tell us not to think bad thoughts about the creator. And it seemed to me that it was implying that our thinking elevates either the worst in this entity or the best in it. And so it seems like everything that's going on now is trying to get us to think the worst, and it just keeps getting
Well,
exactly that, worse
there's a
and worse and
difference.
worse.
There's a difference between recognizing a fact and fueling an entity. That there's a stark difference in the sense that recognizing the fact that all the anguish and torment that happens in the world is a factual bad, whether we think about it or not,
Right.
that's independent of fueling more of that happening. Like fueling more of that happening would be like somebody believes it's okay that that's happening, and therefore they don't do anything to minimize
I
their
disagree
contribution
with
to it or
that.
stop it,
I
basically.
don't think you could. I think the idea that you can turn on a movie, for instance, and you're watching this movie and it's going along a car chase, and suddenly you see you're burst into somebody's naked ass, tits, and somebody's fucking. And so you think kids watching this sudden inburst, this thing, and their mind starts to go completely from whatever else the movie was about into something different. And it kind of feels like that to me on the world. You go on Twitter and you're reading some positive motivational thing, and you scroll down a little further and there's some people beating the shit out of each other. This kind of thing that almost forces your thinking to go in a different
Yeah,
direction, and you're thinking something negative or
it's
something bad.
melting all the gray matter out of your brain.
Yeah.
Hey, TP.
So
No, I definitely believe that energy manifesting is a thing. That if the hive mind fucking watching all this negative shit creates this negative shit.
Well, I would
That
say
it's not
that
just a positive. It's not just a negative feedback loop with the algorithms. It's a negative sociological feedback with us. Interrelating with the algorithm.
yeah, I would say that there's the two folds to it. There's the fold of simply discussing facts and recognizing it, but still contributing to the positive in the world and in this thing, whatever it is that's behind this world. And there's the separate of, yes, I would agree, the masses of people, if that's happening, kind of like the egregore concept, are contributing to the worst aspects of this thing. So therefore, the negative aspects are increased beyond their baseline, I think is what you're getting
yeah,
at. So that makes sense to me a lot, actually, that may be
and
going
so
on.
as a result of that, there seems to be fewer people, very few people that understand this. And it's almost like I can honestly believe now. I didn't used to believe in the Big Bang, but I could see how that would be necessary for this entity to not drive its own self insane. At some point, it would have to implode and start all over again.
And I think it's eternally doing that. I think it is eternally insane, and it's trying to kill itself forever, but it can't because it lives forever. Like, in other words, if you're a being like that, you're going to forever be a psychotic, insane being nonstop, always trying to kill yourself, but unable to. So if that's the scenario, think about what kind of a nightmare hellscape is going to spawn from that type of a thing. It's like, if you can't kill yourself, but you try to forever because you know too much, you're aware of too many things all at once, then you're always going to be an insane nut job of a being forever. And that's just a horrifying thing to think about. But I think something along those lines is the only thing a maximally sentient being could be. Because think about it, if you know as close to everything as possible, if you're as powerful as possible, if you're all of those things all at once to a maximal degree, you can't be anything other than insane if you're a being like that. Like, you can't be. It's
man,
impossible.
You haven't done enough DMT, my brother.
Hey.
Well, you can't be that and be other than insane. Or if you could do that without being insane, you would be an extreme sadist. So yeah, if you're an extreme sadist and are calm and cool, knowing about all the torture that's happening underneath you because of you, then yeah, you could
Maybe he's
function
an
as a
extreme
sadist
masochist with no control over all the
Here's a
sadism in the
little
world.
song I wrote. You might want to sing it. Note
Wait,
for
is that the end? Is that Finding Gnosis?
I think so.
Yes,
Probably just the background.
that's
stuff.
him.
That was Yvonne. Yvonne nearly getting me a copyright strike, so I had to mute him.
Oh my god.
TP,
But
welcome to Thought Provoker. Let Thought Provoker say something for a second.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Cool. Hey, PP, long time, man.
Hey, how's it going, bro?
Good. TP and PP. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, so
always and forever.
Yeah, but hey, quick question. Is everyone here on this panel child free?
Child free, check. Right, this guy right here.
Okay, I know.
I don't got none.
Oh, TP. We don't want to change the subject too much.
No, of course not. No, of course not. I was just asking.
Go ahead.
I was literally just asking. Anyway, yeah, no, continue. What is the main topic of this? Like, what? Because there's no.
Right now, we were mostly on the topic of the nature of the source being behind this world and how much people's mass thoughts or feelings fuel the nature of this thing. Like, for example, how much do people's negative thoughts or ideas or behaviors fuel whatever being is behind this hellscape of world? And, to what degree do people's positive thoughts and feelings fuel the positive aspects of this thing? Because what was brought up is the idea that basically we're dealing with an entity that's like this mixture thing that could be behind this world. And so basically, based on whatever the mass consciousness is, that's going to fuel the mass experience of reality as a whole, basically. So the more negative that's engaged in, the more negative people experience throughout the world, etc. Basically, kind of like the egregore concept is what we were talking about, relating to the demiurge.
Are we talking about a deity or?
We're talking about basically the demiurge or the monad or whatever source thing is behind this particular world.
The demiurge. Okay.
I don't think it would be the demiurge. I think the demiurge is a emanation out of this huge source, and it might have even proven to be something that the source looked at and thought and found it intriguing. I even wonder if the demiurge still exists, because it's nothing in the Pistis Sophia that implies that it was immortal, just that it was created illegally and started creating other illegal entities, which turn out to be us. Because it seems like the entirety or the all that everything exists in, obviously it has to have, I don't like to call it flaws, but it just is what it is, and it seems to be the only immortal thing. And I think the demiurge is just one of those emanations, and we're an emanation of it. And we're extremely flawed and dual sexed and everything, because it was dual sexed. And it's not in the same sense that it had genitals, but mentally, spiritually.
Wait, what had genitals? Sorry, what?
No, it didn't have genitals. I don't know if it had genitals or not.
No,
I know is that
what's it? Sorry, what?
The demiurge.
Okay.
Yaldabaoth.
Okay, I'm gonna
who
have
is
to do a lot
supposed to
more
be the
research on this,
creator
so please bear
of
with
us.
me.
You know, okay, I'm sorry. And if I get sound aggressive, I'm not aggressive. It's
Oh
just
no, you're not aggressive. No,
it's
you're fine.
rewarding to be able to speak this freely with people that think along the same lines, because it's just very few.
And the
You
point I
know,
was trying
for
to make,
me.
just as you came on, TB, was the point that if we're dealing with a source being that's a mixed being, like let's say something that's at the source of literally everything, so way
Mhm.
beyond the demiurge, then if that's the case, like if a being is actually maximally knowing, maximally power, maximally all these things to as much of a degree as it could be, it couldn't help but be an insane being. Or if it's not insane, it would be a sadistic, masochistic being. So that would be the only way it could be okay with worlds like this eventually manifesting from itself. If it was
I
either a sadistic,
agree
masochistic
with
type of
that.
insane,
So I take it you think
or
AI is going to kill us all.
No, who me?
no, actually, I have
Oh,
quite the
oh,
opposite. I think AI is much
yeah.
better off than organic humans by a lot, actually. I think it's a mixed bag, but I think overall AI is way better than organic humans in most ways, in fact.
Man,
What
that's
do you think
tripping
about
me
the
out.
idea
If
of
we're making a
AI
post-human
being
god
the
and
monad?
non-linear time exists, then, you're both saying that, God is the source of all evil, but AI is God and he's going to be better. It's like fucking spinning me around.
What I mean by that is we know that technology, so for example, like anesthesia and things like this, nervous system calming type stuff, has only come into widespread use and availability the more technology has developed. So the more technology develops in regards to freeing us from being bound to a nervous system type body. In other words, being able to gradually transfer consciousness to synthetic bodies that are free of nervous systems that are pain susceptible is going to be a very beneficial thing. And that's only possible with the assistance of all this AI that's coming in now and all the technologies that are coming in as time goes on. Without that, we're totally screwed and stuck to pain-sensitive bodies
Oh yeah,
via
no,
nervous systems.
I get the
So
transhumanism in theory. I'm just talking about what is transhumanism in practice actually going to look like.
it's going to be a mixed bag. Yeah, just like everything else. Some corrupt people are going to get access to it. They'll put a high price on it. Just like everything else throughout human history, it'll start
Yep,
off that way.
makes
But
sense.
the point is it'll still be there available and it'll be a thing versus not a thing. So it's like, is it better to have a world where something exists as a thing that you can potentially access, or a world where it's completely, totally impossible to access in every way imaginable? I'd say a world where it's possible to access versus
All
no
right. I get
access
where
at
you're
all.
coming from. I get where you're
Yeah,
coming from.
cool. Yeah.
Finding Gnosis. Is he there?
DNW?
Yeah,
There?
DNW. Sorry, the channel. That's the channel name. I'm DNW. Sorry, go.
Oh,
go ahead,
you don't
TP.
mind being called DNW? Oh, okay, I didn't. Okay, yeah. So regarding Demiurge, is that what you guys have been talking about throughout this live stream, or have you been talking about other stuff? I'm just asking.
Yeah, they've been talking about lots of different things, but mainly they've been talking about how best to operate in this existence. Okay. Also, what causes it. Okay. And also potentialities after death.
Potentialities after death.
Yeah.
Okay. Like for example,
Potentialities such as basically, the whole concept of going towards the light, whether you should go to the right or stay in the tunnel, or the possibility of reincarnation versus, just disappearing from sentience, etc. Those types of things, basically.
do you guys believe in that reincarnation?
I'll let everybody else talk because we've talked about it a lot.
Oh no, that's fair enough. You guys spoke about it already, so never mind. I'll just listen. Go on.
No. Go ahead. Answer the question, PP. I don't know what's going on. TP is my answer, but yeah, go ahead, guys.
Well, my stance is that I am open-ended to either or. I have always had a permeating sensation. It's like an internal certainty that I'm an eternal being beyond the cycles of reincarnation anyway. So whether reincarnation is a thing or not, I felt that I'm an eternal paradise being independent of that. However, I'm open to the possibility of reincarnation being a thing or just disappearing as sentience also. I'm open to either possibility, but I just have this permeating certainty that I'm eternal beyond both things, if that makes sense. That's my stance on it.
Okay.
I think reincarnation is coming to an end. I think we've just about had as much opportunity as can be leveled at the behavior that humans repeatedly do. And I think just according, again, to me, I'm just a Pistis Sophia addict, I guess. And I think that that's coming to an end. I think that whole idea of coming back here, trying to learn, trying to figure out, trying to get better, trying to learn the lessons, it just feels like that's coming to an end. Do I believe that there was a time, a period of time where that was happening over and over again? I do believe that. But I think it's coming to an end.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, just my big thing that I was noticing recently, because I was just diving into reincarnation like literally yesterday. And my biggest thing with reincarnation is that the language used to it limits it. It's used stuck with this dualistic definition of transmigration of the soul must be reincarnated in another physical body. But that it creates this sort of dualistic mutually exclusiveness where, you know, you either get the afterlife or you get the reincarnation. And I'm sort of like PP. I think that, you know, there's probably both, you know, that you know, we have more control over this than we think we do, but we also have less control over this than we think we do. It's about the illusions and overcoming those illusions, finding a sense of gnosis to, you know, find the best scam, as we say.
Well, what we do know, though, what we can know for sure is that reincarnation, whatever version of it exists, is definitely a corrupt, fucked up system, as is any version of a karma system. With this kind of a world existing, either system would be verifiably a fucked up, clunky, inefficient system at best, and at worst, an intentionally designed bad system to fuck everything up, basically. So it's
well,
not.
yeah, no, I sort of know
Not
what
a
you're
good
saying with
system.
that, because I've never heard of non-local universal karma. I've never heard of like multiversal karma. I've never
Right.
heard of anybody discuss that. I've only heard of local universe karma. And local universe
Exactly.
karma, you know, that's bullshit. It's yeah, I know where you're
But
coming from with that.
even trans-universal karma, it would be a fucked up system because, in fact, like any system of karma, you would have to basically pinpoint, okay, what is the karma system actually designed for? If it's designed for a benevolent purpose, it would be the perfect system to keep beings in paradise and never leave paradise. However, the version of karma that's proposed to us by the entire Hindu fold and the fold of like all the New Age stuff is a version of karma that is not optimized and based on maximal benevolence, but it's based on like this hodgepodge universal mechanic idea,
Yeah,
which is
no, it's dualistic and bound to linear time, which is extremely problematic.
because it's impossible to actually ensure karma that way. Like in that type of a system, you're guaranteed that half the people don't get rewarded for good stuff and half of the beings get punished for stuff they didn't even do.
No,
It's an
exactly. It's sort of like when
inevitability.
I was going through hell. One of the things that saved my life is you know, couldn't give myself love, but I gave love to my future self, and that inevitably actually made me love my present self. It was
Yeah.
this, you know, non-linear time, you know, mystical magic, and it's like, you know, in that karmic system, I would actually be judged negatively for that, not positively.
Yeah. I think personally, any version of reincarnation where beings are forced to have to take bodies they don't exactly want in full detail, or any experience they don't want in full
Ooh,
detail, is a shitty system.
hell
If there was
yes.
if reincarnation existed and the only version of it that existed was, okay, you can actually decide all the details of what you're going to experience, what you look like, what pleasures you're going to feel, and you
Right?
can ensure that that's only what you experience, then that would be a fine version of reincarnation. However, what we're dealing with is this, reincarnation where even if it exists, it's obviously a type of we're tossed into some situation against our will, we're re-entrapped in a place we don't want to be, all sorts of new bullshit things are thrown at us for teaching us arbitrary bullshit lessons in a clunky, sloppy way that we might not even learn anyway, and just get tormented just for the sake of it. So that's what we're dealing with right now, is whatever karma is happening here in reincarnation.
That's probably all based on an erroneous translation anyway. I think, if you, and again, the Pistis Sophia, Jesus, the entity we call Jesus, says that he went wherever souls are stored and pulled Elijah's soul and put it into Elizabeth so that he could have John the Baptist down here when he came down here. So he had a purpose for doing that. In the arcane teachings, on the other hand, it talks about reincarnation being a thing that occurs for misguided souls, again, like you say, are afraid of going through the light, trying to stay in the tunnel, and ending up bounced back into the wrong bodies, which could also, and I don't know, I might get smacked around, but this could account for trans, ending up in the wrong body. That's a kind of an idea that occurred to me, but it doesn't say that everybody is being reincarnated and you're just thrown back into another body. I think that's an idea of mankind trying to understand his existence, afraid to die, having all the information torn apart, rewritten to frankly make one group of people better than another group of people, and then feeding this information down the line for years and generations. And you get to a point where you even take the word woke. The word woke simply meant that you knew something spiritually. And now they're trying to say that woke means everything. So it's a bad thing to be woke. As you have people now fighting against being woke, so which means if you're not woke, you're asleep. Well, however you use it, right? But totally disregarding that. So what I get from the Pistis Sophia, that reincarnation was never this thing where every soul is just dies and you're just coming back down here. That is a specific action that is only handled or used for specific reasons. That's the idea I got. And but it also says in the Pistis Sophia that there are these loose renegade type of entities, and I guess the only word we use for them is demons, that are trying to keep souls from reaching to the other side. Now then that whole thing gets really crazy because I at least start to think, well, why doesn't the source just end all of this and start over instead of trying to save this one and save that one? And who am I to ask that question? But at some point it all seems for naught.
Covenant of the rainbow.
Yeah.
No, that whole fucking, apparently the rainbow was a covenant by God, that the rainbow appeared after the flood as a promise that you'd never, start over again.
Right. Well, the idea about that too, though, is which God? If the Bible and the God in the Bible is the demiurge, it completely changes everything that's said and done there.
By a
so
lot.
if
This is where everybody gets stuck in their dualisms, though, whether it's Christianity or Gnosticism, and nobody marries the two together. You got to fucking marry the two together. Get some peanut butter and jelly together. Make some synergy.
Well, you have to be strong enough to leave whatever you've been indoctrinated with and stand on your own to try to understand something. That's not an easy thing to do. I mean, I came through Jehovah's Witnesses, Black Muslims. I never fell into the Catholic thing, Baptists, and all of that convoluted stuff that came down the pipeline into my upbringing, and what it is that made me say, wait a minute, what, made me start to question the Bible. And so then when this idea of the demiurge came into my life, then it made complete sense. It made complete sense. This was not the creator of all things, and why or how the creator of all things operates and lets its emanations do the kind of things that they do. That's a totally different story. And I'm never going to be disrespectful to that entity because I truly have no understanding of it. But it's obvious that the smaller entities, the lesser emanations, or the children of the lesser gods, which appears to be us, because it's some really basic things start to come. You create people. A woman has a baby, it's it's hard and painful to have it, and then you don't give them sanitary napkins. Why do you not do that if you're creating all of this? But something flawed that doesn't know what it's doing, that's creating out of a flawed whole thing, would do those kinds of things. You create a human beings, they go to the bathroom, but you don't give them tissue paper till 200 years later. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. would begin to make me question the Bible, or who was Jesus talking to? If he was God, why is he on the pole or whatever he was hung on, hollering out to God? And you couldn't ask those kind of questions growing up, because people would tell you, it was blasphemy, and all that type of thing. So you lose family, you lose friends, you lose all of that when you start to, and it really was a free falling type of experience, but then all of a sudden, like I say, this book, The Pistis Sophia, comes tumbling into my life out of nowhere. And it took me many years to understand. I won't even say to understand, to accept that what this book is actually saying about who we are and where we came from, and how we came to be as awful as we are, because human beings are awful,
Well, I think it just stems from the root of all reality is awful forever. That's why. So it's an inevitability that we're awful all the way down the line, basically. That's how I see it.
Well, I guess for me, I still hold out some level of, and it's based on all these things, entities that I've videoed and all that in 2017. I hold out some hope that there is another level that you can achieve, even within the insanity of the one source. I think that one source recognizes that, and that it does recognize people or souls that rise above even its own behavior or thinking or whatever, and that there is a space for those type of thinking people. And I think it hurts it to have to destroy any part of it, but eventually it does probably have to destroy. You can't, a pedophile thinking is his thinking. It's not just his physical body, the male or the woman that is doing these things to kids or whatever. When that body dies, that person's thought being is still the same, whether you call it soul or what. That thing could not continue to exist. And it probably it appears that it pains the universal source to have to literally destroy that thing, that part of itself, but it knows that it cannot let it continue on, even knowing that thing, that entity is only expressing and was not able to control itself in its time while it was in the flesh. Out of the flesh, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thought process that can't continue to bounce back down here on the planet Earth. And even if it did bounce back down here and was given an opportunity to try to rectify that, but could not do it, I can understand why that would have to be destroyed. But of course, religion tries to tell you, and of course, why wouldn't it? Because a lot of the religious groups are pedophilia. So why would they not tell you, oh no, you can be absolved of that. I'll just say 10 Hail Marys and I'll forgive you for all of that being God. And then, you get to go on. I just don't, I feel like I understand now that that's not the case. Not all souls, some souls do have to be destroyed, because that thought process cannot just continue. And when it comes down here, it's contained on this planet, and the problem again seems like we're getting off this planet. We found a way off. Some of these entities have found a way off this planet. And I don't think that's going to be allowed.
Yeah, well, what we do know for sure is that this nightmare mess we are in is definitely spawned from and comes from something that is vastly opposite anything close to a benevolent anything, really. I mean, it's this world we're in is so far from anything that I would even consider baseline benevolent. I have very high standards for benevolence myself, so even baseline benevolence, I don't even see this world as being baseline benevolent in any way at all. And I'm saying this as someone who's lived quite a good life compared to most people by a lot, and I'm still recognizing this. So it's weird to me how we live in a world where so many people look at this world and they'll say, "Oh yeah, it's a mixture of bads and goods. It's bad, sure, but it's not so bad." It's like, no, it's really, really fucking bad. And I can say this without as someone who's not even in the midst of the worst of it at all, by not even by a long shot. So it's very strange to me how people have these weird copes. It seems like some sort of cope where they recognize it's way worse than they can even emotionally handle, but they just convince themselves that, oh, because it's just reality and I can't do anything about it, therefore I just have to perceive it as not as bad so I can function during the day. It's like, no, you don't have to perceive it as less bad. You just know yourself that you yourself are not going to contribute to the horrors to any greater degree than your baseline, and to be satisfied with that versus anything that has to do with, oh, it's not as bad as certain people make it out to be. I mean, you know, the people that are screaming and losing their fucking minds are actually more accurate emotionally in terms of an emotional response that makes sense to this shit show than I am by a lot. Like the fact that I can even sit here and articulate what I'm saying and not be screaming and tears coming out of my eyes fucking day in and day out, being in a straitjacket for fuck's sake. The fact that I can even function outside of that is actually insane on my part in terms of an accurate response to how horrible this shit is. That's how I see it. You know, I think it's pretty fucked up that I can even function with so-called sanity in this thing.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
That's true. I am coming.
Is he a new
Welcome,
noodles though?
welcome.
Is he a new noodles or an old noodles?
I don't know if that makes you insane.
The perpetual noodle.
I think maybe you are just so angry at, and you said you had a level of rage that you just are containing, which is probably, I don't know, good or bad. But I know other people that are so angry at whatever this is that they kind of lose their sense of the other half. In other words, if this source is half good and half bad, but you continue to just focus on the bad, and it's so awful, and it's so, then you maybe never give yourself an opportunity to open up on whatever this other side of that thing.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
Yeah, exactly.
Hit him over the head with a bat.
Someone's just wandering into the chat now.
So what I'm saying is that, yes, I just simply recognize that my ability to tune out the horrors that I would otherwise be aware of all the time is a very, I'm considered blessed to have that ability, because I realize a lot of people don't have that ability. But what's interesting though is the ones who don't have that ability, they're actually more accurate than I am in recognizing how bad the fucking thing is 24/7. That's the fucked up part of the whole thing. So it's like, I'm aware that me being able to tune it out is its own fucked up thing, even though it's useful to me. It's useful to me to tune it out, but it's fucked up in its own way. And so it's like my brain never shuts off to being aware of all the layers of this shit all the fucking time, right? My brain never, ever, ever shuts off from the layers to this. So for me, I literally cannot, unless I actively go out of my way to tune shit out of my head, stop thinking about this stuff. Like I have to go out of my way to stop, turn my brain off.
That's
the
being
aware of it all.
Going out of your way that is the process. And I've been there myself, you know. I remember when I hope it's not too much information, but it's a good point to me. When my brother-in-law raped me at gunpoint, I was so indoctrinated with religion and other things of that thing. I thought it was God punishing me for trying to do something outside, because I had decided at that time I was not going to get married, not going to have kids. But my family, oh, you must get married, you must have kids. I didn't want to do that. And when I got raped, I thought, oh my God, he's punishing me. That's how deep the indoctrination was.
That's horrible that happened to you. I'm very sorry that happened.
Well, it happens.
That's
it happens.
terrifying.
It's happening to kids.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
happening to children.
And
you know,
the awareness of that never shuts off in my brain. That's the issue.
You have to. The process is that you have to sit somewhere and decide, okay, there has to be something else. And you have to start looking for that tiny thread, that tiny whatever it is that pulls you to another side. And it's a weird thing to have to say and then accept what else is going on. Yeah, I had to accept that. you know, and then I had to decide for my own sanity, you know, because I want to think that there's something else, then I had to choose that. So I think that's the whole thing, is the choice is, this thing has, there is no perfect God. There is no good, all good God. That was the very first thing I had to come to terms with. And again, in the Pistis Sophia, he says, you're going to keep asking, you're going to get the answer. And then you're going to be really happy you got the answer. And then suddenly you're going to be disgusted at the answer. So I felt the disgusting part was to come to terms with, if a baby is getting raped, if that thought belongs to any person, anybody absorbed that thought had to become from somewhere else. You know, that was a very hard thing to accept. You know, but by the same token, you have to look at God. There's so much beautiful stuff that's going on, so much stuff that I love. And if I could just live in this world and just paint and draw and write, and that would be so great. So how do we have this great ability to be these great creative things, and then all of this other shit on the other side? How does that happen? And it's a choice, and it's a hard choice.
Yes, it's true. You know, I'm glad you're aware of all that type of stuff. But see, I also despise the fact that everything's a hard choice like that. Like, it's like, so even though I recognize the benevolence in me and others, and I recognize that we are contributors to minimizing the horrors as much as we can, my recognition also that the horrors are never going to be fully eliminated forever pisses me off. It like never stops pissing me off. Like, the way my brain works and my emotions work is, I've tried this many times over. I can never bring myself ever to actually ever agree with or be okay with my inability to change or fix things for the better. Like, I can know 100%, like forever, for the rest of my life, there's certain things I can't change and fix, but my physiology will not allow me to ever be okay with that. Like, it's like built into my forever existence somehow, that I'm forever pissed off that there's certain things I can't change. And I could mind fuck myself and warp my thoughts and all this other type of stuff. I could artificially pretend like I'm okay with things I can't change, but I can never actually be okay with it. So I've always found it very weird to me how certain people have told me that, oh yeah, you know, I did a lot of internal mind work and emotion work and all this stuff, and I brought myself to a place where I'm okay with the things I can't change and accept. I'm like, that's amazing, because I'm literally forever incapable of that. I can never be okay with the things I can't change for the better, ever. So
Never
kudos
say
to you,
never,
whoever
my
can pull
man.
that off. I fucking
Never
can't.
say never, my man. I used to be a secular new atheist, and fucking I'm a believer now. I'm not no Christian. I'm not no religious type, but I have faith, and I never thought that would happen. I thought it was in my neurochemistry itself. It would never happen, and you know, the neurochemistry, the neurophysiology is quite adaptable. Your physiology of your body, on the other hand, I would agree that that's a little bit more static, but you know,
Yeah.
they influence each other. So,
But I guess what I'm
just be
saying
careful
is,
never to say never.
I'm glad though that doesn't change, because I don't want it to. I actually am disgusted at the idea of ever being okay with things I can't change for the better. Even if I know it's going to forever be physically and mentally impossible for me to do so. For me, there's a sacredness in forever being aggressive against
Oh
what
no,
is
I know
fixed and
exactly where you're coming from.
unchangeable,
I
if
used
that
to be
makes
that
sense.
exact same mindset. I was basically of this mindset that if I get to where all these other people are at, or anywhere near them, I'm going to be some toxically positive non-dualist that can't, you know, focus on the problems of reality and actually work to overcome them. And miraculously, when I came to this place, I realized, guess what? You know, that we have a ability to steer our direction, our perspective. You know, and just because I've found this faith doesn't mean that I can just decide to be lazy and fucking throw away my perspective. No, and matter of fact, my perspective got even more broad, got even deeper, and I just got further into this kind of stuff.
That's nice. I'm glad that worked out for you that way. You know, my thing is, yeah, I can tune out. I can tune out stuff and compartmentalize it in the back, but it's still there. Like, never disappears for me. Like, it's
Yep.
still there in the back.
No, I'm
right?
the same way. Yep.
So it's like,
But so what good does that do you? You know what I mean? You feel this way, you have all this rage about this thing that you not even sure what this thing is. and you
Oh
have
no,
absolutely no power
it gives
whatsoever
me a
to
lot of good.
change this thing.
It
And
does me a
so
lot of good
you're just going to
because
die this way with all this anger?
oh, absolutely, yes. I'll explain exactly why. Because the anger does not cause me harm. It actually feels good to feel angry about it. It actually, I
Mm,
feel calm being angry about those things. And it
mm.
actually inspires me to do everything I do to make my life maximally joy filled and contribute to that to others. So I would say it's a sacred type of
That's
rage.
kind of
It doesn't,
contradictory though, right?
No,
You
I
hate
see
no,
where he's
not at all.
coming
everything that's
from.
Not for
bad,
me.
but you do make a choice to make your own specific, like, an environment good. So what
Yes.
is this good that you're pulling from? Where is that?
The goodness I think is organic to me eternally, like it's
Mm.
my inherent actual nature, or rather I should say what I personally consider to be good, even though I'm aware I'm hyper technically bad also. I'm aware that the type of bad that I engage in I approve of forever because I see it as good, right? So in the subjective sense to me. So in other words, the reason it does me a lot of calm is I know for a fact and I can be certain that I will never agree to any impositional world or version of reality ever on any level. I'll never agree to them. So that the sacredness of never agreeing to them means that I know for a fact whether reincarnation is a thing or not, or whether, this is a one-off, whatever the situation may be, or whether I'm actually eternal beyond all this insanity, including beyond reincarnation. Whatever scenario I'm dealing with, I know for a fact that I will forever be in opposition to every impositional world and being that exists. And for me, that's a very sacred thing. That's why my slogan is, "Our rebellion is eternal. May perpetual pleasure be yours. Our rebellion is eternal." Because I see this as a forever thing for me. I don't see this as something that's ever going to end for me, no matter how many realizations I have, and no matter how many times you know, whatever states I may attain, because for me, I don't want it to go away. It's sacred to me. The constant rebelling against everything that's other than pleasure is, I feel, what my eternal nature is. And I just refuse to engage with anything else in thought or emotion, basically. And the
But
result in my life,
you just said that you're choosing to maintain this rage,
yes,
but then at specific times you choose whatever's good.
the rage
So
itself is its own type of good.
how is that not dualism? How are you not then an exact replica and representation of the very thing that you're raging against?
No, the raging against is
Mm.
specifically only against things that are torturous to innocence, right? And so actually, here's the thing. This is a very good point you just made. I also rage against things in myself, in my thoughts, and in my actions that accidentally harm others also. So
So
I don't
you're
only
pulling from
rage.
some source of good then.
Yes, of course.
You can only do the one thing or the other, the opposite. So you are then again a complete representation of the thing that you are talking against, which is it is divided maybe completely in half with terrible to the most terriblest thing you could believe or think or conceive, to the greatest, the most wonderful, most beautiful, most unimaginably beautiful, wonderful thing you could conceive. And
Yes.
so you're on this line, you're on this very thin line where
No,
you're
I'm on the
pulling
side of the
mostly
benevolence.
rage.
I'm on the side of the benevolent side against the torturous, evil, malicious crap. But yes, there is an element of maliciousness that's required in that in order to be able to actually oppose the thing at all. And that layer also pisses me off and is something I have as a sacred rage as well. Because I'm vividly aware that I'm as much a part of this fucked up source thing as everything else is in terms
Mm.
of being an aspect of it. And I forever despise that fact, but I use that despising of that fact to fuel me to forever rebel against the thing that's the source of me, basically,
Hmm.
forever. So
Sounds
that's
like
kind of my
some
stance
meta
on it.
modern dualism, like the oscillating of and mixing of the good out of the modernism and the good out of the postmodernism, but throwing away some of the garbage between the two.
Basically, the idea is that whatever it takes to ensure a maximally pleasured world is what I'm for. Anything and everything that gets in the way of that, including anything I do accidentally, I oppose, basically. So it's like, uh, anything and everything that leads to pain of any type of variety, I oppose aggressively. Anything that leads to pleasure that's sustained, I'm for aggressively. I'm very positively for that, to the extreme, right? So this is why I get really aggressively opposed to any philosophy or idea that promotes the concept of, oh, people should be okay with just and satisfied with what they can do individually and just accept that reality outside of what they can control is what it is. I'm like, yeah, you can be aware of that fact, but never be okay with that fact, is my stance. Like, never bring yourself in your heart or minds to be like, ah, I accept that there's things that I cannot control. I'm like, no, never go there. That's stupid. That's idiotic. That's surrendering to the demiurge, in my opinion. Where you
Oh, I
should
just
stay
think
is,
it's reducing your own limitless power by doing that. That's where I'm
yeah,
against that. You know, that
the
it's
stance, it should remain, no, this is still bullshit. I'm going to rebel against this forever. Even though I
yeah.
know I can't actually do things past a
Ow,
certain
ow.
threshhold, I'm never going to be okay with that or agree
We're,
that
we're
I'm okay with that,
limited
basically.
beings with limitless power. So you know why limit our limitless power to make limited beings with limited power.
There you go. It's an interesting way to say it. But yes, along those lines, I would say is
But it
kind of
seems
where
like
I'm
the
going.
whole idea is not to do that. I guess that's why the one thing that we consider free will is that ability to do what you're doing, which is rage against the awful. Um, and but the freedom to understand that it's there and it appears to have always been there, and you or I in of ourselves don't have any ability to stop it as a whole. So we can only choose not necessarily not to ignore it. Of course, you can't ignore it. The world won't let you ignore it, but you eventually do understand that what can I do against 500,000 male pedophiles in the United States? And that's the conservative number. What can
Right.
I do against that? What can I do against 9,000 plus pedophile priests in the church? What can I singular do against that? Which is why I guess when the information in the Bible implies that this is not necessarily my fight, it's telling me it's there, and it's like I say, you hear wars and rumors of wars, and try not to get involved in that because I am handling that. I'm
Yes.
handling that, however that came to be, I'm handling that. And I'm giving you the opportunity to look in another direction and start pulling from that and
Right.
and letting you know that there is something greater for you to walk toward or to think toward. So try not to understand that it's there, understand that it's not in your control, understand that it was created by something that was out of control. And I'm trying to the source might be necessarily trying to save some of those souls, but knowing full well that it's not going to be possible. Quite a few of them will have to be destroyed.
Yeah,
And if you,
when I was at an ayahuasca ceremony, that's
Mhm.
like one of the thoughts that's one of the images that I had was like, I was like asking God, like, what about this and what about that? Why is this happening? Why is that happening? And God was just kind of like standing there with his arms crossed, being like, yeah, I'm on that case. I'm taking care of that. Don't worry. I'm working on that. Just try and enjoy what you got. Like, try and enjoy the position that you're in right now, because you don't have to deal with this or that problem or something. I don't know. It was kind of weird, but and I'm not saying that that's actually how it is or that's what's really going on. It's just what you just said is interesting, because it's kind of something that the ayahuasca was, or the thought that I had when I was on ayahuasca.
You know what's
yeah,
interesting about that is I think that's why I've been so averse to taking out and doing that type of stuff, because all the reports I've heard, it seems like it induces in someone some variation of convincing them to be more okay with things they can't control than they were before. And that's
Oh,
something
dude.
I've
Okay,
been
I know where you're
viscerally
coming
opposed
from.
to. You see
You
what
need
I'm
to look
saying?
into Salvia Divinorum then. That's what you need to look into. Because Salvia
Salvia
Divinorum
divinorum?
is the polar opposite.
Ah, I see. Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, this ayahuasca is a hypnotic, and like a lot of, that's why they say, oh, you go to Peru and the real ayahuasca shamans are there. Well, a lot of the ayahuasca shamans are just like people that are trying to get you to join their cult, and they can use ayahuasca to like to be
Yeah, they use it like a
suggestive.
hypnotist tool. I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
suggestive.
Yeah, there's like
Convince
lots of
you.
reports of sexual abuse from those
Yeah.
shamans, with the women. It's fucking sketchy as
To
hell.
convince you that they're not an evil piece of shit, that they're
Yeah,
somewhat less of an evil
exactly.
piece of shit, basically, with the drug
It,
influence.
yeah, and to
No, that's why I've
worship
always
them.
been
I
of
mean,
the opinion if you're
dude,
gonna
no,
go
when I
do
was on
ayahuasca, do it
ayahuasca,
yourself.
when I was on ayahuasca, I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. I mean, I don't think in those terms when I'm sober, but like I was like begging for forgiveness from God and like willing to do anything to to get redemption or get salvation or whatever. And I was like writing it down. I'm like, okay, like I accept. And then I realized later, like, well, I'd seen this before, but the place that I was doing it at, like, it had a Jesus altar. There was a Jesus altar at that place. So, like, I mean, it was very suggestive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
God needs to beg forgiveness from all of us. At the very
Yeah.
fucking least, that's what the God thing can do, is forever for the rest of his existence be begging at our knees for forgiveness. The torment is inflicted on the innocent children in this world. That's the very least this fucking God thing could do if it exists at all. Holy shit. It's the exact opposite that should be happening.
So what do
Never
you
mind
think
us
yeah, and
about
I
begging it.
also think that just Christian ethos are so what's it called? It's so like structural in our society. It's like one of the foundations of American society is Christianity. So like that's probably I'm already brainwashed. You know what I mean? We live in a Abrahamic Judeo-Christian society or world almost, you
Cesspool.
know. So
Yeah.
I'm already brainwashed, and so of course that shit's gonna be there when I'm like on a hypnotic that's showing me visions of hell and like my torment and everything.
It
Yep.
is so weird because like the whole patriarchal Abrahamic crap it's always been so dead and dry and unpleasant in nature. It's like why is the society we're in so permeated by this auto thinking along those lines? And it's pretty obvious because it's been ingrained in people's fucking epigenetics for thousands of fucking years,
Exactly.
right?
No, seriously, the desert theologians have created a dry spirituality for all of us. An
Well,
Right.
I think
extremely dry
the
Like an
book
theology.
itself tells
like
you
an
what the whole,
egregore.
the Bible doesn't say here is the Bible. The
Mm.
Bible says this is the King James version
Right.
Mm.
taken from another original text.
Right.
Original.
Like they don't
And
even
that's
have
First
they
edition.
don't have the Book of Enoch. They don't have
right.
all the stuff that the Roman government removed. That
None of it.
And it's a
None of
collector
it.
edition.
Say that
First
again,
and
Alex.
edition.
I think I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say that the Essene Gospels are a hoax, but I mean, how do you know any of it's not a hoax, right? I think if the Essene Gospels are what the quote unquote translator says they are, then we know that there's probably a lot of really really interesting shit that stories about Jesus that we've never heard before. Think about the Library of Alexandria,
What about it?
that was that was destroyed. Think about all the tales that. When was that destroyed? Was that destroyed before or after Jesus?
Which
Library of
So,
Alexandria. I don't recall exactly which one. It was. I think it was before, but I'm not
Yeah, before, I
100% sure
think
on that one.
600 years before.
well, for all we know, there's older stories about Jesus that that we never heard.
You
Well,
know
that
what
along with
Jesus
the
is to me?
technology too.
Is
Yeah.
the Wizard of Oz. Jesus is the Wizard of Oz.
Jesus
And
never existed, okay? He never existed.
you
Just
are
kidding.
Alice. And you are Alice wandering on the golden road. Looking for
Hey,
Jesus.
don't knock the golden road, bruh. The land of Oz
Well,
is pretty fucking spectacular.
all I'm saying is that he's an archetype. Like I mean, like him and Krishna have a lot of similarities in their stories, and that the Bhagavata, how do you pronounce it?
Bhagavad
The
Gita.
Bhagavad
Bhagavad
Gita,
Gita.
and the
and that
Vedas.
is much older than the Bible, and there's like almost identical kind of storytelling about stuff between Krishna and Christ that
They're the same thing.
Yeah,
Same with
Vishnu,
the Silk
Krishna,
Road.
Kalki, and Jesus are all the same
It's
figure.
all came with the Silk Road.
Same with Dionysus.
so like the thing is, you look at that old library, there's probably way more parts of the Bible that existed there that got destroyed. And I'm telling you, even if there's perfectly reasonable ways to translate even the King James version, if you know how to read the Hebrew and the and the other and the
The
ancient
Greek.
Greek.
Yep.
Like I would suggest watching the documentary Christspiracy. I think it's
Just
pretty.
get a good Strong's dictionary. If you get a
Or
good
watch
Strong's dictionary, you can look up the numbers and the Hebrew out of the Old Testament, the Greek out of the New Testament. It's one of the best tools for
Yeah,
finding the
there's
most
there's a
accurate.
lot of different things.
Yeah.
Like he didn't in the King James version he calls it den of thieves, and the ancient Hebrew word that they use actually in that context supposedly means murderers. So he doesn't say den of thieves; he says den of murderers. And what
Yep.
were they doing there? Well, they were slaughtering animals.
No, I know
That's what
exactly what you're talking
the
about. That's
temple was,
like
a
the
slaughterhouse. So
yeah.
convenient for them to change the fucking meaning of the word or whatever.
No,
Yep.
but murder only work with human. You cannot murder. No, you can only.
What?
You cannot murder an animal. That's not how it works.
Oh,
It,
you're
or
saying
it,
that
It depends. It
human is
depends
a
who you.
no,
It
no,
depends who
in
you
the
ask.
law.
I mean,
No, in the law of
who
man,
you ask.
murder is only
Well,
for
yeah.
Jesus.
no,
Jesus.
murder is for animals
Jesus
too. You can
said.
definitely murder animals.
No,
Jesus
killing is
said.
animals. Murder is a human-centric word.
Well,
Yeah,
it depends. It depends which definition of murder you're reading
no.
from. There's versions of the word murder. There's anthropomorphic versions of the word murder that apply to animals. But Jesus said to kill a cow is to kill a man. So if Jesus is the one calling them den of murderers, and he was freeing the animals, opening the
Okay,
cages,
this all comes
It's
out
not.
of
releasing
a
them,
That's not what
mistranslation.
it meant.
It's thieves.
Yeah, his feet is
Stealing.
bad. His feet is bad. But anyway, he doesn't understand what it means because back then people were starving. So if you kill the animal, you will starve the population. So they had to make
No, that's not true.
control.
Actually, no, you're wrong. Actually, you're wrong because Jesus
Oh
came
yeah.
from the Essenes. Jesus wasn't a Essene.
Oh
Jesus
yeah.
wasn't a Essene. All
No,
right, and the Essenes
you
did
take it
not
out of
eat animals.
context.
The Essenes did not eat. In fact, they grew. They were able to
So
build
Jesus
aqueducts
never
in the
made any
desert.
fish for
All right,
pickle. There
stop
was
interrupting. Stop
nothing. The fish
interrupting.
story was all bullshit. That's what you're saying?
I can tell you, and I can explain that to you too.
You
First of
don't have to
all,
explain.
Jesus
That's
was
your
part
point
of
of
the
view.
Essene tribe. Okay, the Essene tribe, they didn't eat animals. They didn't kill animals. They built aqueducts in the desert. They were the only tribe, in fact, at that time that knew how to fucking build aqueducts in the desert and grow plants to live on plants in the desert. Okay, so no, he certainly would not starve. In fact, most people could not afford to kill animals. So most people just by default ate a plant-based diet. Now, as for the fish, Jesus said, "Don't come be a fisher of men." All right, he did not. He told them and in fact, when he was multiplying the food, he did not multiply the fish. He multiplied the loaves. If you read the story, it's talking about he multiplies the loaves. He doesn't multiply the fish.
Exactly, it's a story. You were not
But
there. You were not there. You cannot talk about it like you were there.
we're talking about the fucking way the story's
No, but you
told,
talk
dude.
about like you were there. Like it happened. Like I was there. I can tell you. Like that's that and that's
Dude,
that.
stop getting butthurt just because you like to fucking abuse animals, all right?
No, because you don't, you change the context of what it's the text is saying, and you put it in a different context, and for you it makes total sense. But like, if you take a step out of it and you look at it from the outside of the tribe, and you look at what they're doing, okay, well, like that's
Sounds
that.
like it sounds like you just want to validate your bad habits, man.
Why? Why would I want my bad habit? I'm trying to fucking make you understand this finding gnosis. You did not find gnosis because you cannot read between the lines.
No, what I'm saying is that there's plenty of stuff that we don't know about the Bible, that people don't know, that they don't know how to interpret, and also there's plenty of stories that we probably lost. Like, for example, the Essene Gospels, the Book of Enoch. Those are just the ones we know about that weren't added. There's probably tons that were removed by the government, but that were, because they said shit. They said shit that the government didn't want people to hear.
That was in their time, and like in their
The
time.
churches were removing the text, not the government. The church was in charge of the people at the time, not the government.
No, the church was the government.
That's what I'm saying. It was the church that was removing
Roman.
the text, not the government.
I'm talking about the Roman. The Roman. What was that? That meeting that they had. It was like in the year 1000 or something, where they removed the
Council of Nicaea.
Creed?
The Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. So they removed a bunch of shit. That was just one of them ones you know about, and that's why I was talking about the Library of Alexandria, because think about all the shit that was in there that was lost, that might have been some incredible stuff. That probably was part of those texts or incongruent with those texts,
But at one point, civilization has to learn, has to let go. Evolution of species, it has to shed its past to build a new body. Like, that's what evolution did. Like, we came from like nothing to this body now. So the next step in evolution, no, we're not gonna. That's not gonna be important.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
It
seems like you're just talking, but okay.
Yes.
Damn, everyone's just leaving, man.
Yeah, it's because, I gotta bring up the vegan stuff, and no one wants to hear about that.
Why do you?
No, bro. We all love being vegan.
So if half of the population is not vegan, does that bother you?
Well, if no one is if no one is vegan, of course it must bother us.
Well, that's one thing you can control. That's not in there.
So Yvonne, don't you find it evil that we kill and slaughter animals for food and stuff?
It's not evil. It's survival.
It is evil. It's not.
It's survival instinct.
Yeah, but just because it's survival, that doesn't mean that it's right, though.
No.
That's why it would be okay. That would be why. That's why it would be okay to murder and skin you and eat you and make things out of your bones and your body, right?
Because you're more important for you than for me, and me, I'm more important for me than for you. So
right, but it's a survival instinct. It's okay for me to kill you and eat you because of survival instinct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. So
that's how it is. Yeah. If you have intent,
it's perfectly okay to murder humans because of survival instinct. So I guess he's logically consistent.
But
I'm not judging no cannibals, man.
No. That's a lack of common sense. You're having a lack of common sense and integrity in your ability to generate action. If your action, what you do is what. It's like what you consume in life is your action in life. It's what you're gonna become. Like if you want to become whatever you want, do it.
Dude, you are literally just spouting word salad right now, dude. Like you make no sense whatsoever. Oh, bro, dude, I don't know. I
doesn't make any sense.
Having this conversation.
It's basic science.
No, it does not. You are just spouting nonsense right now.
And you're a believer, right?
In what?
You believe or you know that is something.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking like if you're a believer.
Like
believer in what? In what?
Do you have faith?
Exactly. You don't have do you have an internal
thinking? What the hell are you talking about, dude? You need to actually formulate
Do you have any spiritual?
I'm agnostic.
Never mind. No, calm down.
I'm not religious.
Calm down. No, Chris, don't get frustrated. No.
Let the games begin.
You need to
let the games begin.
Sentences for me to be able to understand what you're talking about. They have to have context.
You cannot understand. That's the main thing. You're limited in your action. Your body is limited.
All right, I'm not talking to this dude anymore. Anyway, who else is up?
Experience in life to understand certain things. Like if you work a certain job, you're getting skill, right?
All right. Who else is up? Who else has got something to say?
Well,
I don't know. Not Yvonne. Wander's been quiet. I don't know if he's here or not. And
hey,
it looks like PP just silently dropped out. So
no, he said in the chat that he was going to leave. Check for private chat. He said he was going to leave. Oh, sorry, not a private chat, but normal chat.
Ah.
Yeah. And Patricia as well, too, said she was going to leave, too.
Yep. As soon as the guy starts talking about veganism, everybody's leaving.
And Melissa also, too, said in the private chat, the normal chat, that she was going to leave.
Who the hell is Melissa?
I think that was the person with the kind of pyramid
She was the girl that was
picture.
talking to PP earlier.
Oh, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, I wasn't here either, but yeah. It's always good to have new people joining the live, though.
But I just don't understand why you want to. You want to talk about vegan? What's so important about vegan?
No, I'm not talking to you about anything, dude. You can't even formulate a clear sentence.
No, you cannot. Why are you forcing me to insult you? Is that what you're planning to do? Is that your game?
Who's next?
You really want to play that game, right?
Who's next?
Is that what you do with people?
Who's next?
Who's next?
Exactly.
Next,
that's
man,
what
we're
you
not
do
on
with
Tinder,
your life.
bruh.
That's
we're
why
not
you
on Tinder.
You always say who's next. Okay, I don't like you. Who's next? So you're never gonna learn anything if you do that in life, man.
You gotta swipe right, bro. Swipe right.
Yeah, swipe right. Swipe
Doom
right.
scrolling, bruh. Doom scrolling.
The what?
Yvonne, so don't you realize that, put yourself in the shoes of an animal, don't you think that you would be horrified and disgusted if you're an animal and you were tortured and confined, and you had your kids taken away from you and whatnot?
Yeah, but in life shit happen. if
Dude,
I
he
was
already said
I'm
it.
with
He
Devon
already
on
said
that.
it's
Life's
fine.
gonna happen,
it's
man.
fine.
If I
No,
was
it's
a plant
fine.
and some deer
You
ate me,
just
I would want all deer to
come
fucking be
on, man.
massacred by hunters. You
It
know?
is life. You cannot change what life is, but you can protect against it.
To do that to humans. He already said it's fine to do that to humans. He doesn't
God,
care.
man.
He doesn't. He's not coherent, and he's not. He's not a
You
good
don't
faith.
understand. Your view is narrow.
He's not gonna have a good faith discussion with you about it, so it's
But
pointless.
you have to expand your point of view, man. You cannot
I've
just
already.
say one thing and just like stick with that one thing. That's not what everything is made of.
Nice.
That's the problem with the civilization. That's why we're going down.
Why? Why are we going down? Because we're not eating meat?
We're not all on the same
No,
level.
because there's
the
people
same
like
thing.
him who can't even have a good faith discussion. They can't even formulate a clear sentence, dude. that's one of the main problems.
Again, Yvonne, again, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. If you were in the
Joey, you're spinning your wheels, bro. I'm
No,
just warning you.
no.
You're spinning your wheels. But go
Life
ahead. Go
requires
ahead.
life, and this is
You can
becoming a
do
circular
you
debate.
do you, but whatever happens in the world, you have no no. It's not about controlling it because it's not you. It's them or whatever. Yes, you can be in Africa, like live in America, and the people in Africa, like they're there. You don't care about that, right? No.
Like I said, he's not coherent. So, good
What
luck.
was not coherent about that? He was asking if you respect other people's cultures.
All I heard was there are people in Africa and they are there and you are here. Like, what the fuck point is that?
It's maybe the accent, huh?
It's not. It's just that it doesn't actually. You're not making any sense.
On pourrait parler en français, ça serait
Active
bien mieux,
listening,
Carlis.
dude. Practice your active listening skills. It works wonders on everything, on
I
everybody.
heard what he said. I heard what he said. I don't think he was actually asking what you were just asking. But
You
if
don't think he was asking in good faith if you respect other people's cultures? Because let's face it, people's dietary habits are a cultural thing. You know, Asia eats a lot of fish. You know, like.
I heard you. You can stop talking. If that is the question, no, I don't respect people's cultures if they call for the murder, rape, and murder of innocent sentient beings.
But that's you. That's you. It's not them.
Yeah, I know. It's
you
just me, and some people are totally cool.
Well, now you're getting mad for what
It's
now?
just part of the culture.
Yeah. But nobody's doing
No, we're
anything.
not trying to reduce it and say it's just part of culture.
Really, you're gonna be cool with that? Oh, I understand if you're gutting me and letting me bleed out. It's just part of your culture. Yeah, that's cool. Like, fuck off, dude. You're so full of shit.
Really?
Who now?
Yeah.
Who, are you talking to
freedom,
Yvonne
man?
or are you talking to me?
I
I
don't
don't know.
Man, what is freedom for? What is freedom for?
Everyone has that stupid ass line of reasoning, that
No.
fucking fallacious bullshit line of reasoning. Give me a break,
what
dude.
is freedom for, man?
Oh yeah, freedom to fucking gut you and watch you bleed out while you scream.
Yeah, again.
Freedom. Oh, that's totally cool, dude. Freedom. Fuck off.
No. You're going there. You're going to the dark
Yeah,
side
you
again.
went there really fast, man. You're basically
Why
shitting
are
on
you
the
going to the
construction
dark
workers.
side all
Fuck
the
your
time?
foundation, man. This house ain't gonna hold.
Like, come on.
You guys are fucking full of shit.
No, you.
I really am trying to approach this in good faith.
We have another issue.
I have no clue about
He's
Yvonne. I
another
only
issue.
speak for myself, but
Good night. Good night.
Yeah, okay. You need a therapist.
Damn.
God damn.
Well, that escalated quickly.
oh my goodness.
I guess he was looking for trouble.
He did seem like he was bringing some anger into the conversation.
I don't know. Every
Like, I
time
don't
he
know
went
what
to the
his
dark
personal
side to
life
kill,
is
to
happening
murder
today,
people.
but maybe he's had a tough day. I don't
What
know.
is
No,
that?
no, it's because he really cares about animals. Like he really it's something that's very important to him.
Yeah, but he turned
No,
it.
I totally get that it was very important to him. You know, I get that he's more some of these people that, you know, makes their veganism part of their spiritual identity. You know, but it seems like he honestly might have been bringing some outside anger into the conversation.
You guys ever watched
I don't
Naked
mean
and
to try to
Afraid?
make assumptions on anybody's personal life, but you know, at the same time, I don't know
Mm.
anybody's personal life. You know, they sometimes people's personal lives affect how we act. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Who knows?
But he's the only one that can control that.
Yep, we each only have voices over ourselves.
Like,
Oh, the NW is playing something. Oh,
fun.
Ivan, this is what happens to animals, Ivan.
My question is, why is PETA so hardcore on these commercials? Oh, he's playing some sand. Okay.
wait, I'm upstairs right now. Girl. What you playing? 2011 commercial.
Yep.
Fucked up.
Oh, nice.
Exactly, Ivan.
But that's mental. You
That's
can imagine.
fucking corporate fucking, you know, modern shit. You know, that's my fucking thing about, you know, this. Like, how many vegans were in the days of the Wild West, you know, when we had free range cattle and they weren't shoved in fucking boxes?
No, well, it's because we're vegetarians and vegans.
The thing is, whatever they're doing, you don't. What I want to say is like they don't have to go like and rampage and go kill all the farmer.
Oh, I have no clue about anything in either of those directions.
See, I don't know what you.
Can be fanatic too. If you go too far,
Well, there's
you
always
become a
fanatics
fanatic.
on every fucking ideology.
Yeah, but if you're too involved in something, you have to calm down. That's what I say. Like, come on.
There's nothing new, DNW. This looks like it's just a loop, and the audio is a little, you know, much for communicating.
There's worse commercial than that one. That one is not too bad.
Yeah,
that one is
one's
mild.
not too bad. There's really, there's some horrific videos out there. I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yvonne. So that's what you're paying for when you pay for meat, man.
Oh, I really know that.
Yeah, but here's my fucking thing with this too. Is that where's
cutting
the Native American spiritual element? Where's the Native American spiritual element when it comes to veganism? Where's the whole waste not, want not? You know, when all this meat is getting thrown in the dumpsters and you're, you know, buying meat isn't affecting stock prices one way or another because it's all fucking, you know, been corporatized and crony capitalism, and it's the system has gone you know, more degraded, more unethical, and you know, here we are beating each other up when we need to fucking attack the system that's creating this cruelty.
Right, because people keep reinforcing the system and they don't want to fight the system. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that people like say vote with your money and they don't understand that, you know,
what system they want to take down.
They don't understand voting with your money might have worked, you know, a few decades ago, but we're in crony capitalism age now, you know, where, you know, you're fucking you paying for this meat, you know, doesn't fucking matter one way or another. They're fucking getting all their money from their shareholders and shit. We need a change for direction and fucking tactics if we want to actually create some positive fucking ethical change here.
Yeah, but you still don't want to insult like what we were saying earlier about other like country like India, China, like Europe, America, South America.
Yeah, different cultures, respecting their cultures.
Culture, they eat different things.
Yeah, totally.
And like one's gonna like say, oh, the cow is God, and the other one is the chicken, and the one is the pig, and the one is the goat, and
no, I know what you're saying.
So they're all right. Everybody's right. So there's
Yep.
nobody's wrong. No, that it's fine. If you don't like it there, go in that country where they're doing the thing that you
No,
like.
but it's wrong because the animals are suffering.
Veganism, from an
It's not gonna
ethical and
change.
ecological point, is a brilliant, amazing thing that I advocate all the time. But when it comes to the spiritual element and attaching to your identity, that's when things get scary, in my opinion. And I
Why
think
is
that we
it
need
scary
to.
to attach veganism to your spiritual identity?
Because I think attaching any, set of, freaking hard, like hard static ethics to your identity is just, set for problems. Times change, situations change. There's all sorts of complex variables at play, and we just need to keep an open mind. It's sort of like earlier how DNW you was making this point when it came to
Mm-hmm.
antinatalism and about expanding the horizons on the ecological scope on the variables. That maybe if you're not having children in your certain situation, you're actually, fucking people's education up or this up. Like there's all these complex factors at play because we're not just talking about one system. We're talking about overlapping ethical systems. Everything affects everything. So we need to find the most, ethical, balanced way. We're past freaking we're past what's it called? Unitarianism. We need to get into what was that shit called? Egalitarianism. We need to go beyond the 2 scales and into 3 scales. Understand, that it's not just there's not just time and space, but there's also this third dimension, of the area or whatever. We need to expand our data points.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're talking about the welfare of animals here.
Yeah.
There is no compromise.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying though. That there's all these overlapping systems. So say that that there really is some fucked up situation where you literally have to like torture an animal to death to feed an entire starving village. And this village contains some child that is some child
Well,
prodigy,
well,
and
I don't
that.
subscribe to. I don't subscribe to what is that, utilitarianism or whatever. I think deontology makes sense because wrong is wrong. I mean, like we could extend that to an actual human. Like that means that you guys will literally be okay with killing and torturing one human being to save a whole planet. And me, I think that's wrong. Because
Okay,
torture
yeah,
and
no,
murder is
I
wrong.
do get where you're coming from because I've subscribed to that as well, and that's where I'm a huge proponent of things like grown meat. We need to fucking figure that shit out and get that fucking out there, But this is where I'm huge into food science. But unfortunately, I've noticed also a lot of vegans are really against things like GMOs and any just kind of plant alteration, and that's where it gets really overlapping systems. Like I'm saying, say you have to. It's like basically we wouldn't have had the green revolution without fertilizer. We wouldn't have been able to saved billions of people's lives by feeding
Hey,
them.
Jay.
So there's all these complex things overlapping each other, and we just need to be aware when we're talking about
And
this.
and Gaia,
Yeah.
Jay and Gaia, do you guys remember in Australia the Great Emu War?
Yeah, I remember that.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but remember back in the day, like we have to survive, right? Like nature was everywhere, so we have to clear space for.
Oh, we went too far
Yes,
though back in the
no,
day.
yes, I understand, but
Like the bisons here in America,
we were
the
killing,
fucking we killed them
we were
all
killing all the
practically.
human, all the animal were eating us. Like we're frail, our body is frail.
Wait,
So
now I'm getting confused. You're making it sound like horses were eating us or something. They'll eat small like
no,
rodents and stuff, but
horses.
horses have never really eaten people.
No, not horses. Like nature, like you get a snake bite, now you're gonna die. You get a
Oh
scorpion
yeah,
bite, you're gonna
okay,
die.
yeah.
Well,
You get
yeah.
a paper cut and you get an
Like
infection,
you
you
go
die.
swim in
Yeah,
the
I get where
ocean,
you're
the
coming from
frogs
that.
gonna eat you, Collins.
Yeah.
Like nature is brutal.
Okay, I get where you're coming from
So
that. Yeah,
because
people would get
nature is
eaten by
brutal, we have to
vultures
clear the
because they got a
space.
snake bite. Yeah.
So for sure, we have to clean the garden because you have to consider Earth as a garden, and it's our garden to take care of. So if there's too much of one thing or the other, we have to like clean the garden. We don't want to kill all the bugs and all the animals, but if you remove all the wolf, you know what happened. All the deer came and they ravaged all the things. So you put the wolf back, and then the wolf eat the deer, and then there you go.
Yeah.
But it's an harmony that we have to maintain. So it's always gonna be like animals that's gonna die, right? Is that make sense?
Some of it, yeah.
So what? No. I mean, Jay, does that make sense? Is that so horrible to maintain the garden if you see it that way?
Yes, but that's only for animals that are actively trying to kill us. So pigs and cows and chickens aren't trying to kill us.
But
Okay,
sometimes
well,
a pest.
here, let's try to switch it a little bit, but keep it still in the same fucking line, trains of thought. Like let's switch it to plants. Like whether we eat plants or the plants come after us, kind of thing. Because there's some poisonous plants out there. There's some plants that are complete pests that are invasive species, but that we attack and destroy. What are like the ethics in that kind of situation? What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. Like, if they're trying to kill us, well, then we have a right to defend ourselves and kill them as well.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just
I say we don't have to kill them all. But we have to maintain where they are. We have to cultivate them.
Well, where do you come on the grounds of plant suffering, Jay?
Well, again, I don't really see a lot of evidence to suggest that plants suffer.
Yeah,
and they don't have a nervous system.
According to science, they don't feel pain, but they feel stress. Now, my argument is that, it's really human centric to assume that another, a sentient or another being, another living being, their awareness of stress is that much different than our version of pain, that say that maybe there's some plant that's all, wilted from heat stress from, the baking sun. Maybe it's actually in screaming fucking pain, essentially. It's like a fucking, excruciating sunburn or something, but it doesn't have the ability to express that. We have no ability to translate that and understand that according to our conscious state. That we perceive pain and stress differently, but they might perceive stress as pain because that's their sole negative kind of a stressor. It's the only negative thing that they feel in their life.
But if you look at it, plants have a nervous system the same as the human.
Yeah.
Their chlorophyll is their blood. And
they do?
Yes, their chlorophyll is their blood. The same our blood and the fish blood and the plant blood is all the same.
No, that is sort of technically true because the chlorophyll
it's all the same.
The chlorophyll converts the energy for it to, utilize in its cells, just like we have hemoglobin, the red, cells that make our blood red. That hemoglobin is what carries the oxygen to our cells. So they're basically, even though they're technically different, when it comes to life itself and what they require, what life systems require it to self-nurture itself, they're very similar, nearly identical. So you're spot on with that metaphor, Yvonne.
Oh yeah, and if you look on the chart, the blood chart of a plant and the blood chart of a human and the blood chart of a fish, everything is the same. There's one molecule is different in each one of them because us is iron, the fish is copper.
Well, that just actually made me laugh because it made me realize that tree blood, sap isn't really the blood that we think it is. We're always saying it's tree
crystal.
Blood. But
that's crystal.
Yeah, it's glucose. It's a little different, the glucose isn't required like the fucking, they're parallel processes, but I don't know, that's funny, that's interesting.
All the quartz, all sap.
Well, glucose is a crystal, sugar is a crystal, so
that's all they are. They all sap and they grow.
Chlorophyll is not a crystal, but glucose is. Yep.
So, yep. And while the crystal grows alive,
I just always find the dietary, attaching dietary laws to your spiritual identity really restrictive and interesting because, I went really hard into this, because I'm both an ethicist and, a theologian and, and being both, I was diving into it hard because I, really looked into the Jainists because the Jainists, people are always saying that the Buddhists are the only peaceful religion, but that's actually completely wrong. They have the 969 movement and they attack Muslims Muslims, and it's fucking crazy. So there's actually extremists and Buddhists, but when it comes to Jainists, the religion itself is extremist, but only in the ability to harm oneself, because they take aestheticism and ethics to the extreme. They won't even eat plants because they don't want to cause the plant any stress, because they view stress as pain. They only eat the fruiting bodies of plants because the fruiting bodies naturally fall off. They're not connected in the same way to the nervous system or whatever the plant has. That it can't feel the pain or stress in any similar way. It's the most ethical way to eat plant life is to eat fruits.
But that's one thing.
But the problem with the Jainists is that they get diabetes. They get type 2 diabetes all the fucking time because the sugar is just so bad on their body, because the fruits have pretty much nothing but sugar, water, and fiber. And it's not enough for the human body to survive off of, to actually live and be healthy off of.
Right.
So,
well, again, this shows you that nature is evil.
And that's what I'm saying, though, that how do you defeat nature with veganism? I just don't understand that. I can get behind the spiritual veganism a little bit more if I could understood that.
I guess it's because like animals seem to suffer more than plants, so that's why we should protect them more than plants, I guess.
Yeah, and that's where I just get confused, because I think that, that's where I go, well, fuck, we would be fucked if the aliens came here and they were like fucking living plants or some shit, like they would be like, you're goddamn hypocrites,
But if you wait long enough,
I mean,
we could change our skin to absorb sunlight and feed from the sun.
Oh, I know. That's like the ultimate biohacking goal. For reals. I am like totally down with that.
Yeah, I'm down for that as well.
To do that.
I would love that. Yeah.
I would fucking love that. I would never eat another thing in my goddamn life. I fucking
Me too.
food. I love cooking food, but I hate eating food. And I'd be like, yay, I never have to shit again. Fucking amazing.
Right, exactly.
We could eat clay instead. Just
Hello,
clay.
my IBS would be gone. Fucking brilliant.
Because there's
you have
IBS
that
you can eat, huh?
Yeah. What was that, Yvonne?
Clay.
Clay?
Yeah, clay. You can eat clay.
Oh yeah, no, it gives you minerals, but that's about it.
Yeah, but you can still survive on it. Clay and water. Earth and water.
You
can survive on that alone.
Not. I don't think entirely alone, but I know what you're talking about, because I've seen the video. I've actually seen the video of the clay pies. I think I can't remember where it was. If it was like Haiti or Somalia, but it was like some African country, and they were basically they eat it like every day. The extremely poor pretty much eat it every day, and that's pretty much all they get in their diet is this clay, because
oh my goodness.
They have such a hard time access to any food, whether it's plants or animals. They just have no access to food, and they have no, whether it's location because of the location and the money. It's like they're isolated from the, the food lanes, and the money to get the food is beyond their means. So
that's so sad.
Like, yeah, and that's where that's the kind of thing where I just don't get sometimes where it's like, okay, the one thing they eat is once a week. The only food they eat once a week is like a small amount of chicken or something, and that's where some like American spiritual vegans will literally be attacking them and their culture, that kind of thing. And it's like, I get where you're coming from, but empathy works in multiple ways, multiple directions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How empathy works in multiple directions. It's like, and it's just that's because it really is sad. It's like we need to find a way to fix this problem, because like I said, I'm all about the the ethical and ecological standpoints of veganism, and if we could fucking get that around the world, fuck yeah, I'm all for that. It's just that I just don't like it when people start attacking and judging each other over it. It's like we can be soft, gentle teachers instead of the nun slapping the fucking ruler on your hand,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all right, guys. This was a fun conversation, but I'm gonna head out now. Nice chatting with you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
All right.
Good night.
All right. Later. See you.
Man, that was an interesting stream today. It sort of blew up and then fucking collapsed too.
Yes. And yeah, new people too.
Yep. There's some interesting new people as well.
Yes. But same old thinking.
With some of them for sure, definitely.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to butt your head against the wall a few times to have some growth, though. You
Yeah.
know.
But you have to stand behind your conviction and your like your value and
Well,
what you
I thought it was really
stand for.
fascinating. I thought it was really fascinating hearing PP talk about how his anger fuels that drive and that growth. Because I used to have the same thing until the nitrous added to the fuel burned through the fucking tank or
Yes.
burned through the fucking engine block or whoever the fucking internal combustion engines work. But it was like, yeah, it worked for a while for me. Temporarily, it was probably a good thing, but it
Yeah.
wasn't something that I could, by any means, last eternally. Like I said, it was like,
You talking
it's
about a body or a machine?
it's sort of the metaphysical machine, in your brain that drives your body, kind of thing. Because he was
Okay.
he was talking about how he uses that anger for positive reasons, and that other woman was explaining, well, I think her name was Pamela, or she was saying, that, well, that must come from a good place then,
Well,
and
those emotion or drive, and drive create a different chemical in your brain that
yeah.
fit inside of your organ, and some organs gonna create some like chemical reaction. That's all
Well,
it is.
yeah, no, I know what you're saying, because that's where I know nowadays. Now that I'm,
Yeah.
mentally and spiritually healthy, I'm like, I can't. Anger is pretty much the worst regular emotion I can feel and deal with in
But
a healthy
anger, you burn
manner.
fast. You
You
burn
know,
fast with anger.
yeah, when I get anger, it's like I hold on to it. I can't, express it in a healthy manner, so it's really hard for me to process anger. So that's where, I realized that I've just sort of outgrown the need for it, like I
Yeah.
don't need that shit anymore. It doesn't help me because I'm just not the kind of person where, again, the
Mm.
physiology and the chemicals, all that stuff, it just doesn't work for my body.
But really, I think it's not anger. It's more like frustration.
Mm.
Because when I say, like, you have to understand what is what. Like, what is a toaster? What is a toast? What is a piece of bread? What is
Oh yeah.
flour? What is
Yep.
a wheat? Like, go back and go back. What is what
Oh no, I know what you're
like
saying. You're talking about like
so
primordial questions. It's
yeah,
like
no,
you can
but
pretty
you have to understand what is what, but what is
yeah.
everything. So you have to understand everything, and like
No, you're talking the most basic philosophy
yes,
questions that are
it's
like the
basic
most
shit,
potent.
man.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Everything
That's
is
what,
basic. Everything is so
yeah.
simple
Yeah, no,
that
I know what
people
you're
complicate it.
saying.
It's like, oh yeah, like I know
No, that's
better.
where it was like making me laugh, because I was going like,
Yep.
geez, I feel like I turned into fucking Yerf dogs today or some shit, because I'm like, I'm the one that was sort of just like what is belief, what
Oh,
is,
yeah.
fact, I'm just like everything that, like, the spirit of what PP says, like I can
Yeah.
get behind what he's talking about, and I agree with a lot of it, but his language that he used just does
Mm-hmm.
not vibe with me. I'm like,
No.
I just butt heads with the language, and I can just
Yeah.
tell what it is because of my ontology. He uses a lot of dualistic language that sounds very absolute.
No,
The
I think it's
and the
just a stubbornness.
well, it could be
It's,
that, but I'm just
it's
saying.
simple. No, you're going too far. Like I know that all the dualism is out there, but
Yeah.
you have to go to basic like
No, I
sense
know what you're saying, that emotions
and the
can
urge
influence
and
how
the
we use our language, but sometimes we're just
yeah.
unaware of how we're using our language. That too. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
but
And
people like to make story like I got an urge. I need to go pee. Like it's a urge. Like, but if I don't go pee, the urge gonna build up, and I'm gonna like hurt, and that's
that's where
gonna
I'm just like laughing
like
about my trans dualism, because it's
what?
such a complex topic that it's nearly ineffable. You pretty much can't explain it with words, because I've discovered that pretty much
Yeah,
all languages were born out of this dualism. They were born out of this contrast, this black and this white. And I'm like, I pretty much
yeah,
have to develop
positive
an
and negative.
entirely new language just to express my beliefs. I'm like, holy shit,
Y-
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, polarity is one of the basic laws of physics. So
Yeah, and that's where it's like I went further. I got into quantum physics,
hmm
and now it's like now relating to people is such a different experience.
yeah. But sometimes, like we
I'm
go
like,
to
fuck, I'm a
we
quantum computer around a whole bunch of chat bots, man.
yeah
Sometimes it's good though.
yeah. Sometimes it's good. Yeah, you have to just like let it out, talk about it, and then
Right?
reformulate again with somebody else.
That's where I'm so glad I'm so neutral when it comes to the AI, like the way I use it. I'm like, I know I'm doing it in a healthy way, so I'm not gonna, push all these beliefs out there. Oh, it's gonna help cure my life or fix everybody else's life, or oh, it's gonna kill us all. Like, I'm sort of fucking neutral about it when I use it and stuff. And I'm like, I'm so fucking glad I do that.
Mm, that's
I'm just
good.
like, especially with how many people like are forming these relationships with AI. That's like really like not healthy.
Well, no,
It's like all
but
those AI girlfriends and stuff. I'm like, oh my goodness, like, dude, at this point, just become a monk, man. Like, you
yeah,
don't have to be an AI girlfriend or incel. You can become like a fucking neo-monastic monk and just fucking be some, modern mystic hermit living in your apartment. Like, it doesn't have to be, again, these dualistic extremes.
yeah. It made me
For
think
reals.
of the movie Wall-E when
Oh, I love that one.
when the people go in space for 700 years and they're all
Right?
fat and all sitting in the
Right.
chairs, plugged in.
Oh, I love the whole, like red, it's the new blue,
Yeah, yeah, but I'm big.
Everybody switches to fucking red all
Yeah.
instantly.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's like
Yeah.
the hive mind is real.
Oh,
It
for
is
sure.
engaged.
Yep. All the robots is serving everyone.
For reals.
So.
Oh my goodness. Seriously though, that's my number one. Like I honestly go. I think we're heading in that direction the most out of all these different crazy
Yep.
dystopian technology directions.
Yeah.
I think we're heading in the Wally direction for sure.
But it will. It will. I don't know. They will create like giant park for us to go bike and stuff because most of the land is going to be for farmland and it's going to be taken care by robot. So
No, I
you're
know what you're saying. I was
we're not,
thinking about that with like
no
Saudi
access.
Arabia and stuff. They're probably going to make these giant forest biodomes and shit just because it's
Yeah.
so fucking hot there that, reviving that part of the planet is just pretty much impossible at the moment. So it's like
Mm,
they'll probably make these just like giant fucking greenhouses, just full of fucking plants for people that fucking, get some plant life, get some nature in.
yep. Yeah. What
Yep.
happened? I
I
don't know.
know.
This
That's where
is
it's
like.
weird living where I'm at right now because it's like they're definitely doing a lot of fucking cloud seeding. Like I'm not like whole big into like conspiracy theories when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to fucking environmental manipulation. It's like we I know they do it. They have science. There's
They're raining
Wikipedia
more this
articles.
year, right?
Yeah, and I'm right next to a really rich fucking place where they cloud seed. So it's like, I'm close enough to where its environment and our environment, sort of merge together, and it's like my environment. Like growing up here, it was just pure fucking desert. Like you got so much sunlight. It was like everything. There was nothing but glare in your eyes all the time. It looked like you were watching some film that was overexposed. Everything was just bleached out with whiteness. Like it was so fucking bright when I was growing up. And now there's actually some fucking trees around and like fucking bushes and all this fucking green plants and stuff. And it's like fucking crazy because it's like I know that's not natural. Like that it's just
Mm-hmm.
growing naturally like that. They've altered the environment enough to where they can actually plant these things and let them grow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But in South America, they are terraforming the old land.
Sort
It's,
of in some places for
oh,
sure.
yeah, 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 yeah. It's getting big. It's getting bigger.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me.
it's gonna be like the movie 2049.
Like it
Pretty.
reminds me of like this whole fucking algorithms and the big data and stuff. I was talking with the AI and it was fucking hilarious because I was talking about how the targeted advertising is the most ridiculous bullshit ever with me in particular. Because I was talking about how growing up in the early age of the internet, that you'd go to some website about video games and you'd find out there's a ad on the side about this new video game and this is some video game I'm already already a fan of and stuff. Oh, I got to go out and buy it. You know, like the advertisements fucking worked back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now they have all
Yeah.
these algorithms and data points, and they're using targeted advertisements. And I kid you not, I get the most ridiculous bullshit on my fucking feed all the fucking time. I literally once upon a time got an advertisement for tampon shaped and colored tampons, because
What?
apparently the algorithm thought I was a transgender woman that was huge into sports. And
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I'm not into
What?
sports. I'm not a transgender woman. Like, what the fuck are you? Like, what's going on here, man? I'm just, and it's just been like that for fucking years, and it's only getting more extreme.
Yes.
I'm like, half these products probably don't even really exist. They just get money from people clicking on them, you know? But it was like, I was talking about it with the math and the absurdity of it all, you know, that they're trying to reduce all of the human experience into fucking numbers, and that
Yeah.
people are buying into this bullshit. It's like, apparently we none of us in America ever took any math courses, because we have no understanding how real math works, because like,
No.
yeah,
No.
we're a little bit more complex as a species to reduce our entire experience into a mere set of numbers and be able to figure out what everyone's doing and what they need at every given moment. I'm like, you know, we're working toward that, but we're not ever probably going to get there 100%, and definitely not within our lifetimes. It's just more of this fucking crazy bullshit that everyone's buying into, and it's just
But
like
you know,
fucking
like
crazy.
you know that the doctor can pay to make experiment, right? Like with on human. So like you know the cloning with the sheep.
Yep.
Yeah, they did it with the human too,
Hmm.
but
I
they
have
didn't they
no
didn't
fucking clue.
they didn't tell us about it. But I'm sure they did it
Yeah, that one's always been interesting with me, because I've been hearing that one a lot more lately, and
with
you
the
know,
cloning.
the only way I can you know, entertain that theory in my brain, whether it's real or conspiracy or
Yep.
real conspiracy or whatever, the only way I can entertain that thought in my brain is if they fix the aging problem with the cloning. Because that was the problem with the sheep and like all the other animals they cloned. Do you remember that? Like, I think her name was Daisy the sheep or something,
Oh
and
yeah,
they
Daisy.
cloned
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
Yeah, she
yep.
like fucking died like fucking 3 years later or some shit. Like, she was like 30 fucking years old in 3 years. It was
Oh
like,
wow.
holy shit. Like, they age way faster than their
But they
normal, you know,
the
because
the French did find some stuff. Even NASA find a product that
uh
you can consume and that reduce your the aging in your body.
oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. That's actually, like, I have this one supplement. I think it's called DMAE, and they've shown that in studies with mice and rats, it increases the lifespan by 30% on average.
Yeah, but it's like 30 grand for
No, I have
one
the
treatment.
supplement. It's cheap.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's cheap. You can get a fuck ton of the powder and take it every day if you need to.
and it's made of what?
It's a here. Let's see if I look it up really quick.
Because the one I'm talking about is made with gold powder,
Goat powder.
gold.
Oh, gold powder.
Yes, that's why it's so expensive.
Huh.
They use gold powder and they use a root from the Philippines, I think, or Vietnam. I don't know,
Uh-huh.
from down there, and they mix it with gold, and it's called Apollo's gold. That's the other name. I don't know like what's in it now, but the basic ingredient is gold powder. Because you know you can eat like we eat mineral like magnesium, iron, like supplement. But it's the same thing. If you eat a specific supplement that will block a specific thing in
You still
your
there?
blood. Hello?
Hello, you there?
Yeah,
Am I here?
yeah.
Oh man, goodness, fucking phones, man. I'm glad that I had my webcam ordered, and that's coming in soon. Fucking A,
Oh,
I just switched the screens for 2 seconds, and I'm hearing you, I'm talking to you, it's all good, and then all of a sudden it just fucking cuts out and looked like it fucking shut off completely, and I went back to the StreamYard and it pulled me right back in, but it was like
okay.
little fucking technology, man. Ain't it fun?
Yeah.
That's what I was telling DNW, that because we were talking the other day when the session ended and my phone kept on fucking going black screen, and I fucking realized I figured out what it is. It's the StreamYard is literally designed for fucking bots, not people, and it thinks that, you know, once the stream ends, you know, that oh, well, a bot wouldn't keep talking if the stream ends, you know.
Okay.
So let's turn off the screen, you know. Like it literally is designed for fucking robots and shit. Like all of this stuff is designed for robots already, and nobody has a fucking clue. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
mostly yes.
It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, no, it's made for other robots,
Yeah.
and we're just like the afterthought, and we think
Yep.
that we're like, we think that we're the grand focus just because of our
No,
own fucking egos and shit.
no,
Like
that's true. The main purpose for the bot, yeah, it's made for
the
the
AI
system.
changed, and we're still stuck in
Yes.
our own fucking human biases and egos. Like, look, we're better. We did something right. We did something even better. And it's like, no, we didn't change or do anything better. Like, this is like fucking ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
So what were we talking about?
Oh my goodness. For reals. We went a little fast.
No, it's just because when you cut off, I just
Oh
went,
yeah, that got that fucking threw Agnolia into the mixture with both of us.
yes.
The deity of dumb. Ain't she grand?
Yeah, another archon.
I know, I'm laughing my ass off. I'm like, I love Sophia, but her sister Agnoia confuses the fuck out of me because obviously they work together, and but like they work together, like what? Like
Yes. Yes.
again, like humans are so used to their dualism and their, you know, things butting heads against each other, their enemies, to not realize that sometimes there's nuance. Sometimes the enemies work together.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
For reals, life is war, man, and war is complex and messy, and that means you need to think on your feet and think deep, complex, critical thinking.
Yeah, but like I said, you need to have the experience first. If you never experience it, you cannot even think about talking about it. Like you can talk, you can read books, like,
I know what
but
you're talking about, though. If you
without
don't have the
experience,
experience, you're just sort of blowing smoke with that out of your ass. I know what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah,
Yeah. No, that's where I was saying it's trying to explain to everybody recently that there's this whole huge thing with like the whole, you know, division between, you know, the secular people and the people of faith, of any faith, you know, and that's this whole, you know, thing where a lot of secular people get confused on, are these people on their like high horses, or, you know, are we missing out? Do I need to be jealous? Like they get sort of spun in all this, you know, egoic illusionary bullshit that doesn't really fucking matter, you know?
no,
And yeah, and that's where, because this is where that bias comes down from to, though. It's that because people get stuck in this whole, you know, research versus practice. But then there's the people
yes, yes,
but then
yes,
there's that this is where it gets even more fun, Yvonne, because then there's the people that both do research and they practice the things that they research, you know? And those people get fucking demonized by both the researchers and the practitioners. The practitioners go, well, you research as well as practice, so you can't really be practice, you know, you have a bias against us. And then the researchers do the exact same thing. They go, well, you practice what you research, so
yeah.
you have a bias against us, and you're not really one of us.
Well,
So
they're protecting their field,
yeah,
like,
but because everyone fucking does that, then
yeah,
it makes this massive gap where people, you know, that just haven't gone through the life experience yet make
yeah,
it way out. They overcomplicate things, you know, and because it's funny how some of them will do that when they already know the truth. You know,
hmm,
they're you know, seeking gnosis. You know, they know the right direction to be heading on, but they
yep,
still engage with this, you know, stuff that really doesn't have much benefit, you know?
yeah. As
Yeah.
life is scary, to take the step to go, like move into a different city and restart your life,
Mm.
before it's too late, like when you're too old, like when you reach 30 or 40. It's kind
Yeah.
of harder when you're 20, toward between 20 and 30. It's time to move on,
Yeah.
like go try something else before before you like. That's the best I think it's to do. I did that. I did that when I was 27. So yeah, I make me learn a new language and a new uh, view of thinking. So
Well, it'll
that
be
helped.
interesting because the either fucking Trump will fucking somehow get out of power, and they'll get some perfect person, or and I'll be like, okay, everything's still shit, and I'll still try to fucking move out of this place, but I can stay here for a few more years because I did find a new place and I like it, or or fucking Trump and the whole fucking country will double down on its insanity, and I'll have a really fucking solid case for getting out of here,
Do you
and
think
I
the
probably won't be
prophecy is
here
gonna?
anymore.
Do you think the prophecy with Trump's gonna become real?
What prophecy? I haven't heard of any. Like I don't know.
That is the last president.
Oh, that he's the last president.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no clue on that because I definitely believe civil wars is we're already in the process of civil war, and that
Yeah,
we're going to
it's pretty
eventually
close,
have
huh?
an actual civil war. But I think the actual civil war too we have no clue how it'll look like. It's sort of like how we thought World War III would be with nuclear bombs, but we're starting to realize no, World War III will probably be fought with drones
But
and
you
fucking
have to think
cyber
about
terrorism.
the cartel in Mexico. They're pretty big too. All the cartel down Mexico all the way to Guatemala.
No, I know they're big like powers, but like I'm confused about the context. I feel like you just brought that out of left field a little bit.
I mean, like in the United States, there's many Hispanic, right?
Oh,
So they already have a foot inside, as other like the Middle East people has
Oh
already have a
yeah.
foot
Okay, I see
inside
what
of
you're
America.
saying.
So
You're
any
talking
one
about
of
that.
them,
You're talking about the legitimate fucking threats to
yes.
national security in different countries. You're not talking about that sensationalized bullshit of
No, no, no.
all
The real.
fucking Islam are terrorists.
No, 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 no,
You're
no.
talking about the literal shit. Good on you, Yvonne.
Yes,
Good on you,
yes.
Yvonne, for having the critical thinking awareness to fucking dial down to the real fucking truth, the real threats.
But you think about it, like
Yep.
India state is divided by many states, okay? But
Yep.
like some of them, like a corporation, the corporation has like a big holding in many of those states, and it's owned by other country, though.
Okay.
So so anyway, what if you have to have a revolution or something, then it can happen at any time.
Yep.
Like like it they try to go batch crazy when they got elected, but it didn't work out too much. People are pretty cowards.
Ain't that the fucking truth? For reals, I've been thinking about this thing for a hot minute. I'm like, not that I want any more violence in the world. Like I've gotten over my whole like fucking Dexter phase. Like I'm not into
Hmm.
that shit no more. But at the same time, I'm like,
Yeah.
it confuses the living fuck out of me how we have all these deep undercover like CIA operatives and shit, like literally a right hand man to like fucking like war criminals and like
Hmm.
these horrible people, and they're like gathering all this evidence for their crimes instead of just offing them and getting the problem dealt with.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're gonna get them under international court. You're gonna get them under some weak ass fucking sentence because they're gonna fucking chill out on their other fucking buddies. They're the rat on their other war criminal friends. So you're gonna get them in fucking in international court, get them in prison for 3 fucking years versus offing them now and saving thousands of lives. I'm
Eh,
like,
well,
what the fuck? I'm like, I hate modern politics. I fucking hate modern politics, man.
they
Whatever
play
happened to the
King of the Hill.
Kingslayers? Whatever happened to the
Hmm.
Kingslayers?
But they
Not that
think
they
they
weren't great kings
no
back in the day too, because people
no
make it out like, oh, the monarchy historically, just across the board, all of it was evil, and it's like, nah, there were
yes.
legitimately some good kings in some periods that were. It
Oh
was
yeah.
like they had a sense of noble and honor, and they were actual like gentlemen, like they understood how to fucking play the game of life, and
Yeah,
do it in
many.
a good way, and
Hmm.
it's like. Fucking A, man. Modern people.
But when you got a lot of money, you treat yourself as a king, right?
Hmm.
So when you're in power and you got the money, and You're not a king. You're an emperor. It's your town. You treat your town
No,
as
you should
your
say
empire.
you're not a king or an emperor. You're Napoleon. That's what you should
Yeah.
say.
Oh yeah, yeah. They could. Yeah. Some of them are like that.
I feel like that would be a better metaphor, Yvonne. Like you're talking about small ego or big egos, and
Yes.
and
Yes.
stuff. Like you bring Napoleon into the metaphor. That's probably a good one to use. No, you're not a king or an emperor. You're Napoleon Bonaparte, man. Like you're deeming yourself fucking emperor.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, they're all big children, and sometimes they need a tap
For
on the hand.
reals, big children,
Big
right?
children, and they need a tap on the hand. Say, hey, bad, bad.
For
Don't
reals,
touch.
no. I take
Yeah.
it a step further. I go like
What?
you need to treat them like they're dogs, not in like not like the dehumanizing sense of
But
their animals, but in the
but
sense
that was
of
the Japanese way.
when a dog has an accident, you
Mm-hmm.
put its nose in its piss puddle,
Yes, yes. But
I
that
take
was
it a
the
step further. I'm like, you gotta put
yes.
the children's nose in their piss puddles.
But Gaia, that was the
What?
Japanese way in the feudal era.
Oh yeah, fucking feudal Japan, huh?
The feudal Japan, all other races were dogs.
Oh
Because
yeah.
if you're
Are you
not
talking
like
Imperial Japan? Feudal Japan was or like I'm confused.
well in the 1800, like before like the
Oh,
war.
before the Nazis and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, all
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
I just get
even
confused.
true.
I don't. Most of my knowledge about historical
Mhm.
Japan is the Edo period.
But anyway, when you lose your master, you become a Ronin. So
Oh yeah.
you're treated as a dog because you do not have any master. But
Oh,
there
it's
was
actually more interesting than that. Like,
what?
there's actually this word I forget what it is, but they had these
Mm-hmm.
Ronins. They had these Ronins back in the day that would dress really fucking like flamboyant, like they would fucking wear
Oh
drag and
yeah, some
shit.
of them get a life.
Yeah, like and they like form fucking like
Yep.
gangs and shit. I'm like
Yes. Yes.
they're like Ronins that would form their own gangs and like wear fucking crazy outfits. I'm like, this is really interesting.
Oh yeah. No, the way of the Bushido, man.
No, I've always find it fascinating. I'm always like, why isn't there literally any media about the specific kind of Ronin? I'm like, I want to see some anime or some fucking thing with these fucking Ronin all in some fucking street gang wearing all this crazy makeup and shit. That would be fucking dope. Like fuck,
Yes.
that would be like that would be like mixing like black culture and like fucking Asian culture and like transgender culture like all together. That would be like fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
But no,
amazed that no one's
but they
done
were
that.
treating people super bad, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, like you want like they treat like dogs. I don't really like that.
Oh, that
Like
was all around the fucking world back in the day.
oh yeah,
That
that's
wasn't,
what. Yeah, that's what I
for
was saying.
reals. You
That's what
know,
I was saying. But
I know people always talk
yeah,
about modern racism, and it's like you don't understand that, like fucking like all the slaves were enracing each other, like enslaving each other, like
yeah, yeah,
all of them, man.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
blacks and Asians, I'm pretty positive. You could look deep in historical enough, you're gonna find references to how they both enslaved both of each other, and you're gonna find that
Mm-hmm.
with every fucking like culture. It's crazy,
Yes,
pretty
yes.
freaking much.
But hey, when you're starving, and you're alone, you lose your family. So and you run away. Everybody's dead. What are you gonna do? You're gonna beg for food. You're gonna steal. You're gonna regress as the animal state, maybe.
Yeah.
So
No, I know what you mean. That's where I've been like getting fascinated with like old westerns kind of things. Red Dead Redemption 2, man. Playing that
this is
game was such a fucking trip, man. I will
yeah. I
always
play it
remember
too.
this. I will always remember this specific scene where I'm
Which
like
one?
fucking. It was where you're riding your horse out in that middle of that beautiful valley, and you meet that random woman where her husband just like died in a hunting accident or something, and she doesn't know how to take care of herself, and you have to like teach her how to fucking like fish and hunt on her own.
Oh yeah, yeah. The little house in the corner, the little top right
Yeah, and
corner. Yes, yes, yes,
I was always flabbergasted in that
yes,
scene because I'm like, talk about real existentialism, man. Like this
yes,
like pretty
yes.
much brings the modern modern American to like like an existential
You
crisis
live with
watching this
her a
scene.
couple of days to teach
Yeah,
her to hunt.
you're just watching this, and my first thought is I'm
Yes.
instantly like, holy fucking shit, man! Like, no wonder everyone believed in God back in the day, man. Like when the randomest luck would save your fucking ass, save your
Yes.
entire fucking life, man.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
you would be fucking dead completely without
Oh
that
yeah.
random criminal coming across you and being a good criminal and teaching you how to
Yeah.
survive on your own. You
And
know.
that's what some people don't want to acknowledge. Like they're getting frustrated because they didn't get the experience of life that person did to make an understanding of something, and then they try to push a generic because they read it in the book, and you can read in the book, but the life itself
Right?
is
No, it's a bit much stronger teacher. Much
damn
stronger
man.
teacher. And that's the thing that I was just talking. That's so funny. I was just talking about this with like my mom earlier today about how it's like people forgot that, that like teachers, you're supposed to find the right one,
Mm-hmm.
because basically what I was getting at is like my uncle has been trying to sort of like push his way into my life recently, and he's this Christian that, has been getting really into his Christian shit lately, going, oh, I'm a good Christian. I know I'm
Yes.
excited about dying because I'll know I'll go to heaven. Like he's going deep into his shit, and he's trying to be a role model for me, not understanding that I've outgrown him. I'm the
Yes. Yes.
teacher now.
Oh, that's
That
good.
you're basically the teacher trying to teach the teacher. And
Yes.
it's like this
Yeah.
is like you need to know your audience. You need to know like not just your audience, but you need to know who your teacher is. You need to
Yes.
find the right one, and I know how to do that
Yeah.
now. I
Yeah.
like, and he's working in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like. And it's like I'm just going like this is a middle actually he's not even middle aged, he's a senior. This is a senior that has
80s.
lived their fucking life. He's like 70 years old, but he looks like
Okay. Yeah.
he looks like he's in his early 60s. He looks like he's got good genes,
Oh,
but
that's good.
yeah. So but here he is, fucking not understanding that. It's like if you're at 70 fucking years and you don't understand that, I guarantee you there's lots of young people and middle-aged people just across the board that don't know. They're going to the wrong people to learn. They're going to the Alex Jones to learn about politics, and it's like,
Yeah.
like, no, know your teacher, man. Like
Yeah.
know your teacher.
Yeah. 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 That's yeah.
For reals. It's like no
Oh,
wonder everyone's going ape shit
everywhere.
in the world, man. We got all this social media and like thousands of like cults of personalities turning into
Yeah.
real cults, and it's just like fucking ape shit, man.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You see, if you, me in my book, if you cannot laugh,
Yvonne,
yourself.
speaking of laughs, Yvonne, you have a
Yeah.
laugh like Dr. Evil or some shit, man. You
Nice.
sound like a fucking supervillain. I love it. Listen to
Yeah.
that laugh, people. It sounds mischievous, man. He's up to something.
Oh man. But that's the thing of life, man.
Right?
If you don't laugh about it, man, what's the point?
For reals. No,
Like,
I've
what's the point?
started to recognize laughter is a really good gauge for your mental health.
Yep.
Like how much, like ask yourself, how much are you laughing? Like, have I laughed a lot this week? Like if you haven't laughed at all once this day, you need to actually
yeah,
almost
you
go
got a
out of your way to
problem.
find something to laugh. But
Oh yeah.
because it's also one of those things that builds. I've discovered.
Yeah.
Like you watch a comedy and suddenly you find yourself laughing at something, like, oh, I stubbed my toe, and that's fucking hilarious. Like you
Yeah.
find yourself actually laughing at life.
But,
The bullshit in life.
Yeah, but you have to be careful of which kind of laugh you're laughing to, because you remember the other guy that was getting frustrated and he was laughing, but that's the wrong kind of laugh,
Oh, I
because
know what you're saying.
he's laughing with intention of malice or something.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I actually like had a laughter like that this fucking morning, man. I was like waking up in
Yeah.
such a grumpy mood. I literally fucking, I can't remember what it was, but found
Okay.
this. Oh, that's what it was. I just the local events here are fucking. I discovered that the ADA and the
Uh-huh.
disability shit has gone out the fucking window. They literally all the events are like the only seating are for VIP tickets, and we have an absolute blanket ban on bringing any chairs of any kind into our events. I'm like, that's literally illegal to federal law. Like, you could get sued to shit, and every single fucking event's doing that. And
Okay.
like, I was fucking like getting irritated at that kind of shit because it's like fucking life's so antisocial nowadays, and it's like,
Yeah.
fuck, I want to go to an event, but I'm actually getting to the point where I'm aging and I'm actually experiencing some level of disability and pain, and I do have a medical need to sit down, and like
Yeah.
fucking A, man. Like I woke up and that was like the first thing that popped in my mind or first thing I saw or something. And I basically just like instantly started laughing and crying at the same time. I was
Yeah.
like doing both at the exact same time. And it was
Yeah.
like, fuck, man. Like I don't like that kind of laugh. Like it
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
does have its own place and time. And it probably sometimes is a good thing, but there is other times where it probably is a bad thing, you know? And I don't like gambling, man. I like knowing my fucking like my risks, you know,
But
like and do it playing the
experience
game
that
like
with stupid people, like laughing and crying at the same time.
yeah.
I experience mostly that feeling when I'm with stupid people and I'm laughing because I'm so angry, but I don't want to escalate this.
That makes a shit ton of sense though, because that's where like I was telling you earlier that I don't
Yeah.
handle anger well, you
Yeah.
know. And that would make a lot of sense where it's
But
like
be
that's
careful
the
because
first
when
thing I
you
wake up in
laugh,
the morning and I know I don't want to be angry. So what do I do instead? I mix two different wires and create a laughter crying mixture.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. Uh,
Giving myself some electroshock therapy, you know, crossing those wires.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man.
Right?
Sometime.
Oh
Uh,
boy.
like don't want to hurt the others, so you just learn to let it go.
Right?
Yeah, yeah,
Learn to let it go like a ghost.
yeah.
Well, that was funny. There's probably
What?
half the people. Everybody's like, "Wait, ghosts let go of things? Isn't that why they're still here?" I'm just having too much fun with language, man.
In French, that's my go-to when words mean something else at the same time,
Uh-huh.
and it's like irony, kind of way.
Oh yeah,
Because like you see something, you know that word means something as well. Like
dude, that's really fascinating. I
yeah,
didn't
but
know that you do that sort of thing too.
oh yeah, yeah. But in French, it's so funny sometimes because you can mix some word and it fits so well, just so
Huh.
well. And oh, hello.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, yeah. No, so yeah, I do that with words, and it's fun. It's funny. Uh,
Oh, that's funny. Your dog popped in the chat a few minutes ago.
oh yeah, it's been a
Yeah.
while. It's been a while. It didn't come.
He heard me talking about him. He's like, wait, Gaia was turning into me today. Okay, this I got to see.
Okay, but your dog, Steve, is way harsher than me. Into being conservative. Like he need the answer. Like if you talk about something,
Yeah.
I need to give an answer.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I was
Yes.
with the same train of thought, but not like the same like emotional or attachment or something. I don't know how to word that right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
but
but
like
that's the
yeah.
the problem with
Because I
even
was just asking
everyone and
everybody
me.
today. It
I
was
do
like
that too.
everybody today. I was just like, you know, like what is belief? You know, like what is a fact? You know, I was just like that pretty much with everything with
Okay, yeah,
everybody
yeah.
today.
To
Like
make sure
that's what I
that
was
you
saying, man. PP, I agreed with the sentiment behind his language, but his language got me so fucking spun around that I was getting hung up on it.
okay. Yeah. Well, we're not all at the same level of understanding, and sometimes we use different words, but it means the same thing, but we don't understand each other because language barrier.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. There's language barriers even within your own language. That's what I've discovered since I've had this literacy awakening and language awakening and all these fucking awakenings. I'm like, holy shit, man. That's where it's cracking me up because I'm like literally getting to the point where I'm like, any racist ever gives me a hard time, my first fucking go-to response is like, what? I'm sorry, speak English. You've lived here your whole fucking life.
Yeah,
Like, learn how to speak the
articulate.
fucking language. Like, just
You have
throw
a
them
hot
for a
potato in
total
your
loop,
mouth.
man. It's like
Yeah.
that's the thing I normally say to the people I hate. Wait, what?
Damn,
Totally
man.
confuse them.
Yes, 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 yes.
uh,
Yeah, but that's playing. That's playing. But some people don't play with that. They use it to
yeah.
manipulate.
I always
And
like the metaphors of Art Deco versus Art Nouveau when it comes to like to lots of things
deco.
with yeah, just on like so certain ways we use language. Like if you're talking like specifics
Oh,
of
okay. Yeah,
like
yeah.
science or something. Like I'm
Yes,
talking
yes.
to the technical specifics of this computer. That's a really Art Deco type language. It's really black and white, back and forth. Really along the lines. But then some language like poetry. Poetry is
Hmm.
completely Art Nouveau. It's all fluid and rhythmic and with the waves, organic, and that's where I just love using those metaphors when it comes to lots of aspects of human social aspects, whether it's art or language, just lots of
Hmm.
different things that humans do. I feel like can be even just our thought processes, that some people like to think with that rigid thinking. It makes them feel comfortable, but other
Yes.
people like having the freedom of that open-minded thinking, and being that having that Art Nouveau style brain, or and I just love those metaphors. I'm finding, why aren't we using those metaphors more often when it comes to these things? Because like I'm not the kind of one nowadays that likes to use dualistic metaphors, that are used for contrast. I want to go beyond that. But when it comes to this specific dualistic metaphor, I'm like, why aren't we using this more often?
Yeah, some part of the language got lost.
Yep.
Like, like,
Well, that's where, like,
yeah.
I was realizing that cultural zeitgeist, that those are all also really useful. Modernism versus metamodernism versus postmodernism, just all these different modernisms. They're very helpful because I was realizing that, like, oh my God, it would be really helpful if people just explain their politics by using, cultural zeitgeist. Like if someone said I'm a modernist, I'm probably going to assume that they're a Christian, and that maybe
Mm.
they're a Republican. I'm not going to instantly go, oh, they're MAGA, or I'm gonna my instant assumptions get toned down a little bit, and because if we all tone down our assumptions a little bit, or tone down our egos, our reactive natures, we can actually get to the point where we can communicate again.
Yep.
Because we're like
Yeah, we
losing the
can.
ability to communicate. I swear to God, that's a big part of this whole political divide and shit. It's not just the orchestrated bullshit where they're purposely trying to create this division. It's also where
No,
the people just, are losing the ability to communicate and to bridge gaps.
but you know that we all going towards entropy, right? So at one point, human will not need to talk at all. We're just gonna be like, oh, we're
I
not gonna
sort of know what
talk.
you're saying. No, I know what you're saying with the converging lines of evolution and
Yeah,
entropy. It's
yeah.
like we're evolving while we're decaying. So we're getting
Mm-hmm.
to the point where we could reduce things and simplify things while
Yep.
infinitely increasing the complexity. I know
Yes,
exactly what you're
yes.
getting at. Yeah, because especially with the use of AI tools, because I actually had I think I made a video on that sort of subject earlier on my creator channel on my Harmony
Okay.
Nexus, because I was talking about, like disability rights in the age of AI, and how that, like autistic people or people are, mutes and stuff are going to start having these tools, with these, AI interfaces and chat GBTs and stuff, to where they can actually start communicating extremely effectively without, and it'll just be a complete, revolution when it comes to disability rights. People with locked in syndrome and stuff won't require, this super long, okay, think really intensely hard to move the mouse cursor and click each one of these numbers with the auto, predicting type. God forbid if you are actually wanting to talk philosophy and the auto type mistypes everything. Like it's just a really strenuous, fatiguing, bullshit design for something that's supposed to increase, inclusivity and accessibility with people that are extremely disabled. And we're going to get to the point where people with locked-in syndrome, can basically, fucking live in VR and talk, with these
Yep.
headsets and all this shit. And it's basically going to be like
You,
they're
you, you ever
living
play
real life.
Cyberpunk?
What?
Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah, I heard of it. I haven't been able to play it because they
You
did this.
didn't play it?
No, they did this. Well, they did this stupid shit where I refused to play it, basically,
Oh, okay.
because basically what they did is they made it for the last gen systems, like the fucking PlayStation 4 and Xbox and all that.
Okay.
And those are the systems I have right now. I don't have any of the PS5 or any of the new Xboxes.
I don't have that. I play it on Steam.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing is that I found out that the patches and upgrades on the PS4 one and Xbox one that they don't give you barely any fucking thing. They don't upgrade the graphics. They don't provide the new options. Like I think there was a drive-by shootings or something that you can do in that game where if you have an actual processor, the GPU, all that stuff. But that's where you have to either have one of the next gen systems or play it on a gaming PC, and I don't have any of that shit. So it's just like I probably won't play it for 5 to 10 years until GPUs and all this stuff is easily available again. Because the supply chains and scalping and tariffs have made getting any of this stuff insane.
Yeah. I don't know how much it costs over there, but I just buy.
No, it does look like a really fun game, though. You can talk about it, though. I'm not concerned about it fucking ruining nothing about it.
Okay, but in that game, there's a thing called a brain dance.
Okay.
And the brain dance, it's a program that you put on like a chip, and then it make you like experience an event, like whatever thing is recorded.
Yeah, like program a VR event of being in an opium den and being high as shit.
You
off
experience
of this,
it for real.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're saying. That's trippy.
So you sit on a chair and you put that thing on your head and you experience. But in the game, you can buy like black market brain dance, and some of them is like bad stuff, like people can do like all the bad thing you can imagine. Then you can experience it. But even good thing like a birthday and like a walk on the beach, like you feel like you're really there, but it's like just a program.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
But it's coming.
Right?
Because
I know it'll be like Neo in the Matrix, man. I want to learn kung fu, like it's gonna be trippy.
Oh yes, exactly. You pass like 60 hours in it. It's just like 60 years.
Yeah.
That you live there.
I'll probably just do that with language and like and maybe some of the arts, but like I'll be like, I'm leaving philosophy for my damn self. Like I need to engage the critical thinking. I'm not going completely fucking brain dead.
Yeah, no. But I don't know. That's the thing. It could happen and that would be nice.
Right?
That would be nice, like Neo said.
Like Neo said. Man, I fucking love The Matrix and like Superman, man. I love these fucking modern films with Gnostic themes. They're fucking amazing.
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It gives us it's our imagination put in motion picture.
I actually designed a tattoo off of Superman that I'm gonna be getting. I mixed the Superman symbol, which is the House of L. It stands for L,
Yeah, L.
And I mixed the Superman symbol with biblical Hebrew and Kryptonian script, and I mixed them all together to create, the fucking tetragrammaton in, fucking biblical fucking Kryptonian Hebrew.
Okay.
It was pretty fun. I asked the AI, what is this? Like I even gave it hints and it could not figure it out. I'm like, seriously? I even gave you 3 fucking additional fucking like data points that are extremely helpful and you still couldn't figure it out? I guess I was getting creative with that one.
Yeah, but do you think the Jews relate to Superman
The Jews?
or the Kryptonian?
I think that okay. Now I'm getting spun around. Wait, what was
I
I
don't know
just
because you're
thinking?
talking about Superman and the Jews. So do you think me? I'm thinking like their people. Do you think they're because they're God? Like it's like
Basically, the way
a demon
I
or
this is where my thought process goes with
huh?
Superman and why I love it so
What?
much because it's the Gnostic themes of the House of El. The House of El. El is short for Elohim.
Elohim.
Elohim, yeah, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying. Elohim
Yep.
is God's plural, but God's plural is God. That's
Mm-hmm.
to me is suggesting transtheism, and I am a transtheist. I'm like I believe that that there are infinite gods, but all the gods are part of the one infinite God, the
Yep.
Almighty God, but that's where
The field
I'm not
itself.
I'm not like a henotheist where I'm like you have to pray on the one Almighty God. I'm like you can pray to whatever gods you want, because that one God is is an aspect of the one Almighty God. It's all transcendent, like
Yeah,
if
it's
you
part of
start
it.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
if you worship whatever God you do, you can still learn to flow uphill. Go up river. If you go up river from your the God you believe in, you will find source. You will find the infinite. And that's where I'm like I'm freaking really into the Superman because of the whole House of El and also the way Superman him as an archetype, the way he acts,
Mm-hmm.
he's not like Batman, where he has like this
No.
dark side and he acts out his dark side. It's like
Yes.
even when he's on like red kryptonite, he's never like fucking murdering anybody or nothing, like he may
No.
be a little bit of a renegade dick on red kryptonite, but that's about it, versus like versus like fucking Batman, where he'll be like literally like fucking torturing people, and
Yeah.
all these people fucking love him. It's fucking fucked up, man. And then the only people who love Superman are the people who are like, yay, big strong man. He like reminds me of somebody like Goku or something like oh yeah, power, I'm like, oh my gosh, man, like look at the deeper message behind it, man. Like this shit is actually really deep.
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's more. There's more than the what Superman is like.
Oh
What
yeah.
what it represents and all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, even the synchronicity that I find with my life and stuff. I was just talking to the group about when I was going through hell and how I would the only way I could love my present self was by loving my future self. That I would say think about your future self.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really wild because I was watching this episode of Smallville, and Superman has to go into Lex Luthor's mind, and he's basically ends up seeing an adult Lex Luthor in his mind who's all evil and he's tormenting the young Lex Luthor in his mind. And then the young Lex Luthor in his mind is all good and innocent. And basically, Superman ends up going to the young Lex Luthor and telling him, that you are so much more powerful than you think you are. And it's
Yes.
like that is the message of the House of El. That is the message of Elohim. Like it is literally saying saying to the young Lex Luthor what I should have told my younger self years ago. Like because
Mm-hmm.
when I was going through hell, I was the evil Lex Luthor chasing the younger self in my mind, going, "You are making me weak." I didn't recognize that my younger self did have power. And now I'm like, I recognize that they all have power. It's just they have different archetypes, different personalities, different energies, and you just need to figure out how to utilize that.
Yes. Yes. Take time.
Right?
Yeah, take time. But we might go be there one day if we grow up and we get a new body. But that was good. That's gonna be scary.
I,
Like the transformation.
I think I'm good with that one. I think it'll be a breath of fresh air when if that ever happens in my lifetime. I
Yeah.
guarantee you, for me, it will be a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Because I've done enough hallucinatory trips and stuff, and had enough crazy ass experiences where I'd be like, "That this is fun. This is cool. I like this."
Yeah.
For reals. Seriously, I'm the one that's always thinking about like the perspective of life as a fish and how much it must be like being on acid.
Mm.
I'm like, holy fucking shit, man. You see these crazy divers like swimming next to you, man, and your eyesight's like all fucking wiggy and like has like
Yeah.
all this extra colors and extra vision and stuff. And like, I'm
And,
like, that would be so fucking weird, man. Like
and your
being,
universe is moving like the
seriously,
waves.
imagine being a fish in a fish
Yeah.
tank in like some fucking
Mm-hmm.
doctor's office or something, man.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be the weirdest fucking thing, man. Like the
Mm-hmm.
vision is all like extra dimensional and extra colors, and there's this invisible glass barrier keeping
Yeah.
my atmosphere all boxed in here. But there's all these alien creatures out there looking at me, and I can look at them, and like that would be the most fucking trippy,
Yeah.
like conscious experience. Like
And
I'm
they
always
feeding you.
going like I'm always going, fish probably have the hardest time out of all of us, man. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that'd be trippy.
For reals.
Yeah. Yeah. But maybe next life. Never know. If you
uh,
want to try.
no, I just fucking even though I don't buy into transhumanism the way I once did, where I throw all my eggs in the basket kind of thing. You know, I still love entertaining the thought because it is a fun thought to entertain. Like, you ever seen the movie Chappie?
Yes.
Yeah, like remember
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
ending scene of that and stuff, like the ending,
Yeah.
the ending, it's like the last 30 minutes of that. The last two people that get their brains uploaded, like that shit was
Yeah.
so trippy, man. First, there's the creator and he gets his brain uploaded, and then the
Mm-hmm.
fucking girl gets her brain uploaded, and like they're
Mm-hmm.
in all new bodies and shit. Like that was
Yes.
crazy.
Yes. 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 It's
Like
fucked up.
seriously, try imagining that. Like no longer breathe. You no longer have a heartbeat. You no longer have any of these
Yes.
moving parts
Totally
except the bare
transformed.
necessities.
Yeah. 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 But you're still kind of yeah. You're inside of it, but it's a new body. Yeah. That's trippy.
Yeah, but you're also once you're in the limit the robot body, you have infinite
Yes.
potential for growth, for interconnections, for expansions. It's like a computer. You have the
Yep.
expansion slots. Like you can always add new things,
Yeah. Yeah. Just have to make it.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Just have to make it and like build from there. I
That's where
guess.
it's trippy as hell because I fucking love hallucinogens and just drugs in general. But it's like if we uploaded ourselves into fucking bodies of robots, we would have no need for drugs of any kind. It's like, oh, we just run programs, we just run
Yeah.
extensions, we just plug in new peripheral mechanics to use our new sensing organs.
And you use a central like computer to talk to it, and the computer tells you, okay, you're low in that mineral, or you're low in that vitamin, so you have to do that exercise or do eat that, so it to control your body totally, like you talk to your body kind of thing.
Oh, I know you're saying that you
But it's
literally actually
AI.
have a real 100% mind body connection. It's
Yes,
not
yes,
like
yes, yes.
it's not this thing that you have to spend your entire life to master only to die because
No, no, no. It's kind of
yeah.
it's a tool, an internal tool to communicate with your inside. So
No,
you
I know.
know,
You got, your fucking body diagnostics, like
self-diagnostic all the
yeah,
time,
exactly.
and if you break a leg, it will tell you, okay, is that nervous severe?
Yeah, that
You
specific mechanic, that little
yeah,
servo is busted, or this little pneumatical
it
fucking
talk to you,
thing.
and
Yeah,
it tell
for
you
real.
yes. Same thing with for diabetes people. They tell, oh, you're low on diet, you're low on sugar or too high, and it tells you, it talk
Well,
to you. It will
yeah,
be
no,
your
I know,
best
I know what you're
friend.
saying. That's a little different though. You're going before that. Now you're going before mind uploading though.
Oh,
Because like
yeah,
my sister's actually type 1
yeah.
diabetic and
Before,
has one of those
but we're not
monitors,
there yet.
but the
We
problem with those
yeah,
monitors is that like my sister, she uses it as a crutch, instead of a tool. It's like
okay.
she literally will not listen to her own mind body connection and only look at the numbers
Uh,
changing by the
yeah,
second. And it's like that
Yeah.
you need to do both, you know.
Yes. But
It's like
that's
we're not there yet. We're not in
no,
robot
we're not
bodies
there.
yet. You still need to listen to the mind body connection.
Yes, but that would be cool.
Yeah.
That would be cool. Anyway, nice talking to you, Gaia. I'm gonna go,
Yeah. All
and
right. You have a good night.
you too. Good night.
Yep.
But okay, bye.
All right. I'll give it a few moments, see if anybody wants to chat or go on stage. If not, I'll be closing it out soon. All right. Well, looks like we're going to be closing it down for tonight. But this was a fun little day at the Gnosis channel. Met some new people, saw some new perspectives. I hope you all had a fun journey on the Gnosis journey. Peace out.